Hello, race fans. This is Bob Jenkins. Welcome to the 105th running of the greatest spectacle in racing, the Indianapolis 500.
Sid, here he comes.
Here
right
comes
to you.
The checkered flag. Bill Vanderwater is getting set to wave it, and he is going to wave it now. He does for A.J. Foyt, winner of the Golden Anniversary 500-mile race.
And here is Pat Vadan waving the checkered flag for Al Unser, winner of the 1971 Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Bobby Unser, the Northern Spirit car number 3, accepts the twin checkered flags from Dwayne Sweeney. Bobby Unser has won the Indianapolis 500.
Rick Mears becomes the third four-time winner of the Indianapolis 500, winning the Diamond Jubilee Edition, the 75th running of this great speed classic. Rick Mears has won the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Deeply of the fastest and finest, ready to give their all. They're deeply of the bravest and bold.
It's not a tour de force, it's a Tour de Penske. Hélio Castroneves leads the final 51 laps and wins the 85th Indianapolis 500-mile race. His teammate Joe DeFerrin is second.
To the southeast, picking up speed. Down the backstretch, hear them call.
Here he comes, the National Guard machine with J.R. Hildebrand down along the white line. He is sputtering slow, and he hits the wall. He hits the wall coming out of 4. Will he have enough to cross the yard of bricks?
Dan Weldon has won the race as Weldon gets past J.R. Hildebrand as Hildebrand hits the wall.
Al Unser Jr. has the lead. One more turn to go. Here they come. Coming to the finish line. Bob Jenkins, who's going to win it? The checkered flag is out. Goodyear makes a move. Little Al wins by just a few tenths of a second. Perhaps the closest finish in the history of the Indianapolis 500.
Checkered flags up front, it's the greatest, 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 greatest race.
The 105th running of the greatest spectacle in racing, the Indianapolis 500, is brought to you by Firestone, the official tire of the NTT IndyCar Series for driving IndyCar legends. American Medical Response, official partner of the NTT IndyCar Series and the AMR IndyCar Safety Team. Racing Electronics, in-car race communications provided by Racing Electronics. The Children's Foundation, proud sponsor of Racing for Kids. The Indy Racing Experience, the fastest seat in sports. Henchman Racing Uniforms, nothing fits like a henchman. Speedway, official fuel and convenience store of the Indianapolis 500. Miller Lite, taste you can depend on. Miller Lite is proud to be the official beer partner of the Indy 500. It's Miller time. Safety Clean, official environmental service partner of the NTT IndyCar Series. Borg Warner, official turbochargers of the NTT IndyCar Series. Racing Optics, the official aeroscreen and helmet tear-off of the NTT IndyCar Series. Owens Corning, official safer barrier provider of the NTT IndyCar Series. Progressive's Home Insurance. Get your quote at progressive.com today. Progressive, making it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. Credit Karma, apply with confidence. Chevrolet, official vehicle of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Indiana Donor Network, official partner of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the American Dairy Association, Winners Drink Milk, and by NTT, official technology and title partner of the NTT Indycar Series.
At Firestone, we build tires for getting you out there. Durable tires for ticking off mile markers and for getting to your seats on time.
Start your engines.
Dependable tires for kicking up dirt or for passing on the outside. Hard-working tires for racing 500 miles and the side hustle that affords you first row. But don't take our word for it. Try them for yourself with a 90-day buy and try guarantee. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone. Conditions apply. See firestonetire.com/warranty for details.
Now stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-806-9554. 800-806-9554. 800-806-9554. That's 800-806-9554.
This is Mark Jaynes for the 6th time, proud to serve as the voice of the Indianapolis 500 on behalf of Sid Collins, Paul Page, Lou Palmer, Mike King, and our dear friend Bob Jenkins. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, no matter where in the world you might be. We, of course, are at the corner of 16th and Georgetown, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. On behalf of the talented crew we've assembled today, it's my honor to welcome you to the greatest spectacle in racing here on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network. Our driver analyst, Davey Hamilton, joins us now. And first things first, what joy I felt driving into this grand old facility today and seeing fans coming in with me.
Well, it's back like we know this place needed to be and should be, and unfortunately last year we've seen it very empty and how different it really is. And what a beautiful day, Mark. It was sunshine and it's cool. The track temperature is going to be low. The air's heavy. To me, that means some good racing today.
Boy, Mother Nature's been good to us this month. We got a little bit of delay in Carb Day, but other than that, picture perfect.
A little delay, but only 10 minutes of track time that we didn't get this entire week and preparing for this race. So, and then today, and there's not a cloud in the sky.
You've been through this a few times.
Yeah.
What are these drivers feeling, the emotions right now of this day?
So right now they know that they're just an hour away basically from getting in those cars and getting to work. And with fans here, it brings that energy back. And so it kind of takes your mind off a little bit of what's really at hand, and that's racing 500 miles at super high speeds and, super high risk as well. They all slept last night, but not well, I'll guarantee you. And even the favorites, the guy that's just knows that he's in this race for his first time. But today, once you sit in that car and you click it into gear and you let that clutch out, it is business as usual. It's okay. It's time to get to work. You don't know about the fans in the stands. You have radio communications with your team, and it's time to go to work.
What specifically is different from your first to your second or third?
Well, and I think experience is everything at this particular race. The more experience you can get, knowing how this race lays out, knowing what you have to do at what part of the race to try to put yourself in position to win it. And as a rookie, you don't know that. These rookies are going into this race going, they don't know how the pit stops are going to go, exactly when they're going to be, and how long this race really is, and how competitive it gets out there. But the guys that have been at 2, 3, I see an interview with Ed this morning, 18th for Ed Carpenter, 18th race. Dixon, 20th, Kanan, these guys have so much experience. They know exactly what to expect going into this race. But the younger guys with less experience don't. And, by the way, even if you have a lot of experience, but you're with a new team, that still takes a little bit to get back in the swing.
How much time was spent from the conclusion of Carb Day on Friday to this morning on race day planning, or had most of that already been done?
Well, most of it really is done during the week before carb day, just because they know what the fuel mileages are. They've ran the cars, but now they came out with full loads of fuel. They did some long runs. They went through all their fuel mixtures and the maps in the cars. There was one more sit-down, and obviously just not over the weekend, but this morning even, just making sure that they're on the right pace. They know these conditions. They know it's going to be in the 70-degree area, low 70s. They with the sun out, the track temperature should be in that 90, 95 range. They'll go back to all their notes, Mark, and find out the closest day they had to those conditions, maybe tune their car just so slightly for those conditions, and then go from there. Now, they got opportunity with pit stops, as we talked about. The crew could do some nose wing adjustments. They could change the bounce of the car. They could do rear wing adjustments as well. They can change tire pressures. They can do some things like that. The driver also has some tools as well, and they all work as long as you're in that small window.
Very hot, very sticky. Humidity levels up last weekend on this day. Right now, ambient temperature 61, track temperature 84, a little over 84. It's not going to warm up a ton throughout the course of this day. So specifically, how will the car feel different? And let's take the boost out of the equation and maybe talk about how the car felt during the practice leading up to Fast Friday and qualifying. So how much different and what impact will the different conditions have from, say, the way the car was set up during those practices?
Well, I'm gonna hang myself out saying this. I think these are absolutely perfect conditions, not only for everybody here attending, but the cars themselves. Our cars really have, if you notice the wing sizes and the way these cars are designed, a little less downforce than we've had in the past years, or I should say, even up to 10 years ago. We always had bigger wings. So these cars always struggle on downforce just a little bit. Well, this heavy air creates more downforce, so it's going to help these guys get the car stuck to the ground. It's going to help them in traffic. It's going to help passing. I really think these are the perfect conditions to see a lot of passing and a great race. And we've seen a little bit of that on carb day, and that's what leads me that way, those cool conditions on carb day. We've seen guys be able to pass sometimes with ease. Now, you never know if the guy was wanting to lead a lap and then get back in line, but I really think that these are good conditions for this style and the rules that we have on these race cars.
Heaven forbid we have a caution, say, for instance, for debris or whatever the case may be, and you're leading this race and the green flag comes out, say, 6 laps from the finish. Do you want to be the guy leading at that point?
I think so, but back to what I just said, with these conditions, passing could be very key, and I think that they could pull it off. So right now, you can play defensive. The guys are coming off the corners, turn 2 and turn 4, and they get lower on the straightaway quicker than I've ever seen before, protecting that bottom line, making that guy that's going to go overtake do it on the outside. But what we see in a carb day, there was 2 or 3 of guys going to try to eat him up, so they were able to draft by him. I think we'll see some of that. It's Indy 500, so you want to lead it all the time. I just don't know if it's going to be one of those timing races or not. I would like to be the leader, but look at Dixon and Sato last year. Dixon, we counted him in victory lane, to be honest with you, and then Sato shows up and was able to go by Dixon and win the race.
Lastly, these crew members are as nervous as these drivers.
Yeah, so the first day they really got good practice was on carb day. They allowed the drivers to come off of turn 4 for the first time in the entire month to enter the pits. They usually come off of turn 3 in all their practices, so that's a whole challenge. And then these crew members are just as important as everybody on the team. They all play their part. 1 second longer in that pit is over a football field on the racetrack. So these crew members need to make no mistakes. They're nervous as well. They want to get that first one under their belt, just like the driver wants to get the first lap under his.
It's our driver analyst, Davey Hamilton, the absolute best of the business, and he'll join us as we move ever closer to the green flag. Time now for the HPD Engineering Update with Michael Young.
Time now for our HPD Engineering Update, and we're with Wayne Gross, manager trackside. And Wayne, lots has happened since the GMR Grand Prix, and lots of busy times for everybody here at Honda.
Yes, it's been a very busy few weeks here with the Grand Prix. Obviously had a good weekend there, pull with Romain in a strong race, and then we got into Indy practice qualifying. Ran a lot of laps, turned a lot of laps, and we obviously had a good weekend with qualifying with Dixon taking pole, 2 cars in the front row, 7 in the Fast 9. So really credit to all of our HPD team and all of our Honda powered teams. And now we take and turn our attention to the race. definitely excited. Think the competition is going to be super close, but yeah, looking forward to it.
And we're looking at a forecast today where temperatures a lot cooler than we saw during practice and qualifying. How does that affect the engines, and what do you anticipate here for the 500?
Yes, I mean, we're quite ready for it. The engine makes a little more power at cooler temperatures, which is good. I think the big things in the teams and the car setup and trying to optimize that with downforce levels and, how the racing is. We think it'll bring it even a bit more close than we saw. I think the high temps, some of the better cars kind of separate themselves, and this will bring, maybe a little more competition, a little tighter field, and really good racing.
That's our HPD engineering update, and that was Wayne Gross. He's a manager trackside for Honda.
One of the all-time greats left us earlier this month when three-time champion Bobby Unser passed away. There are few, in our mind, better to pay tribute to this giant of the sport, the former anchor of this radio network, and our good friend, his good friend, Paul Page.
We lost one of the greatest drivers in the history of the Indianapolis 500 when Bobby Unser passed away earlier this month. Uncle Bobby, as I and others called him, raced in both front and rear-engine cars. He won the Indianapolis 500 3 times in 3 different decades. Bobby was unique. He was a great race driver. He was highly opinionated. He understood the role of a champion with his public. Bobby understood aerodynamics like no other driver in his era. He was a 13-time Pikes Peak hill climb champion, but was afraid of heights. Bobby and I worked together for a quarter of a century on television and radio. He understood his role in the booth and loved to gig Sam Posey in the ABC booth. Bobby Unser was the patriarch of his family, who have 9 Indy 500 wins between the 3 Unsers. Bobby was my great friend. His wife Lisa asked me to eulogize Bobby at his funeral. It was the first time I spoke of Bobby without him coming right back at me. It was also one of the hardest things to do. I'm speaking now to millions of fans with you today, without any problem whatsoever. But that eulogy gave me stage fright. He was a great ambassador for the sport. From his rookie year, where he finished 2 laps before he crashed, to the crown of a 3-time winner, Bobby was special. He was a great fan of this radio network. If you wanted an autograph, no problem. He loved his fans most of all. Many of the new drivers should study Bobby's life to see how he drove and how to represent the sport. Bobby has left a huge hole in our hearts. I miss him. We all will miss him. Put the pedal down, Bobby.
Thank you, Paul. And when we come back, we'll start to hear from the talented field of 33 set to roll off for the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500.
The Chevy Silverado Trail Boss is designed to stand out. Because when you have a 2-inch lift, Goodyear Duratrack tires, and an integrated dual exhaust, the last thing you'll need is a road. The Chevy Silverado Trail Boss, ready to off-road, right from the factory. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
The 105th running of the Indianapolis 500 is brought to you by Miller Lite. Taste you can depend on. Miller Lite is proud to be the official beer partner of the Indy 500. It's Miller time.
This is the 2008 Indy 500 winner, Scott Dixon. Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
The difference between a Hinchman fire suit and others, the difference is safety. All Hinchman fire suits are made with materials that are permanently fire resistant. That's why Nomex remains the standard. The difference is experience and innovation. Hinchman started the racing suit industry over 80 years ago. The difference is quality, value, and customer service. Your suit is an investment in your safety, and Hinchman is committed to giving you the safest and best racing suit along with friendly personal service. Hinchman, why settle for anything less?
Get ready for the ride of a lifetime. And take a trip in a real Indy car at your favorite track.
That was incredible.
This is Davey Hamilton. Come ride with me at the next NTT IndyCar event and see what it's like to be a real IndyCar driver. It's the fastest seat in sports, and you should be in it.
That was amazing.
Sessions are selling out fast. Go to IndyRacingExperience.com to make your racing dreams come true.
Man, that was awesome.
We We will go trackside for pre-race festivities about 1 hour from now. A lot to do between now and then. Welcome back to the world's greatest race course. It's time to meet our talented quartet manning the pits today and hear from many in this ultra-competitive, ultra-talented field of 33. First, we welcome in Ryan Marine, a proud graduate of Highland High School in Warrenton, Virginia.
Thank you very much, Mark. It is a true joy to be a part of the radio network once again. Scott Dixon will lead the field to the green for the 105th Indianapolis 500 a little bit later on, the fourth time that you've started on pole, Scott. What have you learned from the previous three experiences starting on pole that you hope to apply to the start today?
I don't know. That's a good question, actually. I should maybe look back at those. But no, I guess the biggest thing for the pulsar is not to mess anything up and keep the field under control and try to make it as even keel as possible and kind of create no hiccups or gaps or anything like that. So, yeah, for me, the focus is just getting a clean start as the whole field. And it's really, truly a great privilege to be in this position, and very thankful for the team, to enable us to have such great cars in qualifying to earn this position.
The team has been strong all throughout the week in the build-up to the race. 4 cars in the Fast 9. What does it say about the level of preparation from the Chip Ganassi Racing stable?
Yeah, it was nice to see a little smile out of Chip. I think to have 4 cars in the Fast 9 is a team owner's dream. It's so difficult. I think the depth of the field that we see these days, there's no small teams. The driver combo teams at this situation, is just through the roof in competitiveness. So, it's great for us. Again, it doesn't guarantee you anything. It guarantees you your starting position and you get a good position to start the race. But now the hard part starts, right? And that's trying to keep these great results that we've been enabled with. So we have very competitive cars. Obviously, my hope and my dream is to have the PNC Bank number 9 Honda, in that victory circle and drinking the milk and doing all those prestigious things and kissing the bricks. But unfortunately, there's 32 others here that want to crush that dream.
Good luck.
Thanks, mate.
The 2008 winner looking for win number 2 this afternoon.
Providing great insight all month long, he is the radio voice of Purdue Boilermaker basketball and a graduate of Northlight High School in Monon, Indiana. We welcome Rob Blackman.
Mark Jaynes, thank you very much. It is a pleasure for me to be back as a member of the radio network again this year. It's even a bigger pleasure for me to introduce the driver who goes off P2 here today. That is Colton Herta. Colton, this is your 3rd Indianapolis 500 start, and it is an opportunity for you, if you win, to become the youngest race winner in the history of this prestigious event. How much have you thought about that fact this week leading up to this race today?
That would be awesome. Obviously, mainly just focused on winning, because if you win this race, obviously you're remembered forever. It would be cool to be able to do it and be the youngest, but I think my mind is just not thinking about that at the moment, just hooked on trying to get this race car done up nicely and stay clean for 150 laps and then really go for it in those last 50.
So much was made last year about the strategy at the beginning of the race for Scott Dixon. He made a push for the lead on the very first, not only the very first lap, the very first turn 1. Any thoughts about, as you start P2 today, maybe the strategy for you? Is it something similar, or is it something you're willing to let the cat out of the bag for our listeners here this morning?
Yeah, I mean, Scott said that he told me he doesn't care who leads into 1, but I really don't believe him on that part. Yeah, I think you just want to kind of keep it clean, thinking about fuel, how much I can save, because you don't want to get behind on that early. So, obviously, we're starting up front, so we're going to be up front. We're probably going to be burning a lot of fuel compared to, 10th place. So, I'll have that in the back of my mind, see what I can do with that. But, obviously, I want to stay up there as much as I can while making good fuel.
He rolls off P2 in the Gainbridge Honda. That is Colton Herta. Mark Jaynes, back to you.
We, too, have a couple of rookies in our field this year, but like the rookie drivers in today's race, they bring plenty of experience and talent. And he is the longtime anchor of WISH TV's Daybreak in Indianapolis and a proud graduate of Carmel High School in Carmel, Indiana. We welcome Scott Sander.
Thank you, Mark. An honor to be part of this. In my rookie year, it's old hand to Rinus VK now. His rookie year was last year. Fast then, fast now. Second row your first time. First row your second time. What is it about this place that agrees with you?
It's magical. It's just a beautiful place. It gives you goosebumps every time you drive through the gates. And, I always have a good car here with the team at Carpenter Racing, but I feel at home. So I think that's just very important to get the good results. And of course, there's quite some Dutch history here with Arie Luyendyk winning the race twice. So, it would be a dream to follow up his great results.
You have the boss behind you in row 2. Is there some comfort in knowing that you've got familiar talent around you?
Oh, definitely. I know Ed really knows how to think, how to be smart while driving. So, he will probably give me some comments too, possibly in the race, which the engineers tell to me. So that would be cool. But no, I'm just very excited to get going. Pretty cool that I beat my boss by just a little bit. But no, he's definitely going to be hard to race against. He has so much experience, but he also has a great car, which I know. So yeah, it's going to be very tough, but I think a very, very fun race.
There have been racers who've led this race from the first lap, from the outside of turn 1. Any chance you'll make that risk?
If I see a gap, I'll definitely go for it, and if it's not too risky, so I'm just going to make sure I'm just going to stay in contention until the end of the race, where it's really going to be important, and where you really, doesn't matter. You can lead 199 laps, but the last one, and someone else is going to be the winner. So, got to make sure I'm in contention to go for the win in the last few laps. So we'll see how that goes.
He's got the look of a racer in his eyes. He's going to be fun to watch, Mark.
He's helped in the past here at Mid-Ohio in various support roles, but this is his first year as part of the on-air staff for the Indianapolis 500 from our affiliate, WIMA in Lima, Ohio, and a graduate of Lima Central Catholic High School. We welcome Alex Wolf.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. An honor and a privilege to join the IMS Radio Network for this 105th running of the 500-mile race, and a privilege to talk to the driver of the Sonax Chevrolet, Ed Carpenter, rolling off on the inside of the second row. Ed, it's been a good month for yourself as a car owner with the win for Rinus VeeKay in the GMR Grand Prix. What's it going to take for it to be a good end of the month for Ed Carpenter, the driver in the 500?
Obviously, an Indy 500 win is what we're here for. I feel good about the preparation. We obviously got the month started off right with Rinus's win. It's always a good way to propel the team into the month, and it's been smooth sailing up to this point. I think we've all been quite happy. Some months things kind of go like you hope they will, and things stay on target. And so far, it's been one of those months or a couple weeks. So hopefully we have one more day of solid execution left in us, and if we're able to do that, I think we have all the tools that we need to be victorious. So can't wait.
Well, with the return of fans to the 500-mile race, you're one of the most popular drivers by a far here at the Speedway. Is that something that you can feed off of in the car, or is it just something to lead up to you putting the helmet on?
Once you're in the car and the helmet's on, you're so laser focused on what's in front of you and the goal at hand. But I can tell you without a doubt that it's a huge lift, before the event. The whole 2 weeks, really, the support that I get from the fan base and the community here in Indy means a lot to me. And, it was greatly missed last year, and so happy to have what we have back, and can't wait to 22 when we've got a full house again.
Should be an exciting day. Best of luck to you for a good, safe day.
Thank you.
And Mark, if the winner of the 2002 Joe James Pat O'Connor Memorial can take the checkered flag today, it would be an extremely popular victory.
Well, the kaleidoscope of colors in the form of thousands of fans filing into the Speedway on their feet at attention as we speak, as they are saluting members of our military who are on parade along the front stretch as we move closer to the green flag for the 105th Indianapolis 500-mile race. When we come back, we'll hear from more of the field of 33.
Check out the new and improved IndyCar Radio website at IndyCarRadio.com.
And now a game of Commercial Chicken, brought to you by Progressive, where we see how long Flo can go without talking about insurance. Ready? Go.
Okay, so, did you see that game the other day? The refs, right? I mean, come on. They were totally out to get us. That always happens to our team. Drivers who switch to Progressive can save big.
Okay, you win. We can't help but save customers money. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Hey, travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first-class tickets.
855-325-1821. 855-325-1821. That's 855-325-1821.
This is Ryan Hunter-Ray. On this Memorial Day weekend, the NTT IndyCar Series salutes the men and women serving in the United States Navy. Thank you for your service.
And continuing now to meet the drivers of the field of 33 today, we'll move on to row 2 now and into row 3. Here's Ryan Marine.
The 2013 Indianapolis 500 winner, Tony Kanaan, is back with Chip Ganassi Racing. Tony, what has it been like getting reacclimated with the team, specifically here at Indianapolis, where the team has been so strong?
I mean, it's been awesome, right? Obviously, when we're starting in the second row with a fast car, you're not going to complain. But, I mean, let's go back to November last year when, August last year when we raced with no fans here, first of all. We're back here with 140,000 people. Then I get a call from Jimmy Johnson because I refused to retire. That was the year that I announced that I was going to leave. And I refused to leave this place, to race in this place without fans. And I get this opportunity to drive the 48 car for American Legion, sharing a car with a legend. And now I have one of my best shots to win. So, if you had told me that a year ago, I was going to tell you you're crazy, you're out of your mind. You needed to go to a mental health care to check your head. So I'm extremely, extremely grateful for the opportunity. But more important, I think, look at the vibe of this place after a year. In any other year, if we had said we were going to have the Indy 500 with only 135,000 people, it was going to be an epic failure. And this year, after everything we've been through, I think we all needed that. So I'm really glad to be here, and let's go try to win this thing today.
And you mentioned the fans. You've had such a great relationship with the fans at this speedway over the years. Have you felt their support throughout the build-up to the race today?
Oh, 100%. I mean, qualifying day was crazy. The cheer every time I walk to Gasoline Alley, the people were screaming. It's just, this place always, I've said that many years, it makes my head really big. I'm always amazed with the support that I get here. And again, it wasn't fair for me to retire from the sport that I dedicate my entire life. And the fans gave me so much love that they will not be part of it. I'm not saying this is the last one, because now I decided I'm not even announcing that anymore. But, it's really, really cool to be back.
Tony Kanaan will start the number 48 American Legion Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing in the 5th position. Best of luck, Tony.
Thank you.
Rob?
All right, thank you. I'm with Alex Palou. He rolls off on the outside of row number 2, P6 for Alex Palou. Interesting stat on Alex. He has led at least one lap in every race this season. I'm assuming, though, Alex, the one lap you most desperately want to be leading on is lap number 200 of this race later on here today.
Man, I didn't know that, so that's going to help me today for sure. But yeah, man, that's the goal, right? It's the ultimate goal is to win this race, but you have to win. You have to lead at least one lap to make it, right? So we have great cars here. All the Chip Ganassi Racing team did an amazing job, and we are starting from P6, which is awesome. We have 200 laps to go, and I only have to overtake 5 guys, so we'll try and do my best to make sure we can do that.
And it was this race last year, I'm speaking of the 500, was it not, that you introduced yourself to Chip Ganassi and said, I'd like to race for your team one day, and sure enough, here you are.
Yeah, it was last year, this race. I can remember when I did that. I was a bit nervous, like Chip is Chip, man. I was nervous making that move, but here we are today driving the number 10 NTT data for Chip Ganassi Racing, and I couldn't be more proud to say that. It's super great to be part of the team. It's more than a team, it's a family. finally, and we've been really successful so far. But there's one goal for today, and it's to have one Chip Ganassi Racing team in victory lane. We'll try and make the number 10 to be there, but if we cannot, we'll try and help our teammates to be up there.
That's Alex Palou. Let's throw it to Scott Sander.
Inside of row number 3 will be another past champion and a popular one at that, Ryan Hunter-Reay. Studying persistence, it seemed, this month. You found some speed on the final days that I think a lot of folks didn't think was there.
Yeah, I was really happy with that, relieved almost that we, the speed didn't come easy during the beginning of the week, and we just kept tuning on it, and she showed up in qualifying right when you need it. So we got into the Fast 9, and then we went a few spots better. So it's good to be starting 7th.
Those who follow the sport well know that you've had a frustrating start to the IndyCar season. You've been around here long enough to know that this race could turn things around in a hurry.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not really worried about the championship, so to speak, or points, let's say. This is the Indy 500. This is all I care about right now, and this is winning this race is what matters most.
This is a man who won the race from, I think, a 19th position in 2014. You have a much better spot in terms of the grid. Can you give us an insight as to what that first couple of laps will feel like if it goes the way you want it to?
Yeah, I think, just having a good, solid start, not losing spots. I'm not really necessarily looking to gain many. Just settling into a rhythm, figuring out where the car is, what I need underneath me for the rest of the race, and then from there I can pick them off if the car's giving me what I need from it. So we'll just go about it methodically, make sure that we're nailing our strategy and the stops and everything on track, and looking forward to hopefully having a shot at a fight in the end.
In a year that is filled with folks of new faces and new places, one of the most delightfully consistent people over the years has been Ryan Hunter-Reay in the familiar DHL car. We appreciate your time. Alex?
Hélio Castroneves has the pink and black attack of his AutoNation Sirius XM Honda rolling up from the middle of the third row. And Hélio, so much has been made. Your first 500 away from Team Penske. Seemed to really have hit it off with this Meyer-Shank Racing team this month. What's been the secret to you and your team's success?
I guess a lot of situations, a lot of credit is to Mike, to putting a very good and experienced group around me, even that they are not full-time with mechanics, but they are super experienced. And, Jackie and I have been really discussing a lot of things. I've been going to the race, understanding how the team operates. It's not a secret. It's just hard work, and when you hard work, you start seeing the results showing up.
As we said, rolling off in the middle of the third row. This is your 8th time starting the 500 from the middle of a row. Does that create any extra apprehension on the start of the race?
No, I think it's expectation. We feel that we're in the position to be there and fighting with those guys. I feel very much that the car it's handling really well. Sirius XM's AutoNation machine is looking strong. So we just got to continue pushing and moving up to the front.
As you said, a strong month so far. Hope you can finish it off in a great way. We wish you a good, safe run.
Thank you so much.
That's 3-time Indianapolis 500 winner Hélio Castroneves. 2 other drivers have won from the 8th starting position. Danny Sullivan in 1985 and Kenny Breck in 1999. He'll try to make it a third this afternoon.
Well, there's some really good stories in the 11th row, as there always are. So we hear now from those drivers and last year's winner, Takuma Sato. Back to Ryan Marine.
The defending Indianapolis 500 winner, Takuma Sato, joins us now. And Takuma, this is the second time you've had a chance to reign as Indy 500 winner. I'm curious, how has the second time differed from the first time when he won initially in 2017?
Well, every time is very special. Back to IMS, and particularly that, this is great. The fans, we got the fan back here. So last year was obviously needless to say, very quiet and very sad. But now we got a fan. So feels amazing support.
Going back to your history, the 2 times that you've won, you've started up front. You started 3rd and you started 4th. Today you start 15th. How good is the race car? Can you make your way forward?
I think it's going to be a tough road for sure. Yes, I don't have any more luxury to be starting from front row, but it's been a good challenge, through the practice. But on the curve days, we finally put everything together. Now it's going to be quite different because today is a quite cool day compared to the practice day. So the car reacting very differently, and downforce demanding, drag demanding. how we'll see. I think we have a relatively strong car in traffic, so let's hope we can move up.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Takuma Sato, the 2017 and 2020 winner, looking for win number 3.
Standing alongside Sage Karam, he rolls off the inside of row number 11 at the ripe old age of 26. Sage Karam is making his 8th Indy 500 start. His first start came when he was a high school senior. Sage, considering that you are not a full-time driver, you do not drive for a full-time team in Dreyer and Reinbold, yet you seem to every year find your way into the field. You have to be proud of that, do you not? Because you have become a regular here at the Indianapolis 500 on the starting grid.
Yeah, I mean, obviously proud to be here and proud to be driving for Dennis Reinbold and the whole DRR team. Dennis has been around the Speedway for a long time. Never has a win, but always gives me good race cars. We've struggled in qualifying in the past. I think, I know for sure, we definitely don't like getting into the race the way we do, having to bump our way in. We wish we could just be in on the first day, but that's kind of how it all went. How it all played out. Sometimes you're good here one day and you're not so good the next. So we just weren't good on Saturday and Sunday for qualifying. We were a lot stronger. So that's just how it is. And I've been here before, starting back in 31st. This is actually my 4th time doing that. So I kind of know what to expect going into turn 1 and have a good feel for that. So I got Will Power next to me and Simona. So I got 2 good drivers that I know. Have a lot of experience and aren't going to do anything too irrational or anything like that. So I'm surrounded by good drivers and should be pretty clean.
Sage Karam finished 9th in the 2014 500. Let's see how it shakes out here today in 2021. Let's go to Scott Sander.
Will Power, 1 week ago, you authored one of the great qualifying run this historic place has ever seen. Are you tired of talking about it yet, or did you want to flip the switch immediately to racing?
Oh, no, I was just so over the moon to get in the race, really happy, and obviously, maybe we should have run more downforce. It's certainly very sketchy on that last lap. Went pretty loose and didn't adjust for it because it had gone push every other time, so... But yeah, man, it's just very nerve-wracking going into 3 after hitting the wall that hard. And the rear's towed out a little. But able to get through it and super happy to be starting the race today.
If you have the car to do it, can you give us an idea of your nature? Is it to push hard from the back of the pack and get up to more familiar territory, or is it to sit back a bit and see what develops?
Look, I don't think you can sit back too much because you've got a lot of positions to make up, but at the same time, you can't just throw it all out there. So I think you've got to try to get a couple of positions every, starts, restarts, the pit stop sequences. You got to start chipping away at those positions, otherwise you'll never get to the front. The other way is if we go off strategy a bit and get lucky with the yellow. I mean, that's all the things that we'll be looking at today to try and get ourselves to the front.
Finally, you won't know until things fire up, but do you have a sense you might have something for the leaders?
I've felt all month that we've had a good car in traffic, good balance. Obviously a big surprise to everyone at the team with qualifying speeds, but I haven't felt this comfortable since 18, following in traffic. We have a very comfortable car. It's just, track position means a lot at this place. You got so much turbulent air back there, but you can come from the back. I've seen it happen. We can do it, and we're going to try to have a clean day today.
And you're going to have a lot of fans behind you. That's Will Power. Alex?
On the outside of row 11, it's Simona Di Silvestro, the Rocket Pro TPO Pret Auto Sport Chevrolet, and Simona, a long way to go, but also a long time to get there. What's the game plan to get to the front?
Yeah, we have a bit of work ahead of us, but, just happy to be here, happy to be in the race. And, the good thing is we don't really have to look in our mirrors at the start and just really move forward. So from that point of view, we'll just focus on really good stops, some good in and out laps, and try not to be in too much trouble out there. And hopefully towards the end we'll be okay.
Of course, this team has gotten so much attention, and with all that pressure from the outside, they certainly have not cracked under it outwardly. On the inside, what's it been like to work with this team?
Yeah, it's been amazing. This team is so fresh. There's just a lot of new people in it, but there's also some really veteran people who have been kind of teaching everyone what is going on and how to do it. And to be honest, like, the atmosphere in the team is amazing. During qualifying, we also show everyone was on top of their game. They really got everything together, even on Saturday, to get our 2 runs in. So from that point of view, I have full faith in them and they in me. So from that point of view, I think I'm pretty excited about it.
Great to have you back here at the 500, Simona, and best of luck today.
Thank you.
Well, for Simona Di Silvestro, she's looking to do one spot better than the best finish for a 33rd place starter. Tom Snevo, the runner-up in 1980, Scott Goodyear as well in 1992.
And when we come back, we'll ask you to have your favorite beverage ready so you can toast as Donald Davidson joins the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network for today's pre-race festivities.
This is Jake Query, Turn 3 announcer of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network, with this Driven to Save Lives Fast Fact brought to you by Indiana Donor Network, official partner of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Did you know that in the time it takes an IndyCar to complete a 2.5-mile lap around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you can do something legendary to save lives? By signing up to be an organ and tissue donor, you can save up to 8 lives and help heal 75 more. Sign up to be an organ donor at driventosavelives.org. That's driven, the number 2, savelives.org.
The 105th running of the Indianapolis 500 is brought to you by Miller Lite. Taste you can depend on. Miller Lite is proud to be the official beer partner of the Indy 500. It's Miller time.
This is the 2014 Indy 500 winner, Ryan Hunter-Reay. Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Brickyard, Brickyard 400, Gasoline Alley, the greatest spectacle in racing, racing capital of the world, Indy, Indy 500, Indianapolis 500, IndyCar, Indy Lights, and Indy Racing League are trademarks owned and or licensed by Brickyard Trademarks. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the information, descriptions, and content of this broadcast without the prior written consent of the IMS Radio Network is strictly prohibited. This broadcast is a copyrighted presentation of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network.
When the IMS Radio Network needs to hear every word in one of the loudest environments in sports.
Ryan Hunter-Reay, right in front of Simon Pagenaud.
The IMS Radio Network depends on racing electronics.
He just called his team and said, guys, this race car is unbelievable.
When you're at the track and you want to hear what the pros hear, use what the pros use. Racing electronics, scanners, headsets, and more. Online at racingelectronics.com or stop by the Racing Electronics trailer when you get to the track.
Last December, Donald Davidson announced he was retiring from his post as the historian of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He also stepped away from hosting the Talk of Gasoline Alley. Lucky for us and you, ladies and gentlemen, he continues to contribute to this network. Donald, welcome, and we're thrilled to death that you're able to be with us. You've been with us all throughout the month.
Well, thank you, Mark, and thanks to everybody for all of the kind words. I didn't say I was stopping. I said I was going to just kick back a little bit. But, golly, just what a thrill it was to be down there this morning when the winners went out in the pace cars, one of my favorite things, and then the drivers going out with legendary cars. And, Rutherford's down there, and Mario, and Voigt was down there, and Al Unser, and Doug Bowles got to drive the Maserati that carried Wilbur Shaw to victory in 39 and 40. If we go back 100 years ago to 1921, that's when Tommy Milton, the 500's first two-time winner, won his first of 2. Now, he's driving for an interesting team headquartered downtown Indianapolis under the direction of Louis and Arthur Chevrolet. They relocated here after giving up all of their involvement with the Chevrolet Motor Company, which they helped found, and they just moved down here and started building race cars, and they couldn't call them Chevrolets because they gave that up. Anyway, Ralph De Palma, the great Ralph De Palma, led almost the entire first half of the 1921 500, but he dropped out. And here's Tommy Milton with the Chevrolet Brothers car called a Frontenac Special. Now, he always claimed that he was down on power, and he was caught by a driver from Lafayette, Indiana, named Roscoe Searles, who was driving for another outfit downtown, headed up by Fred and Aki Duesenberg. Can you believe this? All of these people in Indianapolis, and they all know each other.
Yeah.
So anyway, Searles pulled alongside Milton, and Milton, as I say, he claimed the car was down on power. He looked over at Searles, waved, grinned, and then reached forward to pat the engine cover. And did it have a psychological effect on Roscoe Searles? As a matter of fact, yes, it did. Searles slowed down and Milton went on to win. Well, anyway, the rumor was always that Milton only had sight in one eye. And indeed, in every photograph you see, he's got this very pronounced squint. So a great early day historian named Charles Lytle asked a colleague, do you think Milton only had sight in one eye? And the response was, one eye? Oh, he had at least three in the back of his head. Anyway, let's go 20 years more recent to 80 years ago. Right. In 1941. Maury Rose starts from the pole, leads a number of laps, and then goes on to win. Well, 4 drivers had already done that, and many have since. But something interesting about Rose, he did that with 2 different cars. He was driving for Lou Moore, and Moore had acquired a Maserati just like the one Wilbur Shaw had won in 39 and 40. Rose qualified for the pole with that one, led a few laps, and then on lap 60, he was sidelined. Now, Lou Moore had 3 cars in the race total, so the one that was running 12th with Floyd Davis driving, he bought that in. They fueled up the car, and Moore instructed Davis to get out, and Rose took over the car. Now, Rose knew the car very well because he'd finished 3rd with it the year before, and so up through the pack he came. Now, Wilbur Shaw was apparently on his way to a 3rd consecutive victory with the Maserati, but he had a wire wheel collapse at lap 152 and he hit the wall. Into the lead goes Cliff Brashear driving another Lou Moore entry, which was on its way to going the entire 500 miles without a pit stop. Wow. But Brashear was feeling the effects of the fumes, and so he was slowing down, and Rose passed him and then went on to the victory. And there's co-winners because Floyd Davis started the race and Rose finished. We got tons more stuff, but just something that can happen today, which I think is kind of extraordinary, and it kind of crept up on us. Now, Scott Dixon has driven in the Indianapolis 500 18 times, and he's been able to lead a considerable number of laps without really drawing attention to himself because of his style. He flies under the radar. Now, going into last year's race, he was running 9th in all-time laps led. And during the course of the race, he moved up to 3rd. He went by Vukovic. He went by Parnelli Jones. He went by Mario, Foyt, Wilbur Shaw. So going into today, he's ranking 3rd. Who's ahead of him? Al Unser and Ralph De Palma. Is it possible that he could catch them? As a matter of fact, yes. Sure. If he leads 82 laps today, and he led 111 last year on the way to 2nd, if he leads 82 laps today, he will pass Ralph De Palma and Al Unser and will go out of here as the all-time lap leader. To me, that's astonishing because you don't think of Scott Dixon as being that kind of a driver. He brings them home, but he also leads a lot of laps without people noticing.
And still relatively young based upon what we're seeing. I mean, he could be around here for a few more years and I think stay at the top of his profession. Where do we stand statistically in terms of laps completed? I think Ed Carpenter is one that could move up today.
That's the real surprise, yes. Going into last year's race, Ed Carpenter ranked 11th in terms of all times laps completed and came out of it 10th. What could he do today? If he was to complete 180 laps, he will move to 6th in the all-time laps completed category. Now, Foyt's out in front, no catching him. Allen's is 2nd. And then Hélio Castroneves is 3rd, and I think Kanaan and Dixon are 4th and 5th off the top of my head. But Ed Carpenter, 180 laps, and he will move past retired drivers to 6th in all-time laps completed. I find that astonishing. Ed Carpenter is just the new kid, just new on the block and just has run in recent years.
We had a really good shot at a very, very young front row, and Scott Dixon came along and blew that average, didn't he?
Yes, and then also the record that could go. I love records that stand for a long time, but boy, they're taking a beating in recent years. All time, the lap leader. was 29 lead changes was the record. Now it's 68.
Yeah.
And then the other record that has been possible for a couple of years now is that Troy Ruttman could be dethroned as the youngest winner ever. And certainly Colton Herter and Rinus VeeKay are in a position to be able to do that. And also Alex Palou, I believe, are the three that could dethrone him. And then we almost lost one when Rex Mays was the youngest pole sitter at 22 in 1935. And it could have been that if Colton Herter had been able to knock Dixon off the pole, he would have been the youngest ever. And then, so a little bit of trivia. It's still Rex Mays, who was the second youngest pole winner, and that would be Rex Mays in 1936 when he was 23.
Well, the good news is we don't have to worry about not being able to spray champagne because they'll get milk in victory lane. So they're certainly...
They're too young to drink champagne anyway.
Yeah, that's for sure. So, Donald, just a couple of minutes here. Has it been different for you here this month, not having to look at your watch and saying, I've got to be on the network here and radio here or be at the museum? Have you enjoyed kind of being at your leisure here at the Speedway to go where you want and win?
Well, a little bit, except this morning was really packed. I was down in the Plaza area, and I did quite a number of things down there. In fact, I was doing Channel 6, and then the governor came along, and I started talking to the governor, and they told me to stand in there while he was doing his interview. And so that was pretty unique because I didn't know exactly what would be face mask protocol during the interview, and I thought, well, I'll just ask him. He'll know. Yeah. So, no, it's been just a little bit overwhelming, but... No, it's just great to be back and so many friends and going down and watching the winners go out in the pace cars and driving the cars and having them give me a thumbs up as they went by. Just has been a fabulous, fabulous time for me.
Was it Sid that started the tradition of visiting with the governor every year?
Well, probably yes, because in those days, because the race was very different. There wasn't a lot of lead changes. The race would settle down, and so Sid would have a lot of guests in the booth, and certainly the governors he was well acquainted with, and they him, because a lot of people didn't know that to me, probably Sid's forte. He's best known for the voice of the 500 and so on and so forth. To me, Sid at his best was emceeing a banquet. I thought there was few parallels with them because he was great with the jokes and knew everybody and they knew him. But yes, he used to. He'd have the governor up in the booth. I don't know that he ever missed one of those.
Well, we will look forward to having you with us all throughout the course of the broadcast. And speaking of the governor of the great state of Indiana, Eric Holcomb, he will join us when we come back. We pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network.
Hey Google, play Indycar Radio on TuneIn.
Gainbridge knows that in both racing and investing, winning demands consistency. Lap after lap, year after year. Our innovative digital platform offers intuitive annuity products to help you protect and grow your savings. Visit Gainbridge.life to see how you can earn guaranteed returns year after year. Gainbridge, proud sponsor of the Indianapolis 500.
Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-890-7021. 800-890-7021. 800-890-7021. That's 800-890-7021.
Well, I checked in by phone from his backyard barbecue last year, but today he's here at the Sid Collins broadcast booth. My honor to welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway the governor of the great state of Indiana, Eric Holcomb. Governor, welcome back.
Oh, it feels so good to be here. I'll never take this place for granted again.
Well, it took a lot of work to get here, and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway has played an important role in that.
Yes, it has. They've stepped up at every turn, so to speak, and to have done 90-plus thousand vaccinations here. This is where I got mine. And I think there's always selfie moments out here where people are taking pictures with all the iconic backdrops, but I saw a lot of pictures being taken and vaccinations happening, and that's really the key. I mean, we know that 99.3% of all the COVID positive cases are from the unvaccinated. Mm-hmm. So the proof is in the pudding, so to speak, and get vaccinated, we get through this faster.
Well, I'm sure you were thrilled with the news that Roger Penske was seeing the Speedway from the Hallman George family. How's your relationship with Penske Entertainment evolved since?
Oh, it's been good since the first time I met him. You know, he attended Culver, so I've said you've been a Hoosier for a long time, but now you're permanently one, and this place has meant so much to our state. It's oftentimes a number one export around the world. It's an international event. We got 15 different, drivers from 15 different nations driving just today. Mm-hmm. I talked about it earlier this week when I was on a trip out of the country. But only Roger Penske, I think, could have really stepped in and saved the day. Little did we know COVID was coming as well. And so you talk about all the investments. I've been coming out here for most of my life. And this place has just never looked better. And it's all because he looks at every detail through the fans' eyes. And that's pretty special and only going to become more so.
Indiana Governor Eric Holcomb is our guest. Well, this venue exists because of the automotive industry, and you've already seen evidence of the industry playing a key role in our growth and the full recovery of our state's economy.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of this, where we stand right now. I mean, people were standing, right about in this spot down lower in 1909 when this track was built as a place of innovation, testing engines and multiple races in those first couple years, but it's become what it is. And now a state like Indiana, that the auto industry is part of our DNA, we're talking about how do we lead the future of mobility, and we're doing that all over the state with all of our different OEMs, Stellantis and GM and Honda, Subaru, Toyota, and when I think about where we're going to be in 5, 10, 15 years, a lot of that research and development is occurring right here on Hoosier soil. And to think that, its origin happened right here with folks like Allison and Fisher and those guys. So pretty cool, and rich heritage and an exciting future.
Well, Sid Collins started this tradition years ago of having the governor come into the broadcast booth, and it's an honor to have you in the Sid Collins broadcast booth.
Well, it's an honor to be here every year. I'm never going to take this place for granted after the year that we've had, but so exciting to see families coming back. I came out to the Grand Prix, and I bumped into a family from Cambridge City, family of 5, and I said, are you going to come back for the next race? And they said, we'll be back 5 or 6 times before the next race, but yeah, we'll be here. So just a lot of smiling going on today, and we've earned it.
Thank you, sir. It's the governor of the great state of Indiana, Eric Holcomb.
The 105th running of the Indianapolis 500 is brought to you by Miller Lite. Taste you can depend on. Miller Lite is proud to be the official beer partner of the Indy 500. It's Miller time.
Yeah, this season I actually had little business cards made. Eric Rubino, Fantasy Baseball GM. You can keep that. Sure, the players are famous, but come game day, I decide their fate. What's that? Oh, you make $20 million? Well, I don't like your attitude. You benched! No, I'd never bench an all-star, but I could. That's also why I like Progressive's Name Your Price tool. With options based on my budget, they never throw me a curveball. That's a little baseball reference for you.
Get options based on your budget with Progressive, even if you're not a legend in your own mind. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This is the 2013 Indy 500 winner, Tony Kanaan. Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Hi, everyone. This is 1986 Indy 500 winner Bobby Rahal. I'm a board member of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum because I believe the stories and legends of the Brickyard need to be shared. You can join me in supporting the IMS Museum simply by becoming a member. Join the museum today and enjoy free admission all year, plus discounts for events, track tours, and at the gift shop, plus invitations to special members-only events. Learn more at imsmuseum.org.
For nearly 60 years, he's been a fixture in the broadcast booth. He's called play-by-play on radio and television for sporting events around the globe. But his first love has always been the Indy 500. Read all about it in his new autobiography, Hello, I'm Paul Page. It's race day in Indianapolis. Paul recounts his storied career that melded his dedication to broadcast journalism to his passion for motorsports racing. Get your copy now at Amazon or wherever books are sold.
Aaron Likens and Brian Howard have the 34th and 35th best seats in the house today. They are in the flag stand for today's race. Here's Ryan Marine.
When the field of 33 comes out of turn 4 to take the start of the 105th Indianapolis 500, Brian Howard and Aaron Likens will have the best view that money can't buy. Howard and Likens are the official starters and will spend the afternoon in the flag stand perched just above the yard of bricks. For Howard, this will be his 15th time flagging the 500, and he says there is nothing like the view of the field roaring towards the green flag from the starter's stand.
This is the only event that we do 3 abreast. When the cars come off of 4 and start heading down the straightaway, taking that format, it's a really unique and awesome view to have because you're looking right down on them and you're seeing them take that formation.
Likens, who is the official starter of the Road to Indy, got that view for the first time last year. He thought he was going to spend the race assisting Howard in the flag stand until he got the call that he had been waiting for since he first started dreaming of flagging races at the age of 3.
About lap 50, I just hear, "Hey, Aaron, you're up." So that was a lifelong dream fulfilled, I thought. Just being at the front of that stand for 1 lap is the biggest honor and privilege I think anybody that's ever held a flag at a racetrack can have.
Both men revere the legendary names that came before them, like Pat Vidan and Dwayne Sweeney. Howard says he's developed a style all his own, while Likens has consciously incorporated elements of his predecessor's techniques.
I just do one hand over the other, and at this facility I like to face the cars, so instead of doing out over the stand, I stand in front of the cars and do it where the drivers can see it.
My hero growing up was Dwayne Sweeney, the starter here, 79 to about 97. Brian has a move I absolutely love. I have that little move. So it's a little hodgepodge of many different starters. And qualifying my freeze as the car comes across, sort of reminiscent of Vidan on the track. You really can't have that same style elevated, but just sort of a mix of everyone else and making it my own.
Howard says that while all eyes will be on the flag stand for the start of the race, his eyes will be on the Turn 4 suites as he prepares to give the green flag.
The race director talks to the front row, and he tells them what he expects on the start. We usually start listening about the end of the suites here on the outside of the track, here coming down the front straightaway. In this, around that area is where he's going to call green, and we're going to respond.
And the sensation as the field comes by after completing the first 2.5 miles?
The first lap they come at speed, you forget to breathe. It's a singular moment of the entire year that I can try to describe it, but words would definitely fail.
You enjoy the insight. Well, it's time to meet the gentleman who will call the action over the next 500 miles with me, a veteran of more than a decade now. He also anchors the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, a graduate of Lafayette Jeff High School in Lafayette, Indiana. First of a few times, I'll say, to Turn 1 and Nick Yeoman.
Oh, that's right, Mark. Jaynes, the same Lafayette Jeff High School, the 1927 Indy 500 winner George Souders went to, as well as our talented producer Sam Rumsa. It's once again an honor to be here in turn number 1 to describe 500 miles of action today. And below this steel basket that I stand in, I look down and I see families of race fans back at IMS for the first time in 2 years. I'll be honest with you, August 23rd, 2020 was one of the most uncomfortable days of my life, being here for the 104th Indy 500 when so many could not due to the pandemic. And the reason it was so uncomfortable was because when you look at past all the things in life that make us different, you find the common things we all share. And the Indianapolis 500 is a spectacle meant to be shared by all of us. It is a day to be shared by friends and family. It's a race to be shared by all races. It's an event to be shared with newcomers here for the first time because it creates memories we'll never forget with those very likely who could be here for the last time. And that extends to this broadcast that we are excited to share with all of you listening today. This race and this day is so much more than just 500 miles of man versus machine. It's the day on the calendar that so many in the racing world circle. Simply put, Mark, there is race day at Indianapolis, and then there's 364 days spent wishing it was race day at Indianapolis. Nowhere on the planet I'd rather be than right here in turn number 1. Lots of fans lined around this racetrack. We're hoping for a fast, exciting, and most importantly, safe Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Look forward to the call, Nick. Thank you. High atop the Southeast Vista now, filled various roles at IMS and the NTT IndyCar Series for a couple of decades now. Welcome back to Turn 2 from Delphus St. John High School in Delphus, Ohio, Michael Young.
Thank you so much, Mark Jaynes. And as I look down below me, it's so great to see these fans back here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Welcome back home again. Darker clothing today because a lot of folks have coats and sweatshirts on trying to stay warm. There are a few with tank top shorts and flip-flops. Those the most hardy of race fans. But, Mark, things are getting back, slowly getting back to the way they need to be. The most significant is the return of this historic event on Memorial Day weekend. And with that, we again remember what's most important to our country, honoring the men and women who gave the ultimate sacrifice, defending and protecting these United States. We honor the first African-American pilots, the Tuskegee Airmen of the U.S. Air Force paint scheme of Connor Daly, the flyover conducted by that very same fighter wing, the 187th. We honor Medal of Honor recipient Corporal Jason Dunham on the American Legion paint scheme of Tony Kanaan. Corporal Dunham fell on a mine to save the lives of his fellow Marines. I, in turn, would like to honor my friend Dan Smoothie Hemphill. Danny took gunfire while fighting with his mortar unit in Vietnam. He, on his way back home, received the Purple Heart, August 4th, 1967. Although he never spoke of the war, I know he proudly served this great country. Smoothie passed away February 4th of 2020. I miss him every day and honored to have called him friend. To all who have served and are no longer with us, to all of those who made the ultimate sacrifice, to all those who were never thanked while with us, we thank you today. We remember you today. We honor your sacrifice this weekend at no better venue to do so here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the 105th running of this, the Indianapolis 500. Looking forward to the call today with you, Mark Jaynes.
Well said, Michael Young. 5/8 of a mile north. Turn 3 now, an Indy Market radio and television veteran, longtime member of this network, a graduate of North Central High School in Indianapolis. We welcome Jake Query.
Thank you so much, Mark, and always proud to be referred to as a Panther. Turn number 3 here is where I am perched, and it is spectacular to see the crowd that has come out once again to watch the greatest spectacle in racing, the greatest sporting event in the world. It is the most awesome of responsibilities to bring to those of you who are not here the action as it unfolds in front of us, and we pause to think of those who join us in spirit. Danny Weed and Irene Littleton of Indianapolis, Matt Alexander of Avon, Indiana, Jim Gale of Anderson, Dave Oakes of Greenwood, Indiana, Bonnie Beebe of Mooresville, Dan Weeks of Alton, Illinois, Brad Allen of Newcastle, Indiana, Joe Welt of Faribault, Minnesota, and my dear friends, Mark Thompson of Kokomo, Indiana, Kevin Turhan Donner of Austin, Texas. It is once again a great collection and assembly of humanity, celebrating the human spirit as well as the greatest sporting event in the world. Once again, Mark, it's an incredible pleasure to be able to bring the action as it happens here today.
Thank you, Jake. For 20-plus years, he's been a member of this network. It is the television voice of the Indiana Pacers, a top Turn 4 from Westfield High School in Westfield, Indiana. We welcome Chris Denary.
Thanks so much, Mark. I can't tell you what it was like to make the long walk up here to Turn 4 and be stopped by all these great race fans. If we remember back in August, we all made our journeys alone out to our spot in our respective turns. And to share this moment with all of these great race fans is going to be quite a moment this afternoon. I've had the honor of calling the final lap 19 times in Turn 4. Some amazing finishes and winners. Hélio's first win as a rookie. The amazing last lap pass that gave Sam Hornish Jr. his win over Marco Andretti. TK, Scott Dixon, the list goes on and on. Will it be a repeat winner, or will one of the new young and talented drivers etch their name on the Borg Warner Trophy? We'll find out in a few hours. I look forward to being here in Turn 4, letting you know how it all plays out. Mark?
Thank you, Chris. Thank you all. Look forward to the call today for sure. Paul Page rejoins us now. And, Paul, your perspective on what will unfold over the next 200 laps and 500 miles today.
Highland Park High School, Highland Park, Illinois. Just wanted to put that in.
Okay, got to get that in for sure.
Yeah, Davey was earlier talking about all the plans the teams go through and all the data points that they get. And so I wanted to kind of look into how you do the tactics and the strategy. And the first thing to know is despite all the research and all the great minds here, no one has come up with a chart that can predict the caution periods. So cautions are the big unknown. But here's how the teams make the basic calculations. You may want to grab a pencil for this. The race is 200 laps. The leader in clean air can run 28 laps a stint, give or take, because he's out in front. He's pushing the air away. Behind him, they can get 32 laps out of a stint. Now, here's the way you do it. You start by subtracting a stint distance of 32 laps from 200, the number of laps in the race, and then you keep subtracting. So without cautions, a driver can stop as early as lap 8, then stop on 40, 72, lap 104, lap 136, and lap 168, or just under 100 miles from the end, 6 stops. But it's that last 100 miles that's the key. There's also another way to look at it. Counting from lap 1 up, the first stint includes the parade laps and the pace laps. Well, parade, pace, and caution laps burn fuel at about a 2-to-1 ratio of race laps. So the first stint may be 30 laps. And now we take the standard stint distance, and in a caution-free race, they could the last stop could come as late as the 192nd lap. So you can see why the caution periods suddenly are all important. And a stop under green, for the teams, they call it the delta P, or the total effect of a pit stop, which is right at 40 seconds, or about 9/10 of a lap. That also fact is there has never been a caution-free race, so the cautions figure again. The outcome comes down to how long those periods are. One strategy uses a saying, be the first car to make the last stop. Another way is to run all the way to empty and splash and go to the finish with a lighter car. But if a yellow comes out between those two strategies, the car that pitted first should win because he will inherit the lead under the yellow. Now, Rob Edwards of Andretti says they focus on the last 150 laps onward. Tim Cindric at Penske says the same. He points out something else. Will Power, starting in the last row, will burn fuel faster as he tries to weave his way to the front. A starting position has a big effect on the fuel mileage because of that. But remember, maybe it's not too smart to be out in front. Never forget, it's the last stint that determines the finish. So set up your chart, watch the tactics and how they play out, Mark, and you're going to have a great day for a great race.
Thank you, Paul. We look forward to it. Pre-race festivities, trackside, when we come back.
In IndyCar racing, it takes a great pit crew to keep the car running at max performance and Firestone tires to get to victory lane. Same holds true for the truck, SUV, or car you drive. You need a great technician to turn to when things ain't running right. And at Firestone Complete Auto Care, you'll find over 4,000 ASC certified technicians ready to help with anything from brakes to oil changes to batteries and more. For maintenance, repairs, and tires, get to Firestone Complete Auto Care today.
Starting something new can be nerve-wracking. Wouldn't you like to know beforehand whether it's going to work out or not? Credit Karma can give you more confidence before you make a decision. Credit Karma's game-changing technology shows you tailored offers for credit cards and personal loans that you're more likely to be approved for, so you can apply with more confidence. Whether you want cash back, travel rewards, or to consolidate debt, Credit Karma can help you find the offers that fit your goals. Go to creditkarma.com/radio to learn more and find offers tailored just for you. Apply with confidence today. Go to creditkarma.com/radio.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-806-9554. 800-806-9554. 800-806-9554. That's 800-806-9554.
This is Connor Daly. On this Memorial Day weekend, the NTT IndyCar Series salutes the men and women serving in the United States Air Force. Thank you for your service.
Well, it shouldn't be long now. We go downstairs for pre-race festivities as the thousands upon thousands continue to file into this grand facility. 135,000 were given the green light, and they responded en masse, and the sold-out sign was placed on the door. And Davey Hamilton, it's a great day at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Absolutely a great day, and now when we see all the pageantry going on the racetrack, Mark, this for these drivers, it's real right now. It's all happening. They know all the effort and time they put into this event. It's getting ready to start.
It is getting ready to start. Let's go to the public address.
Charles C. Thompson.
Let us pray. God of mercy and compassion, we turn to you now to call upon your divine assistance. In the midst of the suffering caused by the global pandemic, grant us your healing and peace. Where violence has been experienced in our communities, lead us to justice and the dawn of a new day. Strengthen the bonds of love we share with you and one another, that we may cast aside any hatred and division that separates us from you. As we gather for the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500, keep safe the drivers, their teams, the officials, and the fans. May this great race help us to see your hand at work in the marvels of human achievement and an honorable competition. We entrust this day and all our tomorrows to your providential care, knowing that your light shines brightest when we connect all our joys and sorrows to your holy and perfect will. On this Memorial Day weekend, give eternal rest to those who have died in their service of our country. May their sacrifice cultivate gratitude in our hearts and inspire us to be ambitious for the higher gifts. And so God bless those who have died for our freedom. God bless all those gathered for this greatest spectacle in racing. And God bless America. Amen.
Mark. Ready? Hold. Order. Arms. Right. Face. Stand by. Ready. Ready. Aim. Fire. Ready. Aim. Fire. Ready. Aim. Fire. Ready. Present. Arm. Order. Arms.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Well, that's a note I couldn't hit.
Oh my gosh.
How about that?
How about that?
Nothing like the pre-race festivities here. We're just about a minute and a half away from the national anthem. And Davey, getting close to the time that the drivers prefer. All the meet and greets, all the meetings, all of those things have subsided. Now it's simply time to go to work.
Yeah, now actually all the fans off the racetrack, they're down there by their cars with the team that's going to help them to victory lane day. And they know it's happening, it's real, it's time to get to business. Very nervous right now, but they can't wait to get that helmet on, get in that cockpit, and get that thing fired up.
Well, let's touch on the important role the spotters will play out here and where they are located.
So spotters, 2 spotters per team, Mark, one down turn 1 and one over in turn 3. You got to remember, they're looking at these long 5/8 of a mile straightaways. Very hard to pick your car out if your cars are so close to the same colors. These guys got binoculars. So important to have them because there's moves made going into these corners at the last minute, and a lot of times you're focused ahead, not behind you. So very key point.
And these are guys you know and trust, and a lot of guys that have been racers.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of racers. Poncho Carter, one of the all-time greats, is up there right now helping some of these younger drivers get through. But absolutely, I was up there for a while. It's good to have somebody with experience as a racing driver up there for sure.
Did you want a lot of information or just a little bit?
I was a guy that when things are going good, just a little bit. But when things are going bad, you want a little bit more. You just ask them.
Well, the pre-race festivities continue trackside. Let's rejoin the public address.
Ones through it all. We will continue.
Healthcare is our passion.
It's the life we choose.
The difference we make.
And ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that we all join together and salute the true heroes of the last 15 months across the globe, especially across the USA, and here in central Indiana to celebrate the healthcare workers. 105 represented on stage and in front of us for this 105th Indianapolis 500. Without their work, we wouldn't be here today. Let's hear a round of applause for these great Americans and a great round of applause to say thank you. And now please remain standing. Multi-platinum recording artist and ACM New Male Artist of the Year, Jimmy Allen, performs our national anthem.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Now here's the starting lineup for the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Row 11.
Simona Di Silvestro, Switzerland.
Will Power, Australia.
Sage Karam, USA.
Row 10.
Dalton Kellett, Canada. Max Chilton, England.
Stephen Wilson, England.
Row 9.
Sébastien Bourdais, Le Mans, France. Simon Pagenaud, France.
Marco Andretti, United States.
Row 8.
Juan Pablo Montoya, Bogotá, Colombia. Santino Ferrucci, United States.
J.R. Hildebrand, United States.
Row 7.
Joseph Newgarden, United States.
Jack Harvey, Lincoln, England. Connor Daly, United States.
Row 6.
Graham Rahal, United States of America.
Scott McLaughlin, New Zealand. James Hinchcliffe, Canada.
Row 5.
Takuma Sato, Japan.
Felix Rosenquist, Sweden.
Pietro Fittipaldi, Brazilian American.
Row 4.
Patricio Ward, Monterrey, Mexico.
Ed Jones, Dubai. Alexander Rossi, United States.
Row 3.
Marcus Ericsson, Sweden.
Hélio Castroneves, Brazil.
Ryan Hunter-Reay, United States.
Row 2.
Alex Palou, Spain. Tony Kanaan, Brazil. Ed Carpenter, United States of America.
On the outside of row 1.
Rinus VK, the Netherlands.
In the middle of row 1.
Colton Herta, United States of America.
And starting on the pole.
Scott Dixon, New Zealand.
The Chevy Silverado Trail Boss is designed to stand out. Because when you have a 2-inch lift, Goodyear Duratrack tires, and an integrated dual exhaust, the last thing you'll need is a road. The Chevy Silverado Trail Boss, ready to off-road, right from the factory. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
The 105th running of the Indianapolis 500 is brought to you by Miller Lite. Taste you can depend on. Miller Lite is proud to be the official beer partner of the Indy 500. It's Miller time.
This is 2019 Indy 500 winner, Simon Pagenaud. Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Brickyard, Brickyard 400, Gasoline Alley, the greatest spectacle in racing, racing capital of the world, Indy, Indy 500, Indianapolis 500, Indycar, Indy Lights, and Indy Racing League are trademarks owned and or licensed by Brickyard Trademarks. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the information, descriptions, and content of this broadcast without the prior written consent of the IMS Radio Network is strictly prohibited. This broadcast is a copyrighted presentation of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network.
For more than 30 years, Racing for Kids and the Children's Foundation have partnered together to advance children's health and wellness. With focus areas of mental health, abuse and neglect, injury prevention, cardiology and oncology research, and nutritional wellness, the Children's Foundation is leading children and families on the path toward a happier, healthier future. Children's Foundation and Racing for Kids, partners on the move.
About 3 minutes away from rejoining the public address as we get ready for the command to start the 105th Indianapolis 500. And Davey Hamilton, we see the pit window. The first one open up around lap 20. I think 5 pit stops today will do it.
Yeah, 5 will do it. You can definitely make it on 5, Mark. The question is, some of these guys in the back, we heard from Will Power, he's one of the notables in the back that maybe go off strategy right now. You can pit his lap as early as 20, but even if they get a yellow or early caution, might as well pit if you're in the back of this field and just play the game and just see where it lays out. We've seen crazier things happen, especially in this race, where it's not always the fastest car, but the best strategy that could win it. Well, we noticed over the years that, as we changed the different fuel blends and fuel compounds and fuel makeups, they've had to adjust the bladders on the car to do a better job of having that tire wear match the fuel stint, if you will. How does that match up now? I mean, I'm guessing that especially here, you're going to feel those Firestone Firehawks wear a bit before you're out of fuel. Yeah, and that does happen, but I'll tell you, they make such a good tire here that at some just on carb day, we learned a lot. The guys going out running sometimes 80, 85 laps on carb day, almost half of this race. And the tires seem to hang in there. We've seen them in drafts. They hang in there really good. With these cooler temperatures, I really think that the tires could outlast the fuel window. Now, what does that say? Maybe in one of the stints towards the end, if they feel like, hey, we could just do a splash and go and get out of here and try to win this race, that couldn't happen, not change the tires. But then you got to remember this. Tires are the fastest thing in a pit stop. Now, Firestone, of course, and the series offer these teams parameters as to how to set up those race cars. And they tell them, if you want to go outside of those parameters we recommend and something goes wrong, it blisters or it wears quicker, don't come and see us. Right, and the Firestone knows that. So cambers, casters, all that that makes a huge difference on how much of that tire run on. Also, air pressures, Mark, they tell you recommended air pressures. If you go below or above that and it goes back, Firestone's going to know that. They can go measure your car to see where your casters, cambers were, how much layback you have in them, or how much, like I said, small amount of tire you run on could blister that tire. Makes it faster, less drag, less tire you run on, and then if you get the corner and still get that grip, you're faster, but will the tire last? What will the conditions today have the biggest impact on? Tire wear or fuel consumption? I think fuel consumption, because it's heavy air right now. It's cool, it's heavy. These cars could create a lot of power. They generate power when it's cool and heavy air like this. So fuel, they're going to burn they're going to be able to burn a lot of fuel today. The thicker the air, the more fuel it can take. So then will you be content if you know you have a fast race car to maybe let someone else lead? Yeah, well, I think, we heard Colton already. He says, I need to manage my fuel. You don't want to get it behind that early. You want to get a hold of that fuel right from the start of this race. Make sure that your stints are going long enough to where it doesn't leave you short at the end. So with it, like they're so right with this, if it's hot out, you're not thin air, you can't burn a lot of fuel. But today, it's going to happen. So you need to be really wise on that. Well, wait a minute, Colton heard it. Is Brian heard of the race strategy? I mean, what does he know about making a fuel stint last? Doesn't have a victory on this track as a driver, and very well could have, but he does as a strategist, and not he does very good at that. Brought Dan Weldon to a win, which is great. And so yeah, strategy means so much, and conditions play a big part. So the engineers have their work cut out in this first stint. They're really going to know exactly the fuel mileage that they're going to get leading or in the draft. With the 33 drivers in this field where they sit right now, you put all the fuel strategy, the pit strategy together in the pit windows. How far back can someone win this race from? Well, Tommy Saniva, as we talked, almost won it from the last position. These Chevrolets are stout in race trim. They didn't qualify that great, but they're really good in race trim. So you got a Penske car in that 32nd position of wheel power. Could he do it? It's going to be very difficult, but it could happen. I mean, I think you could see. I pick him for the farthest back guy that has a chance. Yep, and it's going to be fascinating to watch it all unfold. Well, reach over, check your pulse. It's about to go up just a bit as we head trackside for the 105th Indianapolis 500-mile race to start.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Jim Cornelison, accompanied by the Purdue All-American Marching Band. It's oh so good to be back home again in Indiana.
Still
Back home again in Indiana. And, Davey, that's what gets the heart pumping, I think, and that's when we know it's almost race time.
Wow, what a terrific job having to
Fans,
follow
we are so
Jim
thrilled
Neighbors,
to
right?
have you
What a
all
great job.
back home at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And how about another flyover from the United States Air Force 187th Fighter Wing, 100th Fighter Squadron. In just seconds, the moments we've all been waiting for.
And now for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome the chairman of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Roger Penske.
Thank you, fans. All you loyal fans that are attending the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500, thank you for being so loyal. I also want to thank the men and women in the military, our first responders, our health cares that have made our country safe and secure the last year. You are the ones that make this the greatest spectacle in racing. Drivers, start your engines.
As the 33 engines roar to life on the main straightaway, we've asked one of these talented drivers to take you on a lap around this storied 2.5-mile oval. Here's our course description from Rinus VK.
So you cross the yard brakes, like in qualifying, you hit 240 miles an hour with a little bit of tailwind. Then you turn into turn one, which is often the most sketchy corner because there's always some wind, like rotating there, so that's tough. Then you go to turn one throughout the short chute, and it's quite weird because there's like an exit road from the road course, which kind of messes up your visuals. But then you go to turn one, get onto the main straight, on the back straightaway, and turning into turn three, you just want to make sure you don't turn in too late, especially in the race with all those marbles, and trying to stay flat, because flat, you're the fastest. And then coming to turn four, it's actually, I think, the easiest corner on the track because you're slowing down because of turn three, because of the turning. And then you get back to your outer brakes and hopefully as a race winner.
Let's head back to pit road now, check in with our pit reporters, find out what stories they will be following today. We'll start with Ryan Marine.
Hey, Mark, let's start with the weather conditions. 63 degrees ambient, 96-degree track temperatures, just a slight breeze at 9 miles per hour out of the north-northeast. In a word, perfect. As they used to say around these parts, this is Tony Holman weather. Here on the south end of the pit lane, we've got all four of the Chip Ganassi racing cars, including the pole sitter, Scott Dixon. 2 cars out of the Ed Carpenter Racing stable, a 3-time pole sitter in Ed Carpenter, and Rinus VK, the youngest driver ever to start from the front row of the 105th Indianapolis running of the Indianapolis 500. He'll be joined on the front row by 2018 Freedom 100 winner, seeking his first 500 triumph, Colton Herta. Also in this section of the pit lane, 2016 winner Alexander Rossi, seeking his second win, and 3-time winner Hélio Castroneves in his 21st start, looking for a record-tying 4th win. It is a star-studded field of cars and drivers, and at the end of 500 miles, one driver's life will change forever. Let's head a little bit north on the pit lane and welcome in Rob Blackman.
You know, Ryan, in the business of sports broadcasting, when they tell you your career is headed south, that generally is not a good thing. In my case, however, it's great news. After spending the last 2 500s patrolling the far north end of pit lane, today I head south and find myself perfectly positioned between the scoring pylon and the yard of bricks. More importantly, I'll be covering the pit box of last year's winner Takuma Sato and the pit area of the 2014 champ Ryan Hunter-Reay. Plus, I have a front seat to the pit stalls of direct descendants of former 500 winners and Pietro Fittipaldi and Graham Rahal. Yes, my career is indeed headed south, and I couldn't be happier about it. Let's go to Scott Sander.
And as I head north, as you know, Rob Blackman, the farther north you go, typically the longer the odds get. Perhaps not so this year. Palou Award, qualified well, takes an interesting spot nearer the back than the front because it's a great pit stall. Lets him drive straight out to get where he needs to go back on the track. That said, it's an interesting one as well. If his eyes drift a little to his left, he'll see immediately to his left the Borg Warner Trophy. Hopefully not a distraction today. Behind him, Connor Daly, quite frankly, got the loudest cheers as they did the driver introductions in the section I was in. He has a car whose paint scheme echoes heroes past and the flyover of today, and whose own family ties are wound tightly through the track and its history. Behind him, Joseph Newgarden, the chiseled jaw hero of an iconic team who must be feeling by now the pressure of years as a favorite, but not yet the victory. A very talented group. Haven't even talked about the two-time winner or the man who led 3 turns of a final lap, but not the 4th. We'll send it farther up the north side. Lots of stories to be told, Alex Wolf.
Thanks, Scott. You know, history has a way of repeating itself at the Indianapolis 500, or at least Marco Andretti hopes so. Last Sunday, our Jake Query pointed out that in 1973, Johnny Rutherford won the pole for the 500, but failed to lead a lap. A year later, Lone Star JR won his first of 3 Indianapolis 500s after starting 25th. Last August, Marco Andretti won the pole for the 500, but failed to lead a lap. Today, he starts 25th. History also has a way of being made at the Indianapolis 500, or at least Simon Pagenaud hopes so. The 9th row has produced 2 winners, Rutherford for the inside, Fred Frame for the outside. Pagenaud is in the middle of the row. Now let's head back up to the Sid Collins broadcast booth and Mark Jaynes.
Yep, had an issue with Will Power. He brought his car on pit road, came right back off Davey Hamilton, and good news for Will Power. It looked like it could have been a disastrous start to the day.
Yeah, noticed right off that there was a car missing going down the front straightaway. I looked down in turn 4 to see Will Power coming down pit lane. Very surprising. He did make it out, went by the pace car, which I think that's okay at this time of the race, to wind his way back to the back of the field. I thought maybe he'd slow down and join in, but he should be able to come close to catching the field before the green comes.
Yeah, we just saw him roar up the straightaway, and boy, when he pulled out of the pit box, it's probably the loudest cheer he's going to get all day unless he wins the thing.
Well, you want to, what that's so unfortunate. We've seen people before not get to start this race before the green comes out, and didn't want him to be one of them.
And we see the field come out of the north end, and they get to the start-finish line. Nick Yeoman, we look up at the starter's stand, and we see that furled green flag, and we are getting ever closer to the start of this great race.
And it will be accompanied by the lights being shut off on the pace car, signifying that we're about to go racing. Pomp and circumstance in the rearview mirrors. The tears brushed away from the eyes. Michael Young, our pole sitter, Scott Dixon, already out of turn number 1. Very soon, we're going to start stacking them up, 11 rows of 3.
Thank you, Nick Yeoman. I hope we never have to hear, see, or say anything virtual ever again. That is the sound of the field making their way through turn number 2. Scott Dixon, his 4th career pole here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The field starts to form in those rows of 11. 3 cars per row. Jake Query, they're coming to you.
That field starts to align perfectly as the pace car now starts to accelerate into turn number 3. And this crowd in turn number 3 comes to its feet. Those of you with the headsets on, I can't tell you how happy we are to see you. Let's celebrate and enjoy the Indianapolis 500 as one. Kristen Airy, this field is starting to form into perfect formation, coming into your view in turn number 4.
You can't take the colors for granted, not just of the cars, but of the fans. They're on their feet in turn number 4. On the inside of the racetrack, the pole setter leading the way is Scott Dixon.
All eyes are on the starter as the field comes off of turn number 4, paced by Scott Dixon, Colton Herta, and Renus VK. Green flag flies. Scott Dixon leads the 105th Indianapolis 500 into turn 1.
It's an incredibly bunched up pack as they go through turn 1, but it's Scott Dixon, your race leader. Everybody safely through turn 1.
Scott Dixon, then Colton Herta, Renus VK, Ed Carpenter, Tony Kanaan, your top 5 of the big mover. Marcus Ericsson around the outside. He'll look to the inside now of Alex Palou. Field halfway down the back straight.
Everybody in turn 3 is on their feet, and it is Colton Herta that will greet him first. He moves inside of Scott Dixon. Then it's Renus VK and Ed Carpenter.
About a 5-car length advantage for Colton Herta as he exits turn number 4. Scott Dixon in pursuit. He's second.
He said if his chance was there, he was going to take it, and take it he did. But here comes Scott Dixon. Dixon at the start-finish line.
Dixon may not lead lap number 1, but he's going to try to lead lap number 2. Takes a look to the inside, not able to do it. Colton Herta slams the door shut.
2-car length advantage for Colton Herta. Midway point of turn number 2. Then Dixon. Now Rinus VeeKay starting to make a charge on the rear wing of Scott Dixon. Rinus VeeKay will look to the inside.
Rinus VeeKay is going to try to make a move, and as they go into turn number 3, they're side by side, but VeeKay gets around Scott Dixon. Colton Herta the leader with VeeKay and Dixon just behind.
VeeKay just a couple of car lengths behind Colton Herta. 2 20-somethings leading here early. 1 and 2, Herta and VeeKay.
Off of turn number 4, that Cambridge machine. It's Herta. He and VeeKay side by side. Rinus VeeKay goes to the lead in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Scott Dixon's got to be thinking, who do these kids think they are? It's Rinus VeeKay, the 20-year-old, out of turn number 1.
What a strong run for Rinus VeeKay. Great at happy hour, and so far on race day, 8-car length advantage over Colton Herta. Then Scott Dixon, Ed Carpenter, Tony Kanaan fifth.
Youngest front row in the history of the Indianapolis 500, and youth is served up front because it's Rinus VeeKay with Colton Herta just behind, but Scott Dixon is taking a hard look at that Cambridge machine as they work their way into 4.
VeeKay's opened up about a 5-car length advantage as he exits turn 4. Then it's Herta, then it's Dixon. Those are the top 3.
Ed Carpenter runs 4th. Tony Kanaan runs 5th. And they're starting to stay with that lead packet into turn number 1.
Yeah, there's no doubt the front 3 getting away a little bit, but Ed Carpenter's starting to catch him. He's in a red, white, and black car. Carpenter sits in 4th, chasing after Dixon.
Now that front starting to bunch up ever so slightly. VeeKay about 6 car lengths over Herta, Dixon, Carpenter, and then that Tony Kanaan machine. Already the field halfway down the back straight.
There is not a cloud in the sky. The sun is watching intently. It's a beautiful day in Indianapolis, and so far it's a beautiful start for Rinus VeeKay. Colton Herta just behind him, then Scott Dixon. Ed Carpenter starting to draw a beat on 3rd.
Yeah, 2 Ed Carpenter machines in the top 4. The leader, VeeKay, exits 4, about a 5-car length advantage.
Whatever Powers' issues were, they've been solved. He is +7 since we started. Rinus VeeKay by 0.2 of a second into turn 1.
Yeah, Mark, and Will Powers been using that outside line to claw his way back through the field. Leader, though, is Rinus VeeKay. Wiggled a little bit through the short shoot. He's into 2.
Already through the midway point at turn number 2. The wind started at the north when they came to the beginning of this race. Now shift to the south. They'll greet the field and they'll make their way down the back straightaway.
Scott Dixon has led 563 laps in his Indy 500 career. Did he decide to simply let the 2 kids have fun up front, or is he trying to reel them in? Right now, he's got 3 car lengths to make up on the front 2.
Well, he's in 3rd. He's got a nice 10-car length advantage on Ed Carpenter as they exit turn number 4.
We're looking a little bit further back in the pack, and it looks like Tony Kanaan, Hélio Castroneves. That one's trying to get interesting with Ryan Hunter-Reay giving chase.
That's a battle for 5th. The veteran Tony Kanaan first in turn number 1. He's got about a 3-car length advantage over that pink and black machine of Castroneves.
Nothing really changing up front. Rinus VeeKay still got about an 8-car length advantage in Colton Herta. Once again, Scott Dixon dropping back now into the grasp of Ed Carpenter for that 3rd position.
Everybody now single file as they snake and serpent their way up the backstretch. It's VeeKay, then 3 car lengths to Colton Herta, then another 2 to Scott Dixon, and then Ed Carpenter.
Yeah, Ed Carpenter's gained some ground from the last time he was on the north end of the track. He's got Dixon in his sights in 4th, about 4 car lengths behind.
Front 2 continue to try to check out a little bit. Dixon trying to keep pace. Kanaan now has got some separation from Hélio into 1.
Yep, and Hélio sits there in that 6th position, and as you mentioned, about 4 car lengths back in the 7th spot. Good run so far for Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Pace starting to settle in. Everybody's single file as they make their way through the south end field, now working down the back straightaway.
So the field now sets up as things settle down just a little bit. We'll call them as they come by. Front 3 really separated. It's VeeKay, then Herta and Dixon, then Ed Carpenter. You wait a second before Kanaan, Castroneves, and Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Yeah, you see Ryan Hunter-Reay trying to make a move and trying to gain some ground on Hélio Castroneves. He's back there in 7th place.
Davey, couple of guys on the move. We mentioned Will Power +7, Jack Harvey +5.
Yeah, good start by Harvey right from the get-go, holding his place right there. But as you said, Will Power, no surprise that he shot his way up that far. The farther he goes, the harder they're going to become to pass. Right now, he has Hinchcliffe in front of him, and we'll see if he can get by him.
Maybe in terms of formation, not the most picturesque start, but a clean one nonetheless.
Yeah, clean one. I mean, we've seen guys go 3 wide into turn 1. You do not see that very often. We just see a replay of Will Power going 2 wide through turn 1, getting by the outside, going around the outside of Keller, then inside of Bourdais. Actually, the outside of Bourdais made a great run over in turn 2. You could do it, Mark. now was the time to do it because no marbles in those outside grooves.
We will complete lap number 8 this time by this battle for second, Nick Yeoman, between Herta and Dixon, trying to get interesting again.
Yep, little breathing room for our leader, Rinus VeeKay. He's got about a 6-car length advantage. Colton Herta, though, got through turn 1 quickly, Michael. He'll gap himself from Scott Dixon.
Yeah, he's got about an 8-car length over Scott Dixon right now. Looks like Colton Herta. He got a nice run out of turn number 2, starting to close in on Rinus VeeKay.
Yeah, that lead for VeeKay shrinks noticeably as he moves into turn number 3, but then he gets himself a little bit of room, and then it's Herta and Dixon. Right now, 1, 2, 3, pretty evenly spaced from one another.
Yeah, VeeKay with the advantage. Herta about 4 or 5 car lengths behind in turn number 4. They exit down the middle of the racetrack.
Yeah, it stays pretty much the same disparity that we saw last time. And Davey, right now, I guess what we refer to as race pace.
Race pace, exactly. The race is going to change so much from right now. We're watching where everybody's at. But as the race starts getting the miles in and we go through some pit stops, it's going to be a completely different pace. But right now, showing the strength is those two young guns, first and second, but then you got that veteran Scott Dixon stalking right behind him.
Rinus VeeKay, Colton Herta, Dixon, Carpenter, and Kanaan, the top 5. Castroneves, Hunter Ray, Palou, Erickson, and Rossi, the top 10. We will complete 10 laps next time by. And we heard Colton Herta say during our driver interviews of the pre-race show, he said, look, if the opportunity's there early, I'm going to take it.
Well, he did, and I think he wanted to lead that lap. He's led a lap at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Indy 500. I think he's happy running second, saving some fuel right now, to be honest with you.
Let's go to pit road and Ryan Marine.
Still early stages, guys, but already the drivers are starting to communicate to their teams about the handling of the race cars. Marcus Erickson right now running in the 9th place, says a little bit of understeer, but overall it feels pretty good. The team is coaching him through the fuel mileage as well.
So, lap 11 getting ready to be completed. We gave you the top 10. We'll give you 11th place, Ed Jones, Rosenquist, O'Ward, Sato, and Harvey through 15th. McLaughlin 16th, Fittipaldi 17th. Ray Hall 18th, Daly 19th, Ferrucci 20th, Montoya 21st, Newgarden 22nd, Hildebrand 23rd, Hinchcliffe 24th, Power 25th, Pagano 26th, Andretti 27th, Wilson 28th, 29th, Bourdais, 30th, Karam, 31st, Di Silvestro, 32nd, Killen, 33, Max Chilton. For Will Power, big charge at the start, Davey. Is he going to pick his spots? I mean, he doesn't want to wear his tires out, doesn't want to burn too much fuel. I guess he figures in this first stint, if he can pick up 7 spots, he's got to feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, absolutely. He got into a position. He probably now he knows what his car's going to do. He did a great job going 2 and 3 wide on the start of that race, or the very first lap, I should say, to get by those guys. Now he's falling in, seeing what his car's going to do. Try to save fuel as much as he can in this draft, but he's going to try to pick off everybody he can early as he can.
Colton Herta's coming into turn number 1, Nick Yeoman.
He's right there, about a car length behind Rinus VeeKay. Then has to jump out of the throttle, but Michael, we just about had a battle for the lead.
He closed in these last couple of laps. Did Colton Herta, Rinus VeeKay, nice line out of the exit of turn number 2. Colton Herta, nice run as well. Still about a 3-car length advantage for Rinus VeeKay.
Another good battle is the one for 5th. Tony Kanaan has it. Hélio Castroneves would like to get it. That battle right now is working its way into turn number 3. Battle up front sets up in front of you, Chris.
Yeah, Castroneves is just ahead of Ryan Hunter-Ray. That is 6th and 7th. Castroneves has Kanaan in his sights.
Last time by, Colton Herta got a really good run off of turn number 4. Doesn't look like any such luck this time, Nick.
Nope, he's about 3 car lengths behind Rinus VeeKay. Another 3 back to Scott Dixon. And it's Ed Carpenter looking a little racy in 4th. He'll back off by about 2 car lengths.
Wind starting to gust from the east, rather chilly. That will greet the drivers in the south end of the short shoot. Still Rinus VeeKay, 4 car lengths over Colton Herta.
Youngest driver in the field running in 1st. Second youngest driver running in 2nd. Rinus VeeKay, Colton Herta respectively. Then a gap back before 40-year-old Scott Dixon running in 3rd.
Yeah, VeeKay has increased that lead in the north short shoot to about 5 car lengths, easily through 4, about a 6-car length advantage on Herta.
14 laps complete this time by. If we're looking for a battle, it's Kanaan, Castroneves. It's the battle for 5th into turn number 1.
Yeah, Hélio's been wearing out that rear wing of Tony Kanaan. He's going to have to make up a little ground this time, though, Michael. It's 4 car lengths in the short shoot.
The wily old veterans for 5th, 6th, and 7th. That's Tony Kanaan, Hélio Castroneves, then Ryan Hunter-Ray. The battle for 5th rages down that back straightaway.
Normalcy has returned to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway because Tony Kanaan and Hélio Castroneves are slugging it out right now in turn number 3. Kanaan now with about a 3-car length advantage over his old rival.
And he is looking to get closer to Ed Carpenter as they exit turn number 4. He's trying to get into 4th.
15 laps complete this time by Rinus VeeKay, Colton Herta, Scott Dixon, Ed Carpenter, and Tony Kanaan, the top 5. Hélio Castroneves, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Alex Palou, Marcus Ericsson, and Alexander Rossi, the top 10. We pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network.
Using the power of technology to make the world a better place every day, leading global technology provider NTT works together with organizations to enhance customer and employee experiences, transform cloud strategy, modernize networks, and strengthen cybersecurity. Visit global.ntt/NTT Indycar and download the official Indycar mobile app to discover how NTT is digitally transforming one of the most diverse and challenging series in all of motorsports.
The Honda Civic and the Accord are uniquely stylish in their own way. But do you know what they have in common? Reliability and comfort? Sure. Available turbocharged engines? Of course. But also, the driver, having fun for no reason, except for the thrill of driving a Honda. Kelley Blue Book's 2020 Best Value brand. Contact your Honda dealer or shop online today.
Based on 2020 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit kbb.com for more information.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Hey, travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first-class tickets.
855-325-1821. 855-325-1821. That's 855-325-1821.
The Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network would like to thank these stations for carrying the Indy 500, WTXK in Montgomery, Alabama, WCLS in Spencer, Indiana, and WWCW in Corey, Pennsylvania. Updates from Pit Road, Alex Wolf.
For Team Penske, Will Power, the team still not sure what happened before the start, but Will Power right now on the radio not saying much about his car. On the other hand, Simon Pagenaud's Menard Chevrolet not happy with the balance. Team says that he's just riding around waiting for that first pit stop.
Ryan Marine.
Rinus VeeKay, the leader, very happy with his race car, but he is burning a lot of fuel out in front, and Colton Herta, running second, is quite content to let him do so. Brian Herta, Colton's father and strategist, just came over the radio and gave Colton a fuel number to hit. If he can hit that, then he'll get an extra lap on this first stint. That could pay dividends down the road.
So, Davey, your thoughts and impressions on the strategy unfolding?
Yeah, well, that's a key thing to do, and we heard it from him at the start, before the start of this race. Manage your fuel now early and be prepared for the end of the race. Now, yellows could mess everything up and change everything they're doing right now, but you can't count on that. So right now, VeeKay, he's a young lion out there, wanting to lead laps, doing a great job. Don't blame him for wanting to do that, but when you look at the big picture, it may cost him a little too much fuel to be in victory lane at the end.
Well, that first stint, we expected pit stops between lap 20 to 35, so we might see some scurrying down there.
Really the number, the number here is always at 28 to 30. That's always kind of been the same for years and years. That's the number that everybody kind of shoots for to come in and do their pit stops. But if the car's handling really good and you have the fuel, stretch it out as long as you can.
Looked like Rinus VeeKay might have been baiting Colton Herta a little bit to get him to take the point, but Jake Query, he didn't take the bait, at least not yet anyway.
Colton Herta said, you know what, this is fine. Why don't you go into turn number 3? I'll just simply follow behind. Scott Dixon is then there in third. A little bit of a gap back. Then it's Ed Carpenter and then Castroneves and Hunter-Reay who'd gotten around Kanaan.
You're right, guys. The bait was here out of turn number 4 down the front straightaway. It sure looked like Herta was going to make the pass, but he stayed behind.
He's getting another run again to the start-finish line into turn number 1.
Yeah, and when he gets to the yard of bricks, he gets to within a car length and then immediately jumps out of the throttle. Michael, that's how you save fuel and figure out your car here early in this race.
Correct. You're testing the water, saving a little fuel, and that's what Colton Herta and his dad, Brian Herta, know best. Now, Colton Herta, nice run out of turn number 2, maybe pressuring Rinus VeeKay.
We will see if Colton Herta, it looks like he wanted to peek to the inside of VeeKay, decided against it, backs out now. It's about a 2-car length advantage again for VeeKay.
And again, the top 3 are a little bit removed from the 4th place Ed Carpenter. It's Scott Dixon watching the 220-somethings dance in front of him.
Yeah, we thought Carpenter and Castro Neves was going to heat up a little bit, but that one sorted itself out in the north end, Nick Yeoman.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. That's the battle for the 4th position. Ed Carpenter's advantage this time over the 3-time Indy 500 winner, about 3 car lengths into turn 2.
Hélio Castroneves about 8 car lengths over Ryan Hunter-Reay, who you heard Jake Query call getting around Tony Kanaan last time by. Once again, Colton Herta looking on Rinus VeeKay.
Colton Herta's car is black with yellow accentuation. All of a sudden, it presents itself to the eye when it comes up close on Rinus VeeKay. But VeeKay again gives himself a car length advantage.
Yeah, it gets that to about a 3-car length advantage. Now Herta puts some pressure again on the front straightaway.
It's Kanaan and Carpenter. That one really heated up off of turn number 4. That, too, has settled itself out as the leader's already setting up for turn number 2. Sorry, Nick.
There we go. Here comes Rinus VeeKay. Then it's Colton Herta. Again, that gap about the same. This time by, though, Scott Dixon starting to pick up ground ever so slightly. Colton Herta about 2 car lengths behind Rinus VeeKay down the back straight.
Rinus VeeKay exiting turn 2 got just a little bit quicker to that middle groove. Now he works his way to the apex of turn number 3. Colton Herta again just behind.
Yeah, Colton Herta about a 3 to 4 car length behind VeeKay as they exit turn number 4. VeeKay by 3 car lengths.
It's a strange scenario, Davey. It's almost as if, though, they're forcing people to pass. I mean, guys just are content to just ride around to that fuel window opens up.
Yeah, one thing that we're noticing, Carb Day, Dixon had the fastest lap at a 2:28 range. Right now, the fastest lap's in the 2:17 ranges. Marks over 10 miles an hour off of what we see in a Carb Day. I think they were just a lot of give and take. We've seen a lot of passing. The cars are close together right now. But I don't think I think there could be some passing done. They're just not excited about doing it. Just stay in line, save fuel, and see how this thing lays out.
Yeah, I mean, Colton Herta led the first lap. Rinus VeeKay has led 24 cents. And, Davey, we said very early on off the top that, Will Power was +6, Harvey was +5, Hélio picked up a couple of spots in Ferrucci, but we've not seen much change since.
Yeah, and it's ended, right? And those guys did that really on the start of the race, so they picked them up when the track was clean and they could do it. But right now, big line of cars. I'm still impressed how close they could run together. Nobody's just running away with anything, but we'll yet to see if we can do passing at will when time comes.
27 laps complete next time by. Rinus VeeKay is your leader. Herta is second. Scott Dixon is third. Ed Carpenter is fourth. Hélio Castroneves is fifth. Ryan Hunter-Reay is sixth. Seventh, Tony Kanaan. Eighth, Alex Palou. Ninth, Marcus Ericsson. Alexander Rossi is 10th. Jones is 11th. Rosenquist is 12th. Pato Award is 13th. Takuba Sato is 14th. Jack Harvey is 15th. 16th, McLaughlin. 17th, Fittipaldi. 18th, Ray Hall. 19th, Daly. 20th, Ferrucci. 21st, Montoya. 22nd, Joseph Newgarden. 23rd, J.R. Hildebrand. James Hinchcliffe, 24th. Pagano, 25th. 26th is Power. 27th, Andretti. 28th, Wilson. 29th, Bourdais. 30th, Karam. 31st, Simona Di Silvestro. 32nd, Max Chilton. 33rd, Dalton Kellett. Again, 27 of 200 laps complete. This leaderboard update is brought to you by On Location. Experience the biggest moments in sports, entertainment, and music with On Location, the official fan travel partner of the Indy 500. Visit OnLocationEXP.com to learn more and secure your experience today. That's OnLocationEXP.com.
The 105th running of the Indianapolis 500 is brought to you by Miller Lite. Taste you can depend on. Miller Lite is proud to be the official beer partner of the Indy 500. It's Miller time.
If I learned one thing from this great game of baseball, it's that she'll humble you. You think you've got it figured out, you check the standings, and you're in last place again. I'm Eric Rubino, Fantasy Baseball GM, and I can put my team in position to win every single time, but I can't play the games, people. At least Progressive's Name Your Price tool has options based on my budget. It never lets me down, unlike my pitching staff. Amateurs!
Get options based on your budget with Progressive, even if you're not a legend in your own mind. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This is 2018 Indy 500 winner Will Power. Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Hi, I'm IndyCar driver Joseph Newgarden with a message from Outrun the Sun. Did you know if you filled the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to capacity 12 times, you'd have the number of Americans diagnosed with skin cancer every year? 12 times. Skin cancer is preventable. Join me in pledging to be sun smart. When you're outdoors, protect your skin by wearing sunscreen, hats, and sunglasses. Learn more at outrunthesun.org.
Race fans, we hope you're enjoying today's action.
As he comes out of turn number 4, you ain't first, you're last.
Make sure you never miss a lap with TuneIn, where you can listen to this and 100,000 more live radio stations on any device, including the world's largest network of local and national sports talk channels and podcasts.
Sometimes you have bad luck, but if you got speed, you're happy. Right, Lewis?
Absolutely. I mean, if you're slow...
Go to TuneIn.com or download the free TuneIn app to listen.
This is Pato Award. On this Memorial Day weekend, the NTT IndyCar Series salutes the men and women serving in the United States Coast Guard. Thank you for your service.
Lap 31, pit stops underway. Ryan Marine.
VK pits from the lead. He's led all but one lap so far. Here comes the number 21 Bitcoin Chevrolet for Ed Carpenter Racing. Loves that race car. Don't expect any changes. They do take a tear off on the aero screen, and he's down and away.
Pietro Fittipaldi, Max Chilton among those we see coming to pit road, Davey. So it's time.
It's time. They're going to start coming down. Colton Herta decides to stay out. Ed Carpenter, VK's teammate, coming in with Ryan Hunter-Reay right behind him.
And Ryan Hunter-Reay has been running in the top 10 all day. That's where he started. And Rob Blackman, he's making that 60-mile-per-hour crawl down pit road. The DHL machine of Ryan Hunter-Reay comes into your view.
He's the 2014 500 champ is Ryan Hunter-Reay. He'll be making his first pit stop of the afternoon as he pulls into the pit stall. 4 sticker Firestone Firehawks that tear off of the windshield. Speedway fuel, down and away, Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Pretty good stop for Ryan Hunter-Reay, Davey.
Really good stop for actually Ryan Hunter-Reay and VK. Fittipaldi had a bit of a difficulty. So does Ed Carpenter, stalled in the pit.
Ryan Marine.
Big problems for Ed Carpenter. He has stalled in the pits. They finally got it refired, but he lost about 10 seconds sitting still on pit lane. He is back in the fight, but lost a lot of ground.
These reports from Pit Road brought to you by Speedway, the official fuel and convenience store of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Rob Blackman has Colton Herta. Alex Wolf.
We have
Alex
trouble
Wolf.
with Stephen Wilson. He's spun. He's made contact. The right front suspension is damaged as Will Power comes in loose condition on that car. 4-tire Speedway fuel for Will Power. He's going to have to be careful. Outside, splitting the middle is Sage Karam with Stephen Wilson sitting with the rear end facing southward at Indianapolis. A scary moment as he came spinning down the pit lane.
Caution on the course. Let's get Rob Blackman to wrap up his pit call.
Herta, who started the race P2, he came to pit road P2. 4 new Firestone Firehawks for Colton Herta, as well as Speedway fuel and a new windshield tear-off. Colton Herta down and away in 7.1 seconds. An impressive pit stop for the young man who's trying to become the youngest winner in the history of the Indianapolis 500.
Davey, that was very odd what unfolded with Steph Wilson.
Yeah, it looks like the brake bias. What happens with these carbon fiber brakes is they have to have heat to work. And when you're out on the racetrack, you're not using your brakes. So usually you want to come down that back straightaway, put your foot on that brake pedal, get heat in those brakes, and look like what happened is he just got on them too late, didn't have heat in them, hits that inside wall, and ruins his day.
And that's when the guys working the pit boxes, boy, they need to have their head on a swivel. That's a prime example of why.
Yeah, he went by a few pit stalls, luckily stayed out of the pit stalls, stayed against that outside wall inside the pit lane, and very, very disappointing day for Steph Wilson. Just wasn't prepared with those brakes, it looks like.
And the 59 of Max Chilton has to come on and off pit road. He violated the pit road speed, and really, really tough day for Steph Wilson. Likeable young man. He was so excited and had a pretty good month, pretty uneventful month, and was looking forward to a solid day, Davey.
Yeah, very sad. I mean, it came together the last second. He has a great sponsor supporting him and wanting to see this happen, and, just coming in for your first pit stop. You know, driver error, really, at the end of the day. But you got to remember, he hasn't been in a car for a long time. He's a good kid. He hasn't been in the car for 3 or 4 years. This is all new to him again.
While we have time, let's welcome in our good friend Mark Royce, President of General Motors, GM Global Product Development, Global Design, Global Quality, and Optimal Excellence. Mark, it's been a couple of years since we've had you in the booth. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mark. It's wonderful to be here with people, and it's just it's a great day for IndyCar racing in America to be back here at the Speedway. So really excited to see everything and see the race start to unfold. So thank you.
Does this Arctic White 2021 Corvette Stingray convertible add anything to your level of excitement at all?
It absolutely does. We worked for quite a few years on getting the architecture right, and to be able to showcase it here the second time, at Indy as a pace car this year as a convertible has just been special. It's a great car. I got a chance to get out on the track yesterday, and it performs just beautifully. So mid-engine design, made in Bowling Green, Kentucky, and we're just very proud of it and proud to be here and represent it.
An amazing record. 18th time a Corvette has served as a pace car starting in 78. The 32nd time a Chevrolet has paced going back to 1948.
That's correct. Yeah, no, it's been a great history of Chevrolet here at the Speedway all the way back to 1911 when the year that Chevrolet was actually formed. We had Arthur start that race, and then Gaston, actually one of the other brothers, won in 1920. So huge history of Chevrolet here. Couldn't be proud. In the military, the military tribute you had with our trucks today was just 44 trucks, all branches of the military. Just what makes Memorial Day in America great.
Mark, let's talk about the features of the power plant of this car.
Absolutely. It's a 6.2 liter. It's made in a place called Tonawanda, New York, and it's our small block LT2, and it makes about 495 horsepower through a dual clutch transmission and transaxle. So it's really a completely different car than Corvette's ever seen. As you know, Corvette was a front engine car its entire existence from all the way back to 1953. So a great change, and we can now get all the power to the ground and get the speed we want out of it as well, and keep it pretty accessible and affordable for most people. So it's a great formula.
You know how happy Scott Dixon was that it was convertible, right? What happened the last time a convertible paced the field?
Oh yeah, that's right, and it's really a great tribute to the whole architecture of the car again with the convertible. So yeah, we can see Scott Dixon here, which is tough for him. So I hope he can get it started.
Well, any time in the future that, the anchor and the driver analyst, you need somebody to shake that down. I won't drive. I'll let Davey drive.
Well, anytime, Mark. We'd love to have you do that. So thank you very much.
And we know you're really happy about what's going on in 2 weeks with the Detroit Grand Prix at Belle Isle.
We do. That's a big weekend for Detroit. 6 hours of TV and racing. IMSA, the whole Indy Lights piece of it, along with IndyCar and 2 races. So the duel in Detroit's going to be a great weekend.
Mark Royce, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Thanks for having me.
President of General Motors, GM Global Product Development, Global Design, Global Quality, and Optimal Operational Excellence. Let's go to pit road and Ryan Marine.
Big development for the pole sitter, Scott Dixon. He had to come in for emergency service because he ran out of fuel, and he still sits on the pit lane, has now gone 1 lap down. As a matter of fact, they've been trying to get the engine refired after giving him that a little bit of fuel that's allowed based on the emergency service rule. It has not worked. Now they take the cowling off the back of the PNC Bank Honda and go to work. They're going to try and get it refired again in front of me, and it finally does roar back to life, but costly for Scott Dixon, the pole sitter. He's gone down a lap on pit lane.
We had settled into a really nice pace. Davey Hamilton, all was right with the world, and then, my goodness.
When I say when the face of the race is going to change, well, it changed early than I expected with this little Scott Dixon so dominant, and this yellow comes out. He stays out trying to take advantage of this yellow, but runs out of fuel, goes a lap down on the pits.
Yeah, they had to get that pit road cleaned off in order to be able to, get Steph Wilson's car clean from pit road in order to open up the pits to let drivers and cars come down. And the thing is, Davey, there are other cars that have not pitted yet, too, and they got to be a little concerned. They got to be on the radio.
Yeah, now the pits are open right now. It looks like Rossi has issues as well. They're plugging in the bickle cord, what we call it, into electronics of the car. He stopped on pit lane as well. Must have ran out of fuel, still trying to get it to start, so he's running into problems, too, with that Honda Power Napa car.
So the drivers we have not seen come to pit road on lap 37 were under caution because of the pit road incident involving Steph Wilson, Castro Neves, Palou, Rosenquist, O'Ward, Sato, and Erickson. Let me check that. Erickson has been to pit road. Rossi's been to pit road. He's still there. Then McLaughlin, Rahal, Montoya, and Newgarden. But, Davey, it looks like on cue, all of those drivers are headed our way.
Yeah.
Let's go to Rob Blackman.
Let's start with Scott McLaughlin, the rookie. He's the first to pit of the group you were just speaking of. 4 new Firestones, a fresh windshield tear-off, and Speedway fuel. The same can be said for Graham Rahal, as Rahal gets 4 new Firestones. He is down and away. And Takuma Sato, who came to pit road, the defending champion, he came to pit road P7. Takuma Sato down and away after his first pit stop of the afternoon.
Scott Sander.
All 3 Aero McLaren cars in at the same time. Pato Award, Juan Pablo Montoya, Felix Rosenqvist, all away cleanly, right behind J.R. Hildebrand and Joseph Newgarden, all under yellow. Connor Daly stopped under green just before all this happened. Bad timing.
Alex Wolf.
Simon Pagano made a 4.5-second stop for fuel a couple of laps ago, came in for full service, 4 tires and fuel, 2 turns of front wing, 7.69 seconds for the Menards team.
This report for the pits brought to you by Speedway, official fuel and convenience store of the Indianapolis 500. Ryan Marine.
Hélio Castroneves pitted from the lead. He did not have to take emergency service, so that is very good news from him. The team has been very thrilled with how he's been able to save fuel thus far in this race, and that definitely helped him out there. You guys mentioned Alexander Rossi. Looks like the same problem that Scott Dixon had, just unable to get the car refired after emergency service. The crew is now setting up to do a full service stop the next time he comes around, but looking at the scoring pylon, he and Scott Dixon have plummeted down to 31st and 32nd based on their problems on pit lane.
38 laps complete. We're under caution to the 105th Indianapolis 500.
At Firestone, we build tires for getting you out there. Durable tires for ticking off mile markers and for getting to your seats on time.
Start your engines.
Dependable tires for kicking up dirt or for passing on the outside. Hard-working tires for racing 500 miles and the side hustle that affords you first row. But don't take our word for it. Try them for yourself with a 90-day buy and try guarantee. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone. Conditions apply. See firestonetire.com/warranty for details.
This is Jake Query, Turn 3 announcer of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network, with this Driven to Save Lives Fast Fact brought to you by Indiana Donor Network, official partner of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Did you know that in the time it takes an IndyCar to complete a 2.5-mile lap around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you can do something legendary to save lives? By signing up to be an organ and tissue donor, you can save up to 8 lives and help heal 75 more. Sign up to be an organ donor at driventosavelives.org. That's driven, 2, savelives.org.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-890-7021. 800-890-7021. 800-890-7021. That's 800-890-7021.
You're listening to the Indianapolis 500 on these great stations, WMNI in Columbus, Ohio, WILO in beautiful Frankfort, Indiana, and WGN in Chicago. Got to spend some time with the folks from WGN before we went on the air today. We appreciate them actually being here and enjoying all the festivities. So, Davey, as we get ready to complete lap 41, it's Herta, VK, Daly, Hunter Ray, and Castro Neves, the top 5. Below, Award, Sato, McLaughlin, and Rahal. And we look at the other end of the scoring pylon, Scott Dixon, Alexander Rossi, 31st, 32nd, each a lap down.
How about that? Now Daly, he's a big question mark. He got the timing better than everybody, gained 16 positions to find himself in that third spot. Perfect timing on the pit stop for him. I'm not sure how he did. I got to look back to see how he got in front of Castro Neves, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Palou, and Award those guys. But right now, it shows him in that third position.
A couple of updates at pit road. Let's start with Ryan Marine.
Yeah, just to get confirmation from both Andretti Autosport and Chip Ganassi Racing, it was simply a case for Scott Dixon and Alexander Rossi of running out of fuel and then an inability to get the engine refired, and that has cost them dearly. They lost a lap because of that on pit lane.
Let's go to Alex Wolf.
The reason for the caution, Stephen Wilson with that trouble on pit lane talked to the team, and they said that when he slammed on the brakes, Davey Hamlin hit the nail right on the head. The weight transfer got him, and brakes locked up, and he lost it. It was too late. Elsewhere on my section, Sage Karam, tire pressure adjustment. They said the car's feeling good, but just having trouble passing.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what happens. These brakes are very tricky. They work great. They're the best brakes. They're amazing how well they work, but when you don't use them and don't have heat in them all the time, they can grab like that and catch you by surprise.
Yeah, big surprises. We mentioned Dixon and Rossi each a lap down with their issues on pit road. At 31-32 is where their positions are. Steph Wilson will finish 33rd. Connor Daly, the big winner in those round of stops. Davey, he's plus 16.
Not sure how he did that. I got to look back at exactly what went on there. He was just kind of back in the field in that 18th, 17th position. And next thing we know, after this round of stops, he finds himself in third. A lot of the great guys contending to win find themselves in the back, including Dixon.
Yeah, we'll give you a full field rundown this time by as we're still under caution. It's Herta, VK, Daly, Hunter Ray, and Castro Neves, 1 through 5. 6th is Palou, 7th O'Ward, 8th is Sato, McLaughlin 9th, Ray Hall is 10th, Rosenquist 11th, Joseph Newgarden is 12th, Juan Montoya is 13th, Tony Kanaan is 14th, Jack Harvey is 15th, Simon Pagenaud is 16th, Santino Ferrucci is 17th, Ericsson is 18th, 19th Hildebrand, 20th Jones, 21st is Karam, 22nd is Power, Sebastian Bourdais is 23rd, Dalton Kellett is 24th, Simona Di Silvestro is 25th, 26th is Ed Carpenter, 27th is James Hinchcliffe, 28th is Emerson Fittipaldi, 29th is Max Chilton, 30th is Marco Andretti, 31st is Scott Dixon, he's a lap down, Rossi is a lap down in 32nd, and 33, Wilson, he'll finish 33rd, we should say. He is out of the race, and back of the field, those a lap down because they went in during a closed pit. They've got to come back.
They got to come back. That's exactly right. And nothing with Rossi and Dixon. They came in, they topped off right now. They have more fuel than anybody else. Unfortunately, they're both a lap down.
So it's just strange, and that's the thing that is so incredible about this place, Davey. I mean, there were a lot of drivers feeling pretty good about their lot in life, and then. Boy, it's the timing of things like what happened on pit road.
Yeah, the way this race goes, it always changes so much from the start to the finish, and it's going to change completely again, I feel. It's still really early. We just got past our first round of pit stops for 42 laps into 200. I still think there's going to be a lot to happen. But everybody this week, this entire month, thinking Scott Dixon's got this, including myself, and just one little thing, run out of gas. And whatever reason, they run out of fuel, and the cars weren't starting. It could be vapor locked. Who knows what happened? We couldn't get them things fired again.
It's interesting to note, Davey, that we look back at the field and, like, for instance, Simon Pagenaud acted as though he was going to come to pit road. And we do see the 48, the American Legion machine of Tony Kanaan. He is coming to pit road.
He's coming to pit road, so not sure what's going on there. We see Hildebrand coming on right now. Just going to be a stop and go as well as far as getting some fuel in that thing as much as he can. He was competitive, running good, finds himself towards the back of the field as well.
Ryan Marine.
I can update the case of Tony Kanaan at least. Evidently, he entered a closed pit earlier in this sequence. He was going to have to go back to the back of the field anyway on the restart, so they brought him in just to top him up with fuel. Maybe that pays some dividends down the road. And as a side note, just an update on Scott Dixon. I just heard him over the radio. Usually unflappable, but he just said, "Oh, what a start to the day."
Yeah, what a start to the day indeed. And it's fascinating to watch the best laid plans, Davey. I mean, they've had that plan and work, their race day plan and work for quite some time.
Yeah, so we talk about how fast the Andretti cars and the Ganassi cars are. Well, now we find two of them, two of the contenders in the back, and Kanaan being one of them with that teammate, his Scott Dixon. You got Rossi in the back right there, Marco Andretti with that Andretti car back there. Just you never know what's going to happen, I tell you. Hinchcliffe in that 26th spot. Carpenter, another guy, started fourth, finds himself in 25th. The girl that started last, Simona, she's ahead of all those guys at 24th.
We can only assume, Davey, that one of the things that has taken such a lengthy amount of time was the timing. We had cars coming onto pit road, had cars already on pit road when Steph Wilson came in and spun. And then there were cars that entered a cold. And I think even though there's a lot of transponders out there that help with timing and scoring, it's taking a while to get it all sorted out in terms of the running order. They want to make sure they have that right.
They want to have it right. Very difficult, too, because he spun out right at the very start of pit lane, and as soon as yellow comes out, pits do close. There were some guys that maybe didn't cross. Some of them just barely made it in on that pit lane, and some of them that didn't. Just bad luck. That's just all you could say. It's just bad luck when it comes to that.
For instance, on cue, Nick Yeoman, you look in front of you, and Max Chilton, I'm assuming, at the instruction of race control, has allowed 5 or 6 cars to move around him at the rear of the field. So Max Chilton, the 59 to the back of the field, a pit lane speed violation. Let's go to pit road.
Very pleased right now. They got lucky on the timing. A hair's breadth later, and the green might have hurt him. Instead, it helped him. They gained several positions. I talked to his crew chief. He loves the way the car was handling before all of this happened and is chomping at the bit to work with Rinus VeeKay to make up ground going forward.
Yeah, we have the explanation as to what was going on at the rear of the field with Max Chilton, a pit lane speed violation, Davey, and that's why all of those cars slipped around him. He had to go to the rear of the longest line.
Had to go to the rear, and you're going to get nailed. When that happens, it's unfortunate. Now he stays ahead of some of these guys because it did not put him a lap down, but it's going to put him in that 30th position, still ahead of Dixon and Rossi. Going to be interesting to see if Rossi and Dixon can make up that one lap that they're down on.
Well, the lights are indeed out on the pace car. We have had 11 laps of caution, and it's going to be interesting to see how those fuel windows get adjusted now, Davey, as we're going to go back to green on lap 46.
Lap 46, almost a fourth of the way through this race, and like I said, it's going to change. The face of this race is still going to change a lot, but these young guns, how about that Herta, VeeKay, and one of the Indy's favorite, Daly, the first 3.
Yeah, and they come off of turn number 2 now. The lights are off on the pace car. As we mentioned, Colton Herta leads them to the midway point of the back straightaway, and we will rely on Jay Query to give us the roll call as they head north.
It did not take a lot of them, but Colton Herta has now surpassed his father on the all-time laps led list in the history of the Indianapolis 500. He has just behind him Rinus VeeKay, and then VeeKay's teammate Connor Daly that is right behind him, followed by Ryan Hunter-Reay, Hélio Castroneves, Alex Palou, Pata Award, Takuma Sato, Scott McLaughlin, and Graham Rahal rounds out the top 10. Chris Speed picking up coming at you.
Yeah, the Corvette Stingray is off the course, and they are single file. They exit turn number 4 with Colton Herta in the lead.
Fans are on their feet as Rinus VeeKay gets a strong run off of turn number 4. He's tucked right in behind Colton Herta as they head toward turn number 1.
All these drivers on cold tires, but Connor Daly's feeling fearless. He goes to the outside, but here comes Hélio Castroneves into 4th. Michael, he's looking for 3rd.
Indeed, Hélio Castroneves all around the rear wing of Connor Daly. Alex Palou will get around Ryan Hunter-Reay. Now Pato Award working on Ryan Hunter-Reay. That's the battle for 6th position.
Hélio Castroneves made that pass on Connor Daly, and now he's going to shoot for 3rd. Side by side, they go into turn number 3, and Castroneves gets around Daly again, put him in 3rd.
Crowd is roaring in turn number 4 as Hélio Castroneves has moved to 3rd. Herta in 1st, VeeKay in 2nd.
Hélio went high, he went low on both ends of the racetrack. His car is hooked up. A strong run for the 3rd place driver into turn number 1.
They're on their feet here in turn number 1 as well as their single file. It's Colton Herta, Rinus VeeKay, and the veteran Hélio Castroneves.
The wily old veteran trying to show these youngsters a thing or two here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Colton Herta. Now Rinus VeeKay will look to the inside of Colton Herta. Back to the outside. Here comes VeeKay.
Single file right now entering turn number 3, but not for long. All the way down to the bottom of the racetrack. It's Connor Daly that got back that position on Castroneves. Colton Herta's the leader into 4.
In the Air Force machine, it's Connor Daly now in 3rd. He has his sights set on Rinus VeeKay, his teammate. 1, 2, 3, Herta with the lead.
Very late move by Connor Daly into turn number 3. Rinus VeeKay, a strong run into turn number 1.
That was bold for Connor. He's looking even bolder, trying to get around Rinus VeeKay, his teammate. He'll duck back in line. Colton Herta, the leader into turn 2.
Colton Herta about 2 car lengths over VeeKay, then Daly, Castroneves, Alex Palou, and Takuma Sato round out your top 6. Here comes Rinus VeeKay. Got to take a look on Colton Herta and get to the inside.
And they work their way into turn number 3, and Colton Herta drifts up just a little bit. VeeKay now falls in line. Then it's Connor Daly, followed by Castroneves.
A quarter of the way through this race, and everybody on their feet in turn 4 as VK about a couple of car lengths behind, exiting 4 behind Herta.
Lap 49, this time by Herta, VK, Daly, Castro Neves, Palou, and Sato, the top 6 into turn 1.
It's go time for the Ed Carpenter teammates. Rinus VK shoots to the lead, and Michael, he brings Connor Daly with him in a second.
Nice move. Connor Daly around Colton Herta. So VK, 2 car lengths in Daly, Colton Herta, then Hélio Castro Neves, Alex Palou round out your top 5. Here comes a pass for the lead.
And the lead as the crowd comes to their feet in turn number 3. Connor Daly of Noblesville, Indiana has taken the lead of the Indianapolis 500.
On the north side of the track through the short chute, everybody standing and waving for Connor Daly. About a 5-car length advantage.
Everybody on the front straight still on their feet. They're waving their hats as Connor Daly leads the Indianapolis 500 into turn number 1.
Mark, I think I've got half of Noblesville here in turn 1. Connor Daly, your race leader into the short chute.
2 car lengths over Rinus VK is Noblesville, Indiana's Connor Daly. VK, then Colton Herta about 8 car lengths back. Still, Hélio Castro Neves, Alex Palou rounding out your top 5.
This was well earned for Connor Daly to get to the front of the field because he went low, he went high. Now he leads his teammate Rinus VK. Then it's Colton Herta and Hélio Castro Neves.
And just think, a few laps ago it was Castro Neves getting behind, passing Daly for 3rd. Now it's Daly in 1st, exiting turn number 4.
A well-timed pit stop gained 18 positions for Connor Daly, the top 2 into turn number 1.
It is a beautiful chrome silver car for Connor Daly. His advantage over his teammate Rinus VK, 2 car lengths out of turn 1.
He honors the Tuskegee Airmen, does Connor Daly. The U.S. Air Force sponsorship on that car. Swings wide, lets that car go to the middle of the racetrack. VK starts to tuck up under that rear wing.
Boy, they are working their way into turn number 3. It looks like one car until they get to the apex of the turn. Connor Daly followed by his teammate Rinus VK.
They are the 2 Chevys up front with a boatload of Hondas following them, exiting turn number 4. 4-car length advantage for Connor Daly.
Don't know that of the front pack, Dick Yeoman, Colton Herta might not be the smartest at this point. He is cruising around solidly in 3rd.
Hélio Castro Neves in the 4th position, jumps to the inside to get around Colton Herta. He's not close enough. And then how about Alex Palou, Michael, so far sneaky in that 5th spot?
Yeah, just kind of riding right in that position. Has done a very good job thus far in the early stages of this race. Once again, down that back straightaway, the Carpenter teammates starting to go at it again.
Ed Carpenter's family owned this speedway till a year and a half ago. Now his team owns positions 1 and 2. Connor Daly followed by Rinus VK.
And those 2 cars have pulled away a little bit. Colton Herta's about 10 car lengths behind VK, who's in 2nd. A 4-car length advantage for Connor Daly.
We will complete 53 laps this time by. It's Daly, VK, Herta, Castro Neves, and Palou, the top 5. Sato, Award, Hunter Ray, McLaughlin, and Graham Rahal, the top 10 of the 105th Indianapolis 500.
Racing Optics is the official aero screen and helmet protective solution partner of Indycar and NTT Indycar Series. Racing Optics is a Wilson family-owned business with deep motorsport roots. Dempsey Wilson competed as a rookie in the 1958 Indy 500 with A.J. Foyt. Racing Optics is proud to continue the family legacy of participating in and working with Indycar for 60-plus years. Visit racingoptics.com to learn more about the windshield protection and helmet tear-offs featured on every IndyCar.
At PPG, we work hard every day to develop and deliver the paints and coatings that customers have trusted for over 135 years. We know that paint can do more than just change the color of your walls, because we've built our reputation by solving our customers' biggest challenges. From cars and airplanes to skyscrapers and houses, we protect and beautify the world. Visit ppg.com to find out more. PPG is proud to be the official aero screen of IndyCar.
This is the 2016 Indy 500 winner, Alexander Rossi. Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
The difference between a Hitchman fire suit and others, the difference is safety. All Hitchman fire suits are made with materials that are permanently fire resistant. That's why Nomex remains the standard. The difference is experience and innovation. Hitchman started the racing suit industry over 80 years ago. The difference is quality, value, and customer service. Your suit is an investment in your safety, and Hitchman is committed to giving you the safest and best racing suit, along with friendly personal service. Hitchman, why settle for anything less?
Get ready for the ride of a lifetime and take a trip in a real Indy car at your favorite track.
That was incredible.
This is Davey Hamilton. Come ride with me at the next NTT IndyCar event and see what it's like to be a real IndyCar driver. It's the fastest seat in sports, and you should be in it.
That was amazing.
Sessions are selling out fast. Go to IndyRacingExperience.com to make your racing dreams come true.
That was awesome.
Lap 56 here at the 105th Indianapolis 500. We watched Daly and VK work together for a handful of laps now, Daly.
Yeah, I've seen that, and it looks like VK pulls right up behind Daly, but doesn't attempt to pass him, just stays right behind him, saving that fuel. Daly had pitted a few laps later, 2 laps later than VK, so has a little more fuel. So VK probably wisely saying, hey, you lead, I'll follow you to try to save some fuel.
This segment is unfolding much like the last segment.
Yeah, it sure is. They're in line right now. The speeds are still at that 2:16. The Daly just ran a 2:16.9, for example. Then you go down the field, Ferrucci in 24th turned to 2:19. So the guys in the back are actually going faster than the guys in the front, but they just can't do anything with it.
Turn 3 gets a little racy. Pato Award and Takuma Sato, Jay Query.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Sato right now has about a car length and a half to make up. It's the battle for 6th right now. Sato trying to reel in that aero machine.
And then you also have Ryan Hunter-Reay, who's right on the backside up Takuma Sato down the front straightaway.
Yeah, Ryan Hunter-Reay gets a really nice run into turn number 1 to the bottom side of Takuma Sato.
Not able to pull off that pass. It was Sato a lap ago who got around Pato Award, and now Michael, the defending winner, is going to have to gather it back up.
He's kind of dialed in, riding around right now, as he did lose a lot of ground to Pato Award on this last time by about 7 car lengths back from Pato Award to Takuma Sato. Now Hunter-Reay starting to attack.
Ryan Hunter-Reay, as a matter of fact, started to take a peek on Takuma Sato. Chris, he decided against it. They're coming into your view.
Yeah, he's in that DHL machine, but he's also got a car right behind him, and that is the number 3 car of Scott McLaughlin.
McLaughlin gets a nice run off of turn number 4 as he tries to track down Ryan Hunter-Reay. But Graham Rahal, that United Rentals car, looks racy into 1.
Yeah, Graham, red, white, and blue on this Memorial Day weekend, trying to chase down that familiar Pennzoil car in turn 2.
That's the battle for 9th. Scott McLaughlin has it, and Graham Rahal wants it. They exit turn number 2. Both let their cars drift wide. Now everybody down to that white line on the inside of the back straight.
Another good battle that's shaping up right now, and it happens to be the battle for 5th. Alex Palou is right there. Then it's Pato Award, and then again you wait before Takuma Sato.
Yeah, Palou has a nice little advantage in 5th. He's trying to make the move on Colton Herta to get up to 4th as they go down the straightaway.
Loses track of him just a little bit, a little bit further back from them. Scott McLaughlin with a nice run on Hunter-Reay into 1.
Yeah, McLaughlin trying to find a ray around Ryan Hunter-Reay out of turn number 1. It's about 2 car lengths. That DHL car holds him off into 2.
Battle for 8th, about 3 car lengths. Ryan Hunter-Reay has the advantage over Scott McLaughlin. Now they snake their way back down that back straightaway. Still about 3 car lengths.
The leaders are setting up for turn number 3, and then we take a peek in on that battle between Ryan Hunter-Reay and that rookie, Scott McLaughlin. The Pennzoil machine still unable to catch up to DHL.
Yeah, exiting turn number 4, working lap number 61. McLaughlin is trying to gain some distance on Hunter-Reay, but can't do it.
And we are under the impression, Davey, since we've completed lap 61, that before long, we might start to see some activity on pit road.
Yeah, the yellow helps some of these guys out, but yes, pit window is open. It opened up actually when it was supposed to. The first time it was extended yellow, so these guys can go a little bit farther if they want to, but the window's open now if they feel they need to make some changes early on.
So let's remind folks again, what does that car start to feel like? How does it behave when you're getting late into the stint?
Well, if your car's perfect, like some of these guys that we see up front, it seems their car has a really good balance, meaning that it goes to the corner just as you want it to. It doesn't slide the front or the back one worse than the other, but it just loses overall grip. It just means that maybe you can't go to the corner wide open. It still has really good balance, but it just slows you down that little bit.
I know that racing is by definition you look at it, you see you want to go fast, you want to lead, you want to get out there, and you want to run, but I think what we're seeing is an awfully lot of patient drivers here today.
Surprisingly,
yeah, that's not their normalcy. But boy, after the last stint of pit stops, it could get pretty interesting.
I think so. I think everybody's kind of holding back. We've heard that from multiple drivers. I always said that. Wait till 3/4 of this race is over before you really lay it out. We watch a replay right now. Rossi trying to go underneath Kellett down in turn 1. gets underneath. Kellett gave him room, barely enough room, but Rossi got a little wiggly down there. That's been about 5 or 6 laps ago. Still can't get around Kellett, trying to line him up down the front straight right now.
Yeah, we start to see him accordion up a little bit in the south end, but they start to stretch back out again, Jake Query, as the leader, Connor Daly, heads to turn 3.
So we'll reset up front the way they run. It is Connor Daly with just behind him his teammate Rinus VeeKay. Hélio Castroneves now in the 3rd spot before Colton Herta and Alex Palou.
Castroneves has some ground to gain because he's about 5 or 6 car lengths behind VeeKay, who's about 4 car lengths behind his teammate Connor Daly.
Pretty even separation among the top 5. It looks like that, Palou Award is given thoughts of going after Alex Palou in 5th, Nick.
Yeah, you're right. It's kind of a 6-car breakaway as Palou Award, Michael, has kind of distanced himself from 7th place running Takuma Sato.
Yeah, the field just kind of riding around right now, as Davey made mention a little bit earlier. Rinus VeeKay starting to tuck up on that rear wing of Connor Daly. Certainly trying to save a little fuel, Jake.
Right now, you've got the front 2. It's Daly and VeeKay. Then there's a space back before Castroneves. Even space between Castroneves and Colton Herta.
Yeah, those cars, as you said, Jake, are evenly spaced. They exit turn number 4, completing 65 laps.
This time by, indeed, Kristen Arian among the top 10. A couple of guys who don't have a lot of experience here, Davey, giving their cars good rides today. 5th place running Alex Palou, and then certainly Scott McLaughlin in the 9th position.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Palou, we know he could win right now. McLaughlin, a rookie, given the matter of fact, the highest running Penske car. Hard to believe that, but Newgarden's in the 11th position, a couple behind him, doing a great job, and those Chevrolets are showing strong right now as well.
And look who's inching toward the front. Plus 10, Joseph Newgarden. Plus 11, Juan Montoya.
Yeah, no surprise there. And, Castroneves, how about that? Just running in 3rd. Those guys are inching towards the front, but we got Kanaan was up there, too, until, unfortunately, he had that pit stop error. Finds himself back in that 26th or 28th position. Another guy was contending to win this race, but Hélio, not a full-time contender, didn't know if he's even going to have a ride. Joins for the first time a team other than Penske at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, finds himself in that 3rd position.
66 laps complete here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
The 105th running of the Indianapolis 500 is brought to you by Miller Lite. Taste you can depend on. Miller Lite is proud to be the official beer partner of the Indy 500. It's Miller time.
Nya nya nya. Ba. Ba. Babue. Zimbabwe. The broken Bunsen burner burns so bright. South.
Jamie.
Southeast Asian Peninsula.
Hey, Jamie.
Yes.
I think the only line we need from you today is drivers who switch to progressive could save big.
Cool. I just got to finish my warm-ups. Foul, throw in the towel. History.
Switch to Progressive today.
Santa ski slalom in a salmon skin suit.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called, and for $99, I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-932-2613. 800-932-2613. That's 800-932-2613.
This is James Hinchcliffe. On this Memorial Day weekend, the NTT IndyCar Series salutes the men and women serving in the United States Army. Thank you for your service.
Well, at lap 69, the pit window has opened, and one of the front runners came in early, Ryan Marine.
Rinus VeeKay pitted from 2nd. Remember, he led the bulk of that opening stint and was the first one to come to pit lane. Same this second time around. First one on pit lane was Rinus VeeKay. It was a clean stop once again. No changes for the Ed Carpenter Racing team. They were perfectly happy to run behind teammate Connor Daly during that stint trying to make up some of the fuel they lost by leading the field through that opening stanza.
And Davey Hamilton subscribing to your theory. As soon as that window's up, get in there.
Get in there, yeah. If you're not going to go a lap down, which he isn't, he's about 3/4 of a straightaway ahead right now, down that back straightaway over his teammate Connor Daly, who hasn't pitted yet.
So, as we mentioned, the pit window originally was scheduled to open up around lap 56, but earlier we ran 12 laps of caution when Steph Wilson spun on pit road. Wilson, by the way, was okay. He'll finish 33rd today. Connor Daly comes to pit road, and Scott Sander will have his stop.
Crew said he loved the car on the last stint. Let's see if they make any changes. He is in on his marks. Fuel in, tires off. See if the right front changer makes any moves. Two twists on his front wing. Looks like they took a little bit out.
And a large roar of approval from his fans. Rob Blackman.
Pietro Fittipaldi, one of two rookies in the field, has just come to his pit box area. He was one of the first to pit earlier in the afternoon. This time with 4 fresh tires, a tear off of the windshield and some Speedway fuel. He is down and away at 8.7 seconds.
Scott Sander described those 2 turns of wing, Davey. What they hope to accomplish.
And he was right. He is actually right. They took the wing out of the car, meaning that he wants less front grip in that car. Just too much front grip, meaning that makes the back unstable sometimes. So took that a little bit. It's a small change, but it does make a difference. Right now, he comes off pit lane that is behind his teammate VK right now.
About 5 or 6 laps we hear, and Hélio Castroneves may be coming, but we can tell that there's a sense of normalcy that's returned to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway because Hélio Castroneves is leading the 500.
Yeah, he's leading the 500. How about that? Hélio doing a great job, like say one-off opportunity right now for him. I think he is going to run some more races this year, but finding himself leading this race, not even knowing if he's going to have a ride back in IndyCar ever again, and what a great accomplishment he has. Could be our fourth four-time winner. Isn't that right? Yeah.
Yeah, and slowly but surely his teammate Jack Harvey is working himself into contention. He's 13th.
Yeah, and that's right. Harvey had a great car, just didn't qualify that well. He'll continue to crawl up the ranks, I think, as well. And then everybody had pit problems. It looks like Ed Carpenter, with his 2 teammates up front right now, Ed Carpenter is the one slowly gaining his way back, finds himself in that 16th position. But you remember, he was in the back of this field too with a slow pit stop, had a little problem, stalled the car. He went down. He was like in 28th position. It seems to be the only car kind of moving forward.
Ed Jones brings his car onto pit road, trying to work his way into the top 15. Rob Blackman will wait to see Ed Jones come down pit road in just a minute. That Steelmaster car. He and Fittipaldi have had a pretty good day, all in all.
Yeah, they just need to keep their noses clean. Fittipaldi's done a great job this entire month. I talked to his spotter, and he just says, man, the kid's he asks so many questions. He really wants to know everything about how this race lays out, how these cars work, and he's just sucking all that information in. For his first race, he's got another big learning curve today, but he's doing a great job doing it.
Let's go to pit road, check in with Alex.
The Fred Auto Sport team for Simona Di Silvestro waiting, shaking the pit board as they wait for her to come in. There's 4 female pit crew members. They hit the marks perfectly. The 4 Firestone tires come off. A little slow on the right front. 18.5 gallons of Speedway fuel going in. No adjustments on the front wing right now. Down away in 8.82 seconds.
Rob Blackman.
Ed Jones with an excellent stop. First of all, for Jones, half a turn on that front wing to get a little bit more downforce. 4 fresh Firestone Firehawks, splash of fuel in the windshield, tear off for Ed Jones. He started P11. He was running P12 when he came to the pit road. 7.7 seconds down and away for Ed Jones in the Steelmaster Honda.
Alex Wolf.
Sage Karam comes in, the air pressure adjustment on the last step. Much better from the first stint. A little bit better than usual fuel mileage, a little slow. Getting out 9.66 seconds from the AES Indiana Chevrolet.
And just in front of Sage Karam, we see the rocket machine of Sebastian Bourdais coming out of his pit box and rejoining the fray. These reports from the pits being brought to you by Speedway, official fuel and convenience store of the Indianapolis 500. We saw Jack Harvey and that Sirius and XM Auto Nation machine come on and off pit road safely. Meanwhile, the front runners start to make their way onto pit road. And Ryan Marine, you're going to get plenty busy. Colton Herta, Hélio Castroneves among those coming your way.
They will be pitting one in front of the other. It's Colton Herta coming in first, which means Hélio Castroneves has to go around the number 26 to make it into his stall. He does so perfectly. Hélio very happy with that race car. The focus has been on saving fuel for the first couple of stints. He's held up a bit. Colton Herta beats him out.
And we did also see Davey on the backstretch where they come back out onto the course at the exit at turn number 2. It gets a little hairy with cars at speed, cars coming off of pit road.
Now, it's going to be interesting to see. Matter of fact, Connor Daly and VK are going to beat Colton Herta onto the racetrack. They're coming through turn 2 onto speed. Colton Herta did a smart thing past Hélio Castroneves before he made that pit stop. Gave him a little advantage.
Yeah, we see Ryan Hunter-Ray blending in off of turn number 2 now with those coming off of pit road. Scott McLaughlin, we see him bring his car to the attention of his crew. Let's go back up to the south end where Ryan Marine is set up.
It's been a relatively quiet afternoon thus far for Alex Palou, but running steadily inside the top 10. Clean stop, no changes for the 10 car.
So we're looking for Pato Award, Sato, Rahal, Rosenquist, and Montoya, along with Erickson. So, yeah, I mean, it's time, and they're all coming, Davey.
They're all coming, and other than they're going to run out of fuel if they don't. But we see the speeds really stay the same right now. 200. Matter of fact, the leader, 221. Rahal's leading this race right now. Good lap for him.
Scott Sander.
An eventful stop is what Pato Award wants. He led a brief bit there. He'd like to get back out and play among the leaders again. Away cleanly. He doesn't have to turn and just goes straight away.
Rob Blackman.
Half a turn on the front wing for the defending champion, Takuma Sato. Also fresh tires for him. Speedway fuel down and away for Sato. Sub 7 seconds. Takuma Sato, the defending champion. He came to pit road running second.
Much less uneventful trip to pit road for these teams and drivers this time, Davey.
Yeah, much less. No incidents. It looks like everybody at this point has made it in, made it out. Blending in right now as we see a few of these cars, including Pato Award coming on, blending right next to Ryan Hunter-Ray coming on that back straightaway.
Yeah, the last couple in this window to come to pit road are making their way now. We see the red and white Husky chocolate machine of Marcus Erickson make his way to the south end of pit road, and when he does so, he'll come into the view of Ryan Marine.
And he's entered my view. He's happy with that race car. Understeer at the start of the stint, but he likes it towards the end of the stint, so no changes for Marcus Erickson. Slight bobble on the right rear, but it doesn't matter. Still waiting on fuel. Bit of a delay getting the fuel out. 8.5 seconds, Marcus Erickson down and away.
And Graham Rahal among those coming on and off pit road for service, but he's coming on to pit road for service, we should say, and he's doing so into the view of Rob Blackman.
And we are indeed awaiting Graham Rahal. He pulls in just as I'm completing my sentence. Fresh Firestone Firehawks for Graham Rahal. Speedway fuel going in as well. No front wing adjustments. I repeat, no front wing adjustments for Graham Rahal. He is down and away, sub 7 seconds.
The last one to come to pit road, the ABC supply machine of J.R. Hildebrand, and it was a clean stop for J.R. Hildebrand. By the way, the 7 of Felix Rosenquist issued a drive-through penalty. Pit lane speed violation. 81 laps complete. We'll reset the field when we come back to the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
At Firestone, we build tires for getting you out there. Durable tires for ticking off mile markers and for getting to your seats on time.
Start your engines.
Dependable tires for kicking up dirt or for passing on the outside. Hard-working tires for racing 500 miles and the side hustle that affords you first row. But don't take our word for it. Try them for yourself with a 90-day buy and try guarantee. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone. Conditions apply. See firestonetire.com/warranty for details.
The 105th running of the Indianapolis 500 is brought to you by Miller Lite. Taste you can depend on. Miller Lite is proud to be the official beer partner of the Indy 500. It's Miller time.
This is two-time Indy 500 winner Takuma Sato. Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Brickyard, Brickyard 400, Gasoline Alley, the greatest spectacle in racing, racing capital of the world, Indy, Indy 500, Indianapolis 500, Indycar, Indy Lights, and Indy Racing League are trademarks owned and or licensed by Brickyard Trademarks. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the information, descriptions, and content of this broadcast without the prior written consent of the IMS Radio Network is strictly prohibited. This broadcast is a copyrighted presentation of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network.
when the IMS Radio Network needs to hear every word in one of the loudest environments in sports.
Right on the right, right in front, Simon Pageant.
The IMS Radio Network depends on racing electronics.
He has called his team and said, guys, this race car is unbelievable.
When you're at the track and you want to hear what the pros hear, use what the pros use. Racing electronics, scanners, headsets, and more. Online at racingelectronics.com or stop by the Racing Electronics trailer when you get to the track.
Four laps complete, the 105th Indianapolis 500. This leaderboard update brought to you by On Location. Experience the biggest moments in sports, entertainment, and music with On Location, the official fan travel partner of the Indy 500. Visit OnLocationEXP.com to learn more and secure your experience today. That's OnLocationEXP.com. Connor Daly is your leader. Rinus VeeKay is second. Pato O'Ward is third. Colton Herta is fourth. Ryan Hunter-Reay is fifth. Alex Palou is sixth. Hélio Castro-Neves is seventh. Graham Rahal is eighth. Takuma Sato is ninth. Joseph Newgarden 10th. Jack Harvey 11th. Scott McLaughlin is 12th. Will Power 13th. Ed Jones 14th. Sage Karam is 15th. 16th Ed Carpenter. 17th Juan Montoya. Pagenaud 18th. Bourdais 19th. Andretti 20th. Fittipaldi 21st. Ferrucci 22nd. Hinchcliffe 23rd. Hildebrand 24th. Ericsson 25th. Kanaan is 26th. Kellett 27th. De Silvestro is 28th. Chilton is 29th. Felix Rosenqvist is 30th. A lap down in 31st, Alexander Rossi. A lap down in 32nd is Scott Dixon. Jeff Wilson out of the race. He'll finish 33rd today. Will Power is plus 19 since the start. Daly's up 18. Karam plus 16. Plus 11, Newgarden. Plus 10 is Rahal. There have been 8 leaders, 14 lead changes, 1 caution for 12 laps. We pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network. Mark Jaynes, Davey Hamilton, and Davey after that round of stops. I think 2 of the winners, Takuma Sato and Graham Rahal, they timed their stops pretty well, along with Joseph Newgarden, all 3 in the top 10 now.
Yeah, all 3 in the top 10. Those Rahal cars all year long, Mark, have been somewhat struggling when it comes to practice and qualifying, but when it comes to race time, they both find themselves towards the front of the field. Graham had a lot of confidence coming into this race, but I have to say one thing. Donald's talking about records being broken today. One that I don't think is going to get broken is that Dixon record of leading some laps. Get it right now, started from the pole, led none. What a surprise to all of us at this point.
Turn 3, Jake Query, Daly, VeeKay nose to tail.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Rinus VeeKay and Connor Daly are starting to bunch up again. Daly had worked his way around his teammate a couple of laps ago, Chris, but now all of a sudden VeeKay looks like he might want it back.
He's just a couple of car lengths behind as they exit turn number 4. Daly, VeeKay, 1-2.
Yeah, O'Ward is 3rd, Colton Herta is 4th, and Ryan Hunter-Reay runs 5th into turn 1.
Yeah, don't count out the veteran of that DHL-sponsored car. Ryan Hunter-Reay runs in the 5th spot. Then it's 6th place, Alex Palou and Hélio Castro-Neves, Michael, kind of the big loser with that second pit sequence.
Talk about that pit sequence. It was Rinus VeeKay who had about a 20-car length advantage over Connor Daly. Jake, to that point you just made, Connor Daly has a fast race car, and he has the lead.
Connor Daly had entered this race among all participants for the most races without ever having led, 7. But, Chris, he looks awfully comfortable up front.
He does, but it is a little uncomfortable behind because they are starting to line up much closer this time by.
Yeah, much closer off of turn number 4. Front 3 start to check out a little bit. Daly, VeeKay, and O'Ward.
They're all separated by about 1 or 2 car lengths. You know they can race, but right now they want to continue to settle a race pace. It's Connor Daly into turn 2.
The most racy on that last round of pit stops when everybody came in was Patricio O'Ward. Pato now about 3 car lengths behind second place running Herta.
Everybody again coming off of turn number 2 slants down to the bottom groove. Then they get high entering turn number 3. Connor Daly followed by VeeKay. Then it's Pato O'Ward, Colton Herta, and Ryan Hunter-Reay.
And the line out of the short chute that they take exiting turn number 4, all of these drivers using the same conservative approach at this point in the race.
Right now, Alex Palou, Hélio Castro-Neves, Nick, that has my interest, the battle for 6th into turn 1.
It is the battle for 6th, and Takuma Sato may creep into the picture as well as they roar into turn number 1.
Well, for the battle for 6, as we said, Alex Palou, then the machine of Hélio Castroneves. Indeed, Takuma Sato putting a little pressure on Hélio Castroneves. They make their way down the back straightaway.
Leaders setting up for turn number 3, and they again look like one car bouncing down to the bottom of the racetrack. By the way, Ryan Hunter-Reay decided I want 4th. He took it away from Colton Herta.
DHL machine, Ryan Hunter-Reay now in 4th, and he has Pato Award in his sights, trying to get 3rd.
Ryan Hunter-Reay giving it a good ride for DHL today. Strong run off of turn number 4 for Rinus VK, trying to track down Connor Daly into turn 1.
It's Connor Daly, VK Award, and then the charging Ryan Hunter-Reay. Michael, he put on one whale of a show a few years ago. That 28 car looks fast.
It certainly does. Only about 6 car lengths behind 3rd place running Pato Award. Now Pato, good run out of turn number 2. Starts to close into the rear wing of Colton Herta.
So we take a look now at Colton Herta. I'll tell you what, 1, 2, 3 though. Let's look there first. It's Daly, VK, and then Pato Award, Hunter-Reay, and Colton Herta now is trying to draw a beat on all 4 of them.
Yeah, Colton Herta is trying to make that move. He exits turn number 4 in 5th, but the leader is Connor Daly out of 4.
Looking back a little further, about 6 back, in fact. Again, that's below Hélio Castroneves. Hélio playing peekaboo behind him into turn number 1.
Yeah, he definitely poked his nose down below that 10 car, thought better of it, jumps out of the throttle. Hélio sits in 7th.
Alex Palou now through the midway point of turn number 2. Then we'll reset. Hélio Castroneves about 3 car lengths behind them. Same back to Takuma Sato. Your leader makes his way to 3.
They come from all over to converge in Indianapolis. Connor Daly of Noblesville, then it's Rinus VK of the Netherlands, Pato Award of Mexico, Ryan Hunter-Reay, the Floridian, the Californian, Colton Herta. Everybody set sail to turn number 4.
Yeah, now through the middle of turn 4 was Connor Daly. A little bit different line with the lead.
Top 10, Daly, VK, Award, Hunter-Reay, and Herta. Below, Castroneves, Ray Hall, Sato, and Newgarden. Paul Page with his mid-race thoughts when we come back to the world's greatest race course.
The Chevy Silverado Trail Boss is designed to stand out. Because when you have a 2-inch lift, Goodyear Duratrack tires, and an integrated dual exhaust, the last thing you'll need is a road. The Chevy Silverado Trail Boss, ready to off-road, right from the factory. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
Starting something new can be nerve-wracking. Wouldn't you like to know beforehand whether it's going to work out or not? Credit Karma can give you more confidence before you make a decision. Credit Karma's game-changing technology shows you tailored offers for credit cards and personal loans that you're more likely to be approved for, so you can apply with more confidence. Whether you want cash back, travel rewards, or to consolidate debt, Credit Karma can help you find the offers that fit your goals. Go to creditkarma.com/radio to learn more and find offers tailored just for you. Apply with confidence today. Go to creditkarma.com/radio.
This is NTT Indycar driver Hélio Castroneves. Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first-class tickets.
855-325-1821. 855-325-1821. That's 855-325-1821.
This report from the pits brought to you by Speedway, official fuel and convenience store of the Indianapolis 500. Ryan Marine.
Hélio Castroneves is running 7th at the moment. He's made a couple of attempts to get by Alex Palou, but quite frankly, he and his team are very happy with where they're running at the moment. The focus has been on the fuel number, and the team has been telling Hélio, you're doing exactly what we need you to do. It will pay off at the end of this run.
Rob Blackman.
You know, if you're Ed Jones and you started this race P11 and you're currently running P13, you wouldn't necessarily think that's a good thing. However, his pit box and his racing team, that Dale Coyne Racing with Master Sullivan team, is very pleased with Ed Jones. They were just on the radio talking to him a moment ago, telling him, Ed, you're doing everything perfectly. Don't change a thing. Keep doing exactly what you're doing. And at the end of this race, we think we're going to have a chance.
Scott Sander.
Joseph Newgarden has clawed his way to the top 10 with good timing and good driving, but he doesn't feel like the car is great. He has asked for more front wing both of the first 2 pit stops and plans to do so again. Drew said he'd like to add rear, but that's a lot bigger deal.
Alex Wolf.
Will Power, last pit stop was 7.5 seconds, no changes, just told the crew that the car feels good. Sage Karam, another big runner from the back row, says that the car had some understeer early in the run. Now it's getting better. Thought that Will Power was holding the pack up, and that's apparently evident as Karam with Dreyer and Reinbold Racing has gotten around Power.
Getting ready to complete lap 99. This update from Paul Page brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer gives you multiple quote options so you can pick what's right for you. See for yourself at Progressive.com. Paul, a fascinating race unfolding here in the 105th Indianapolis 500.
It really has been, and some of the things I said earlier kind of like totally out the window with the yellow, but that's exactly what we expected to happen. Chevrolet didn't do that well in qualifying, but Chevrolet now runs 1, 2, 3 in the race. Daly, VK, Award. And the fact that they're performing up there, I think, is pretty impressive overall. Now, you still got the Dixon and Rossi combo trying to get back on a lead lap and trying to get back through this field. Will Power, who we talked about earlier, is just slowly working his way up. He is now in 15th position. And the other cars of, especially Hélio Castroneves, I mean, is that such a great story? Yeah, he's back a little bit right now. But this guy is looking for a 4th Indy 500 win, and that is awesome. Mark?
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer gives you multiple quote options so you can pick what's right for you. Again, see for yourself at Progressive.com. And, Davey, here we are, lap 100, the halfway point, Joseph Newgarden on pit road.
And the third pit window is open, and Newgarden's going to take advantage of it. We heard him say that understeer in that car, adjusted it twice, needs some more, meaning the front end just slides too much. Can't keep the momentum up, but he's going to come in and try to get his car better for this last half of the race.
We suspected in that first stint Will Power was +8, then he dialed it back a little bit, even got passed by a couple of cars, and we figured that Power would let this come to him in segments, and that appears to be what he's doing.
Yeah, he found himself in 12th. I looked up, I was so surprised that he was in that 12th position. He's losing ground the longer he goes, so that car must not have great balance.
Yeah, it's fascinating to watch it all unfold as, again, we have reached the halfway point. We're at lap 101. Your leader, Connor Daly, Regis VK is second, Award is third, Hunter Ray is fourth, Colton Herta is fifth, Alex Palou is sixth, Hélio Castroneves is seventh, Ray Hall, Sato, and McLaughlin complete the top 10. And tell you what, these young guns, they've been impressive so far today.
Wow, what a great job they're doing with VK, Award, race winners this year, and second, third place.
Donald Davidson.
Yeah, in fact, I think they were at one time they were like second, third, fourth, and fifth, or something like that. Was all the kids were running. All right, now we're past the halfway mark. Our Connor Daly has now led 40 laps, more laps than any other driver in this race. And then also the average speed is creeping up. It's now up to 186.4. Now the record for the distance is 187. Long way to go before we get there by Tony Kanaan. But now this is faster than what was the long-time record held by Ari Luyendyk for the distance. Again, we're just halfway. 186.4 miles an hour, average speed for 102 laps.
And we have cars coming to pit road, and they are the front runners coming to pit road. Let's start first with Scott Sander.
Connor Daly coming in, hitting marks. Expect more wing to come out of this car. He wants less. All 4 tires off. 4 more on. This one's taking a bit. Fuel out. Right, left rear, a little slow. He's away.
Ryan Marine.
Regis VK incredibly quiet on the radio for this portion of the race. He does not want any changes. very clean stop, and he's going to vault ahead of Connor Daly here in the pits.
And, Davey, we can look all up and down pit road, and we see teams starting to scurry and grab tires and that fuel hose.
Yeah, unfortunately for Connor, left rear problem. The guy is a little slow in the left rear. He lost him about 30 car lengths, or 40 car lengths, I should say. VK is going to come out. I'm sure they came in at the same time to work with each other in that tow and in that draft. Right now, they're spread apart quite a ways.
And we see Jack Harvey coming to the attention of his Sirius XM Auto Nation crew. We also see Pietro Fittipaldi on pit road. Rob Blackman is there.
And Pietro Fittipaldi has just pulled into pit road as the crew goes to work. As Pietro, he stays on that cycle he's been on all race long of being one of the very first into the pits. This time, 4 fresh tires, a windshield tear-off, and half a turn on that front wing for the rookie, Pietro Fittipaldi.
Pit road updates being brought to you by Speedway, the official fuel and convenience store of the Indianapolis 500. And Davey, it's interesting to note, I've been keeping an eye on Joseph Newgarden, and let's not forget, Joseph came in to kind of start that stint, and this could end up paying huge dividends.
Yeah, it could be. We'll just see where it all cycles at, but I think he felt he was losing too much speed on the track with that understeer. Needed some nose wing in that car. Instead of continued to lose time, as soon as that window opened, he shot out there. Now, is he going to have any drafting help at this point? It looks like he does, being right behind him is VK.
Ryan Marine.
Tony Kanaan trying to recover from that pit road penalty, that last sequence of stops. He's not been able to make a lot of headway, and this pit stop won't help either. A holdup on the right front, but TK back in the fight.
Yeah, a little bit of a holdup, a little bit of a bobble, and this is where the pressure is on those guys and gals that go over the wall.
Yeah, and you can't let it get to you. You got to, every time they come in, those crew guys have to do it exactly right. Right now, as we see one bad stop, and I'm going to say Connor Daly, that left rear was slow. Well, guess what? Right behind him right now is our leader, Pato Ward, trying to put him a lap down. Now, obviously, Pato's going to pit, but that could be huge dividends if where he comes out in the cycle.
And we saw Simona Di Silvestro come to the attention of her crew at the North End, Davey. They've been running around 20th, 21st. They're learning a lot today.
Learning a lot, doing a good job, being very consistent, knowing that they started in that very last position. She couldn't go backwards, but she's going to go forward, no question about it. Like I say, in that 27th spot, just continuing to work with that new team.
And that team did a great job to get that car in the field.
They really did. I mean, they do have Penske affiliation. We got to remember, so does Will Power, who was in that back row with her, struggled in qualifying, but they kept their composure. They had a lot of new people, a lot of females on that team that haven't been here before. They got it done, got in this race.
So we think the activity will continue to increase on pit road as we're waiting to see O'Ward and Hunter Ray and Herta and Palou and Castro Neves and Rahal and on and on. Matter of fact, Davey, really the only ones that we've seen so far that it'd be interesting to see when they cycle back through is Newgarden, BK, Daly, Harvey, and Fittipaldi.
Well, right now, interesting, we've seen right now, VK, we know he was leading the race. Who just put in front of Newgarden, who's ahead of him right now. So when it cycles through, Newgarden could find himself in front of this race right now. Yeah. Great strategy by that Penske team.
Yeah, and we've seen them do that time and time again with all of their drivers.
Unbelievable. And what happens is he gets that free air. He comes out, and matter of fact, I'm going to look at the fastest speeds. He's not it. Will Power has the fastest lap of the race at a 2:24. But he had some good laps coming out. We got Colton Herta coming in. No sense getting held up anymore for him. He's coming on pit lane.
Yeah, we've seen Colton Herta pretty consistently in the top 5 all afternoon, and you got to wonder if maybe he is just biding his time until we get to that final stint, and then he is going to get on his giddy up, if you will. Colton Herta to Rob Blackman.
As he pulls into pit lane, and here they go for Firestone Firehawks, a windshield tear-off. One quick half-quarter turn on the front wing. Down and away, 8.3 seconds goes Colton Herta, who's been running in the top 5 most of the day.
And it was announced earlier this month that Cambridge and Colton Herta are going to be together for a while.
Yeah, got a long-term relationship there with Andretti Autosport. Great to have Colton in a solid situation at his age, and guys that obviously could win races and are working together. Already won a race this year, by the way.
And let's go more updates on pit road, starting with Alex.
Sage Karaman a couple of inches forward ahead of his marks with the Dreyer Reinbold team. Half a turn front wing, little Slow bobble, 10.87 second stop.
Been a good day for Ryan Hunter-Reay, Davey. He's to the attention of his crew.
Doing a great job. Ryan just keeps on top of him right now. I'm surprised the leaders haven't came in, but we'll go down to Rob and see who's down there now.
Well, yeah, Ryan Hunter-Reay, you said great job, man. You were on it, David Hamilton. That was a sub 6-second pit stop and included a half turn of the front wing as he's looking for a little more grip. As Ryan Hunter-Reay could not have executed that pit stop any better than Ryan Hunter-Reay and that DHL Honda team just a second ago.
Yeah, we talked to him about the disastrous start to his season, and he wasn't even thinking about that, Davey, and obviously he's had a great day.
I think he's going to cycle out really well after everybody pits here. Comes out in front of his teammate Colton Herta. Is Colton going to get him in turn 3? Goes on the outside, up in the marbles. Oh, Colton tries to go around the outside, does not pull it off. Ryan Hunter-Reay is able to pull back in front of him. So close call with those teammates.
Let's go to pit road. Rob Blackman.
James Hinchcliffe has just come to pit road. A tear-off fresh windshield for him. Firestone Firehawks. And how about a turn and a half of that front wing as Hinch is looking for a little extra grip on the track as this track is starting to heat up.
Alex.
Simon Pagano comes in, large Chevrolet. He wants a front wing adjustment. I think a chance to chase the balance. They finish up the pit work. Right front tire changer tells them to go. Just under 8 seconds stop.
And we've reached the point, Davey, where the timing of your pit stop is either going to be very happy or very disappointing.
Yeah, and Pato Ward, how about the mileage Pato's getting? Last time pitted lap 33, 79, and he's gone a long way. It's lap 108 right now.
So, coming down the straightaway, we're keeping a look at the front of this field. And Davey, as these stops continue, we start seeing Joseph Newgarden start to cycle a little further
right now,
toward
that's
the front.
right. So, guys, the teams that have already pitted find themselves creeping towards the stop. And leader of that pack, you're right, is Newgarden looking good right now.
Ryan Marine.
Alex Palou pitting from P2. He's headed my way now. Number 10, NTT Data Honda. Alex Palou quiet on the radio. Not a whole lot to say about his race car so far up on the jacks. The fuel probe is in. That was a very quick stop. A shade under 7 seconds for Alex Palou.
An update from Scott Sander.
Pato Ward is about to come in. His crew set up. Both of his teammates have already pitted. He's got a clean north end. He can come straight in, straight out.
And he is headed your way right now. We see Pato Ward with that Arrow sponsorship on the side of that race car to Scott Sander.
Let's see how they do. Pato Ward slides in on his marks. All 4 off. Airway's gone. Fuel out. And away in 7.7.
And we see Hélio Castro-Neves coming down pit road to Ryan Marine.
He slides to a stop right on the marks. Picture perfect as you'd expect from the veteran. The Meyer-Shank racing through incredibly fast. 7 second stop for the 06.
114 laps complete. Pit stops continue in the 105th Indianapolis 500.
The 105th running of the Indianapolis 500 is brought to you by Miller Lite. Taste you can depend on. Miller Lite is proud to be the official beer partner of the Indy 500. It's Miller time.
Hey, we get it. You don't want to be hearing a Progressive commercial right now, so let us tell you something you do want to hear. You are intelligent. You make all the right decisions. You were smart before smart was cool, and you made it cool again. You have a wealth of knowledge, and you are so very clever. I bet you already knew I was going to say that, you genius. There, don't you feel better? You'll also feel better when you hear you could save big when you switch to Progressive. But I'm pretty sure you already knew that, too. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Now stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Hi, everyone. This is 1986 Indy 500 winner Bobby Rahal. I'm a board member of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum because I believe the stories and legends of the Brickyard need to be shared. You can join me in supporting the IMS Museum simply by becoming a member. Join the museum today and enjoy free admission all year, plus discounts for events, track tours, and at the gift shop, plus invitations to special members-only events. Learn more at imsmuseum.org.
For nearly 60 years, he's been a fixture in the broadcast booth. He's called play-by-play on radio and television for sporting events around the globe, but his first love has always been the Indy 500. Read all about it in his new autobiography, Hello, I'm Paul Page. It's race day in Indianapolis. Paul recounts his storied career that melded his dedication to broadcast journalism to his passion for motorsports racing. Get your copy now at Amazon or wherever books are sold.
Welcome back to the 105th Indianapolis 500-mile race to Rob Blackman.
Takuma Sato in just a moment ago. He came to pit road P2. Half a turn in the front wing for Sato, plus 4 fresh new Firestone Firehawks. Splash of fuel and a windshield tear-off as well. Now we're awaiting Graham Rahal to come to his pit box area, and here he is. Rahal stopping 4 fresh Firestone Firehawks for him. Tear off of the windshield, and unlike last time, Rahal does take a quarter turn on that front wing. Graham Rahal down and away.
And that completes the cycle of pit stops as Graham Rahal makes his way off of pit road. Let's get an update, an observation. Palou Award from Scott Sanders.
Yeah, they love the fuel mileage that he has made. They've just told him, race fast, check out if you can. Don't save anything for this stint, and he loves the way the car feels.
So now that we've cycled through on lap 118, let's go to turn 2.
Graham Rahal into the wall, guys. It looked like he lost a tire as he exited pit lane right when he got to the midway point. He hit the wall on the outside of turn number 2. We had another driver come through, hit that tire that was loose on the track. My goodness, Graham Rahal hanging on for dear life. We are under caution here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Caution on the course, lap 118 here at the 105th Indianapolis 500.
Alexa, play IndyCar Radio.
This is Jake Query, Turn 3 announcer of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network, with this Driven to Save Lives Fast Fact brought to you by Indiana Donor Network, official partner of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Did you know that in the time it takes an Indy car to complete a 2.5-mile lap around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you can do something legendary to save lives? By signing up to be an organ and tissue donor, you can save up to 8 lives and help heal 75 more. Sign up to be an organ donor at driventosavelives.org. That's driven, the number 2, savelives.org.
This is the 2008 Indy 500 winner, Scott Dixon. Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-890-7021. 800-890-7021. 800-890-7021. That's 800-890-7021.
This is Graham Rahal. On this Memorial Day weekend, the NTT IndyCar Series salutes the men and women serving in the United States Space Force. Thank you for your service.
Welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Caution on the course, a single-car incident involving Graham Rahal. For the most part, a single-car incident, to recap from our driver analyst, Davey Hamilton.
Yeah, here's what happened is Graham Rahal's left rear tire changer just didn't get the tire tight when they sent him. We've seen him mess around with that left rear, couldn't get it on tight. Poor Graham he wasn't even on the racetrack yet, Mark. He's in turn 2 warm-up lane. Thankfully, nobody was on the racetrack coming by him. The left rear tire comes off. He spins around straight into the just traffic right behind him. One car incident other than when that tire came off, bouncing on the racetrack. Connor Daly, unfortunately, gets it right in the nose of his car. We'll see it right here, actually. Hits it right on the nose. Just knocks that tire in there. Hopefully nobody got injured wherever that tire went. But, man, Graham Rahal was going to come out, I think, in 5th place, if my calculation right. He was running. Sato was in 7th. He was a ways ahead of Sato when that happened. He was in contention to win this race and had that unfortunate incident.
Yeah, that wheel was punted to the inside of the racetrack. And, again, thankfully, no spectators in the infield. And let's get an update from pit road, Scott Sander.
Remarkably, he doesn't feel much difference, Connor Daly, from before he hit the tire and after. Initially, they set up to replace his front wing. Now they're just setting up 4 fresh tires and no replacement. So there'll be a pit stop, though not the extended one that you might expect.
Last year, IndyCar made a pledge to support diversity and inclusivity throughout the paddock at each of our events. To get an update on some of those initiatives, let's check in with Katie Kyle, who's with a member of IndyCar's community who's on track with diversity.
Beth Peretta is the team principal of Peretta Autosport, and owning her own race team is the realization of a long-time dream. We talk a lot about how you're putting the women on your team forward, but you have a lot of male allies as well. Why is it important for you to see that you are having these relationships between men and women that are both important?
My idea of this team and how it would start and how we kind of get our legs under us always included being teamed up with an existing team. We would always have this mentor-mentee relationship at first, because if I'm grabbing these women, because the reality is there aren't enough women right now in IndyCar. If I were to even steal them from other teams, which you don't want to do, but even if I did, there aren't enough women to make a whole team. So the way that I was going to always build this team was to hire them from other series. So because you're grabbing them from other series, there's still going to be a learning curve. They need to learn this car, they need to learn this rule book, they need to learn the other teams on the grid and the cadence of IndyCar. Everybody kind of was going to be looking at all this with fresh eyes. So the best way to be successful is to team up with people that are veterans who know IndyCar inside and out. We could be here without the technical alliance of Team Penske, but we couldn't be doing this well or having being on this pace of acceleration. This partnership with Team Penske has been invaluable, and having these seasoned men teaching these women it's worth its weight in gold.
I'm Katie Kyle. That's On Track with Diversity for the NTT IndyCar Series.
Thanks, Katie. You can hear more of that interview on our website. Go to IndyCar.com/radio and click on podcast. We are under caution. Lap 121, an update from pit road with Ryan Marine.
Well, this yellow certainly does change things from a strategic perspective, and I'd like to get Davey's thoughts on this. I just heard Hélio Castroneves' crew say that they think now with this yellow they can make it on 2 more stops, and they've been doing a lot of fuel save to kind of get in this window where they could take advantage of an opportunity like this. You think that sounds about right, Davey? 2 more stops from here?
Yeah, absolutely. 2 more stops, they'll definitely make it. This extended yellow is going to help everybody get in that fuel window, and ideally I think they should be able to go full bore from this point. Now, they may need to save a little in this stint, go just a little long if they could, to make sure that last stint they can go full rich and get all the speed they can.
Let's go back to Ryan Marine.
Yeah, one other thing to keep an eye on. Remember that first sequence of pit stops, we had the yellow in the middle of that, and a couple of cars ran out of fuel and lost a lap trying to get going again when they couldn't get the engines refired. Scott Dixon was one, Alexander Rossi was the other. It appears that Scott Dixon's crew was able to use this yellow proactively and get back on the lead lap. Alexander Rossi's crew less fortunate. They were in the pits when the yellow came out. They've had to come back down again. Dixon just made his stop here under this yellow. So I think the number 9 car, the pole sitter, should be back on the lead lap at this point.
This yellow flag recap is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com. Rob Blackman.
Well, just to show you how tightly intertwined these racing teams are, Graham Rahal, his pit crew, his pit team members, most of them over the last 30 seconds or so have walked right past me with dejected looks on their faces, as you might imagine, and their heads hanging low. Of course, we would expect that. But it's just one pit stall down. That's the pit stall of Takuma Sato, also a member of the Rahal Letterman Lanigan racing team, just has his Graham Rahal. The Takuma Sato pit crew members all going out of their way to come over, offer a high five, a slap on the back, even a few hugs for this very dejected pit crew team of Graham Rahal. Takuma Sato's team knows that their teammates are feeling just about as low as one can possibly feel on this particular Sunday here in Indianapolis, and they're offering their thoughts, their condolences, because, hey, this is Indianapolis.
Scott Sander.
Similar scene down here. As you well know, the livery for Connor Daly is the U.S. Air Force. Very historic scheme. Looking back on the accomplishments of the Tuskegee Airmen, they've hosted a number of members of the Air Force, and while this pit was fairly light in terms of visitors until now, it seems like they've closed ranks. There are 9 people in fatigues down here, very eager to make sure their guy's okay, and I'm sure hoping he's still got a good chance.
Yeah, that's a tough situation, Davey, and again, another indication of just how much of a team sport this is. I've done a couple of media pit stop competitions, and I was pretty pleased with my ability to get one tightened in about 15 seconds, but that'd get me fired.
Yeah, right, absolutely. And, it's so, you got to be so perfect, and he just fumbled that slight little bit on left rear. He feels terrible. Very dangerous, obviously, what happened with Graham if there were cars coming. Like I say, Graham was in position. He just ran a lap of 2:23 before those pit. He was clicking them off, making up so much track time and speed before that pit stop. Just unfortunate.
Yeah, and we're going to get the one to go at the line, and we will complete 124 laps next time by. Palou, Castroneves, Award, VK, and Newgarden, your top 5. Hunter, Ray, Sato, Herta, Daly, and Harvey, the top 10. Montoya, 11th. Pagano was 12th. Power, 13th. Carpenter, 14th. Sage Karam, 15th. Andretti is 16th. Santino Ferrucci is 17th. Then Hinchcliffe, Ericsson, Kanan, Simona Di Silvestro. 22nd, J.R. Hildebrand. 23rd, Bourdais. 24th is Jones. 25th, Fittipaldi. 26th is Dixon. Most importantly, Dixon is back on the lead lap. Rosenquist, 27th. Kellogg, 28th. McLaughlin, 29th. Chilton is 30th. The lap down is Rossi in 31st. Out of the race in 32nd. Rahal out of the race in 33rd. Steph Wilson. This leaderboard update brought to you by On Location. Let's go to Alex Wolf.
Graham Rahal with us here at the IU University Health Center. Graham, are you okay, and what happened out there?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm all right. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I just, the left rear tire came off. Quite a hit. Went all the way around, hit basically head on. Disappointed. I'm sad for my guys. We freaking had them today. I'll keep saying that till next year. We had them. I don't know what else to say. I'm so disappointed. But, sometimes it doesn't work out here, and today it didn't work out.
Sorry to see you out. Best of luck in Detroit.
Thanks.
That's Graham Rahal.
You can experience the biggest moments in sports, entertainment, and music with On Location, the official fan travel partner of the Indy 500. Visit OnLocationEXP.com to learn more and secure your experience today. That is OnLocationEXP.com. Pace car is off. They're coming off of turn number 4, and the green flag flies. Alex Palou has all kind of company. Hélio Castroneves and Pato Award into turn number 1.
Hélio's looking to the outside, trying to take that race lead, and he'll do just that. They're going 3 or 4 wide further behind, but it's Hélio Castroneves, your new race leader. Hélio about 4 car lengths over Palou, then Pato Award, Rinus VK, Joseph Newgarden stacked further back, 2 wide, Jack Harvey, and Will Power on the outside. Hélio Castroneves leads him to 3.
And all of a sudden now, Alex Palou has down to the bottom of the racetrack Pato Award, who takes second, but it's Hélio Castroneves, the 3-time winner, that leads him out of turn number 3.
The purple and black Sirius XM machine, crowd on its feet, cheering Hélio Castroneves. He's the leader out of 4.
Montoya was part of a bunch back in 11th position, thought about going 4 wide into turn number 3, but back up front, Hélio leads into turn number 1.
Yeah, I don't know how they didn't crash further back mid-pack in this race, but it is Hélio Castroneves, 4 car lengths over Patricio Award. That's where it sits. It's Hélio, then Pato, then the machine of Alex Palou, Rinus VK, Joseph Newgarden wiggles ever so slightly at the exit of turn number 2. Now Pato looks to take the lead.
Pato Award goes to the bottom of the racetrack and slung himself past Hélio Castroneves. Then it's Alex Palou, followed by Rinus VK and Joseph Newgarden.
The Aero Chevrolet on the north end of the track now has the lead. The orange and black machine, a couple of car lengths over Castroneves.
Hélio gets a nice run off of turn number 4. They're starting to check out a bit from Palou. He has a firm grasp on third with Rinus VK giving chase.
Into turn 1, it is Pato Award, Hélio Castroneves, then Alex Palou, Rinus VK runs in fourth, and Joseph Newgarden holds down the 5th spot. Pato Award about a 3 car length advantage over Hélio Castroneves. They exit turn number 2, then Pato works the center of the racetrack. It is Pato Award, 3 car lengths over Hélio.
Pato Award starts to drift a little bit high entering turn number 3. Castroneves goes right there where he is. You wait just about 2 car lengths back before Alex Palou.
A 3 car length advantage on the short chute on the north end of the track. He's right in the middle of the track, stayed way off the white line, a 3 car length advantage.
Strong run by Hélio Castroneves off of turn number 4, but he's not going to catch him into turn number 1.
Boy, that orange and black Aero McLaren car is fast for Pato Award. He'll hold Hélio Castroneves off 3 car lengths into the short chute. This Bad Fast in Texas got his first win in race number 2. He leads here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The Mexican Pato Award over Hélio Castroneves.
From the time he got here, Pato Award has been excitable, personable, and somebody that the fans like to follow, a lot like the guy following him right now, talking about Hélio Castroneves in second.
And he likes this north end of the track. He tries to set up Award to look to the inside. Just a couple of car length lead now for Pato Award. Award.
Top 5 come to the start-finish line. Lap 129 this time by Award, Hélio, Palou, VK, Newgarden into turn 5.
Hélio's got company as Alex Palou slips around and grabs the second spot. Meanwhile, Joseph Newgarden getting everything he can handle from Ryan Hunter-Reay at 6th.
Award now 3 car lengths on Alex Palou. Palou really making a nice charge after getting around Hélio Castroneves. Palou will tuck up underneath the rear wing of Award.
Alex Palou is now going to think about going to the inside of Award, but decides against it. Now he's got to worry about Hélio Castroneves. Castroneves trying to get back that second spot.
Palou in the NTT Data Honda. He is about 3 car lengths behind Pato Award. The orange and black Aero machine has the lead.
Top 5, not much change in their disparity. Ryan Hunter-Reay trying to draw a beat on Joseph Newgarden in the battle for 5th.
He's looking to the inside, but has to jump right back in line. Those 2 Americans running 4th and 5th, followed by another American in Colton Herta in 6th.
Back to the front, Pato Award, about a 3 car length advantage over Alex Palou. Then it's Hélio Castroneves. Rinus VeeKay will run in that 4th position. We have a look to the lead. It's Award to the outside and Palou to the inside.
And Alex Palou takes the lead, moving into turn number 3, with Pato Award just behind him. Hélio Castroneves the 3rd.
And that lead is now a good 7 to 8 car lengths for Palou. He exits turn number 4 with the lead.
Alex Palou, Pato Award, Hélio Castroneves, Rinus VeeKay, Joseph Newgarden. Hélio Castroneves looks up on the rear wing of Pato Award into turn 2.
Not able to make a move, but it's Alex Palou. Michael, he had a big hit qualifying a week ago, but that blue and white car looks fast.
That's where he lost it, right at the point he is right now at the exit of turn number 2. But Jake, since he got around Pato Award, he is checked out. Now Hélio Castroneves looks for second.
Castroneves now goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Put Hélio Castroneves to second, works his way around Pato Award. Alex Palou, the leader, next in sight.
It was a slingshot move by Castroneves to the inside. Now he's down along the white line, but still a good 10 car lengths behind Palou.
Last time off of turn number 2, Connor Daly was able to slip around Jack Harvey. He got back into the top 10. Breathing room for Alex Palou into turn 1.
Alex Palou by 2 car lengths over Hélio Castroneves. Another 3 back to Pato Award. And then a big gap back to 4th place running Rinus VeeKay.
Alex Palou about 4 car lengths ahead of Hélio Castroneves. Castroneves got a great run out of turn 2 last time by. Got another good one this time out of turn 2.
Alex Palou owns a coffee store in his native Barcelona. Suddenly now he finds a jolt of energy. It puts him in front of the Indianapolis 500. Hélio Castroneves in second. They're pulling away just a bit from Award.
But he is only a couple of car lengths back as Castroneves in second as they exit turn number 4.
Hélio with a strong run off of turn number 4. He's about a car length and a half back at the start-finish line. Might take a beat to the inside into 1.
Jake mentioned energy. There is nobody more energetic than the 40-year-old Hélio Castroneves. 2 car lengths behind Palou into turn 2.
He's got another nice run. Midway point at turn number 2 does Hélio Castroneves. Palou with about a 5 car length advantage heading down the middle of the back straightaway. Both cars work their way to turn 3.
Alex Palou sets up for turn number 3. Does so with Castroneves going exactly where he goes. Hélio Castroneves still waits. Alex Palou, the leader, into 4.
A little bigger lead this time by for Palou as he exits turn number 4. It's about 3 car lengths, but Castroneves is coming fast.
134 laps complete this time by. It's Palou, Castroneves, Award, VeeKay, and Newgarden the top 5. Hunter-Reay, Herta, Pagano, Sato, and Daly the top 10 of the 105th Indianapolis 500.
Get ready for the ride of a lifetime. And take a trip in a real Indy car at your favorite track.
That was incredible.
This is Davey Hamilton. Come ride with me at the next NTT IndyCar event and see what it's like to be a real IndyCar driver. It's the fastest seat in sports, and you should be in it.
That was amazing.
Sessions are selling out fast. Go to IndyRacingExperience.com to make your racing dreams come true.
That was awesome.
Gainbridge knows that in both racing and investing, winning demands consistency. Lap after lap, year after year. Our innovative digital platform offers intuitive annuity products to help you protect and grow your savings. Visit Gainbridge.life to see how you can earn guaranteed returns year after year. Gainbridge, proud sponsor of the Indianapolis 500.
Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Brickyard, Brickyard 400, Gasoline Alley, the greatest spectacle in racing, racing capital of the world, Indy, Indy 500, Indianapolis 500, IndyCar, Indy Lights, and Indy Racing League are trademarks owned and or licensed by Brickyard Trademarks. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the information, descriptions, and content of this broadcast without the prior written consent of the IMS Radio Network is strictly prohibited. This broadcast is a copyrighted presentation of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network.
For more than 30 years, Racing for Kids and the Children's Foundation have partnered together to advance children's health and wellness. With focus areas of mental health, abuse and neglect, injury prevention, cardiology and oncology research, and nutritional wellness, the Children's Foundation is leading children and families on the path toward a happier, healthier future. Children's Foundation and Racing for Kids, partners on the move.
Lap 137, Alex Palou leads the 105th Indianapolis 500-mile race. The pit window starting to open during the last cycle. Joseph Newgarden among the first takers. How about now, Scott Sander?
About a 7.5-second stop. He added still more front wing. Every stop so far, he's wanted a little bit more. They say he doesn't love the car, but he's made up time through track position and a little bit of good driving.
Davey, when you see a bobble like what happened with the Rahal Letterman Lanigan team on Graham Rahal's car with that left rear, is that just a not-so-subtle reminder to the rest of those teams? Hey, next time, let's make sure everybody's good here.
Well, everybody can make mistakes, and unfortunately, two mistakes were made on that Rahal thing. Number one, the left rear tire changer made a mistake, but the guy sending him out knowing that tire wasn't ready, also a mistake there as well, and took him completely out of this race. And I kind of believe Graham. I've been watching him come through this field. I see the kind of lap times he could run. I thought he was going to be a contender for this race, and right now, Newgarden finds himself out in front of the field. Obviously not going to go a lap down, I don't think, before these other guys make stops. We'll just see where he cycles back out when it's all done.
And again, that's I think the biggest roll of the dice is not only where you stop, but boy, you got to hope that everybody else stops to where it falls your way.
That where it falls your way. And if right now Newgarden can cut some laps, or make some good lap times, I should say, try to make up right now. The leaders are running in that 2:20 mark, which they have stepped it up. They were running the 2:17s. Time to go right now. Last lap that Newgarden ran, I think, is a 2:18, so a little bit slower than those leaders, so he needs to pick it up a bit.
If we reach the point where there's not much more you can do to the race car other than maybe a tire pressure adjustment here and there, a pound or two, and a wing adjustment, that's about it. What you have is what you have.
Well, not until that last stop. You can change it until that very last stop. There's always a little bit of adjustment you can do. You still have those tools inside the car, but they've probably already used those up. Newgarden's case is a little surprising. They put nose wing in every single stop, where we see some of the guys take nose wing out, so it's interesting.
I hope he got it wound up in time. A lot of brakes moved off the car of Connor Daly, Scott Sander, when he came onto pit road.
Yeah, they still like the balance on this. They have got a much better stop than last time. He is away cleanly, but they worked on the front again.
And Davey, I tell you think you got plenty of time to blow it down and get yourself on and off of a pit road. But, boy, you can get to that commit line pretty quickly. And if you cross that timing line and you're too fast,
then that's it. That'll cost your day. We see the nose piece on Connor Daly. He hit Graham Rahal's loose tire right in the center of the car, right at the nose, which is the strongest point of the race car, actually, in the front. That's kind of an attenuator. Didn't really do any damage. There's some rubber on it. It is broken so slightly, but I don't think it's going to make a big difference in handling in that car.
Fascinating thing, Jake Query, is where they come back out onto pit road. We see the field tracking down Connor Daly now into turn number 3.
Yep, they work their way into 3 right now, and again, it's Alex Palou with Hélio Castroneves just behind him. They have themselves about 20 car lengths to make up, as you're talking about with Daly.
Yeah, Daly is going to pass you right now, Mark, and well behind now is Palou.
Yeah, he blended in among the front runners, Davey, when he came back onto the course.
And that's not good, because you usually don't go a lap down when you pit here, and he just did. So he's going to cycle back probably in that 7th, 8th, 9th position.
Jack Harvey has been running in the top 15 all day long. We see just below us, he's coming to the attention. That Sirius XM Auto Nation machine. Looked like a good stop for Jack Harvey, but it looks like he killed it. They got to back up on the jack, and they'll get him started and get him back underway. So that's going to be a costly stop for Jack Harvey. As we think the pit stops will continue here. The 105th running of the Indianapolis 500.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. Ask Kelley Blue Book. They named Honda their 2020 Best Value brand. So contact your Honda dealer or shop online today.
Based on 2020 brand image wars from Kelley Blue Book, visit kbb.com for more information.
Today, I'm taking it to the streets to give people the good news. Oh, excuse me. Hello. I'm Flo from Progressive, and did you know...
No, I'm just waiting for the bus.
So then you have time to hear about how with Home Quote Explorer, you can check if you're paying too much for home insurance.
Yeah, if I was interested in talking to you, which I'm not.
Okay, I'll do the talking, and you just check if you can be saving, which is going to be pretty hard to do if you put on your headphones. Okay.
See if you're paying too much for home insurance with Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
This is the 2014 Indy 500 winner, Ryan Hunter-Reay. Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-806-9554. 800-806-9554. 800-806-9554. That's 800-806-9554.
Think are great stations on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network all across the USA. WGCL in Bloomington, Indiana, KSKK in Staples, Minnesota, and KBOW in Butte, Montana. Let's go to Rob Blackman.
Ryan Hunter-Reay has just come to pit road, and 4 fresh Firestone Firehawks for him. Speedway fuel and a tear-off windshield. No changes, however, to the front wing for Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Ryan Marine.
A few laps ago, we saw Rinus VeeKay come to the pit lane. It was the first time all day they've adjusted on the car. Just one turn of front wing and a rapid stop. 7.1 seconds for Rinus VeeKay.
Updates from pit road brought to you by Speedway, official fuel and convenience store of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. To Alex Wolf.
Sage Karam comes in. No changes except for a fresh tear out. 4 tires up, 4 tires out. A little bit longer. We are waiting for the fuel. About 8 3/4 seconds.
Colton Herta led 3 times early for 13 laps. We saw him come on and off pit road. Routine service for him. And, Davey, we're seeing routine service for Ed Carpenter.
Yeah, we are, but we're on track. More importantly, the leader's getting held up. He smartly comes at Palou, was being held up by Newgarden. Instead of waiting, losing track time, he is on pit road as well.
Yeah, the pit window has opened for Alex Palou. That blue and white NTT data machine of Alex Palou heads to the south end of pit road, and before long, he'll pop into the view of Ryan Marine.
Oh, the crawl at 60 miles per hour seems so slow when Alex Palou has arrived at his pit stop, coast to a halt, hits the marks perfectly. It's been a solid run for the second-year driver here at the Indianapolis 500. Alex Palou is down and away.
Well, not only has he arrived on pit road, Davey, he's arrived, period. That kid is good.
Wow, is he good? And very smart by him and that team. Instead of being held up by traffic, get in, because he's losing a couple mile-an-hour lap. That was a very wise move. Now, Pato Award, he has to deal with Newgarden, see if he can get by him, because Newgarden is a couple miles an hour off the pace.
Yeah, we're continuing to see drivers kind of cycle back through. Jake Query, look at the advantage that Alex Palou has on the rest of the field in turn number 3.
I'll let you hear it, as a matter of fact. That's Palou going past. There's VeeKay, Hunter-Reay, and Colton Herta. Palou sets sail to you, Chris.
He exits turn number 4. Alex Palou, car number 10, easily down the front straightaway.
Marco Andretti just came off and on pit road, and Marco's been flirting with the top 15 most of the day, Davey.
Yeah, very quiet, finds himself in that 19th spot, but you're right, he's been in that 15th area, but with pit stop cycling around and changed. Hélio Castroneves, our leader, coming in right now.
Ryan Marine.
They've been coaching him to save fuel, but they're about to let Hélio off the leash. He comes to a stop here. The Meyershank Racing crew goes to work. The number 06 car for the three-time winner, Hélio Castroneves. He's been patient to get his spots. He's down and away 7.4 seconds.
Rob Blackman.
James Hinchcliffe has just come to pit road. He gets Firestones as well as a tear off of the windshield. Also, Speedway fuel, but no changes to the front wing for James Hinchcliffe. Down and away in less than 8 seconds.
We've seen Dalton Kellett come on and off pit road, and now we see the number 5 of Palou Award to come to pit road. Let's go back to pit road, check in with Scott Sanders.
At his marks, he's up. Tearaways off. There's a little bit of a wing change. Looks like he added. And he's gone.
Good, fast car. Good ride today for Palou Award.
Great ride. Got his first win on that oval in Texas. And man, remember McLaren missing the race here?
Right.
But now they're coming back to win it again. So you never know what could happen in this event. Sometimes you miss it completely, but now he has opportunity to win it.
Yeah, just a handful of drivers now. Last pitted around lap 113 or so. We see Sato, Power, Ericsson, and Santino Ferrucci among those who have yet to pit. Let's go to Alex Wolf for an update.
And we have a spin. Will Power, they were waiting for him to come in. Looks like we might have had another brake lockup as now 4 members have to come down the quick jack. They're pulling the Verizon 5G Chevrolet down the pit lane. So for the second time on the north end, as one of the crew members waving, they're trying to turn it around. All kinds of trouble for Will Power. He had worked his way up from the middle, the last row, and was running up in the second or third position, but more trouble for Team Penske.
I suppose the one advantage to that is the fact that given where he started, they didn't have far to wheel that car.
Yeah, the only advantage to that is his pit spot was the first one coming on the pit lane. But another mistake by just had a tough day, but he did fight his way back up towards the front of this field. I think he was running in that 10th, 12th position. Right now we got Pato Ward and Palou, and with Castroneves in the first 3 spots right now.
Yeah, and what this boils down to is that this might eventually cycle back through to be the battle for the lead once those in front of them come on and off pit road. Right now it's the battle for the 12th position. It's Alex Palou and Pato Award with Hélio Castroneves in tow into turn number 1.
Closing in on the final 100 miles of this race, and it is Alex Palou by about 4 car lengths over Pato Award. But Michael, there's Hélio waiting in the wings, 3rd car in line.
Yeah, it seems the longer that these guys sit out on track, the worse they come out after their pit stop. Palou, then Pato Award. Boy, Hélio Castroneves is right there as well, Jake Query.
This, again, is the de facto battle 1, 2, 3. Palou has now Castroneves just behind him because Castroneves was able to get around Pato Award.
Yeah, these have been the leaders most of the day. It is Palou, Castroneves, Award, and then Hunter Ray. Those are the cars in order.
Hélio looks strong into turn number 3. Will he look strong into turn number 1, Nick?
He is right on the rear wing of that blue and white NTT Data car of Alex Palou. Not close enough to make a move. He files back in line, 2 car lengths behind the Spaniard.
Bar a caution. This is now the battle for 11th. It will resume to be the battle of the lead. 11th place now, Palou. We've got Hélio Castroneves, Pato Award halfway down the back straight.
Palou comes into view with Castroneves right there, and then Pato Award. Ryan Hunter-Reay is now starting to draw a bead with Rinus VeeKay on that front 3, trying to leave him in their tracks.
Again, it's Castroneves, just a couple of car lengths behind Alex Palou as they exit turn number 4.
And again, there's Sato, Ericsson, Rosenquist, Fittipaldi, Dixon, Bourdais, Jones. All of those cars and more, Nick Yeoman, still have to come to pit road.
Yep, and their pace is slowing up, but it's the leaders, the fast cars, the guys that have been all the way up front, making their way through the short chute.
Once we cycle through this final set of pit stop, Palou, Castroneves, Award, and Jake Query, Ryan Hunter-Reay right there in the battle as well.
You can say from the get-go that this track suits Alex Palou. That certainly was the case for Hélio Castroneves when he first arrived. Alex Palou, a 2-car length advantage over Hélio.
And Castroneves through the short chute on the north end, dives down to the white line. He's still a couple of car lengths behind Alex Palou.
We are still waiting on the top 9 to come to pit road. They last did so around lap 117, Nick Yeoman.
And they'll make their way into turn number 1. Again, it's these drivers just outside the top 10. Alex Palou leads that train into turn 2.
3 car lengths over Palou, then Pato Award, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Rinus VeeKay, Colton Herta, Simon Pagenaud. That's how they make their way down the back straightaway.
Simon Pagenaud actually has been fairly racy. As a matter of fact, he's trying to draw in on Colton Herta. But all eyes are up front with Alex Palou and Hélio Castroneves.
Yeah, looks right now like these guys are pretty content to stay where they are. Castroneves continues to be a couple of car lengths behind Alex Palou.
Rob Blackman.
Takuma Sato in and out in 7.4 seconds. A half turn on the front wing for Sato. He started P15. Before he came to pit road, he was running P1. The two-time champion, Takuma Sato, right where he is used to being in Indianapolis, near the top of the field.
And we saw Marcus Ericsson also come on and off of pit road. We see Felix Rosenqvist just in front of us coming to the attention of his crew. We then would wait for Fittipaldi, Dixon, although we see Fittipaldi coming now. Dixon, Bourdais, Jones, and McLaughlin. Those guys have to pit when we return to the 105th Indianapolis 500-mile race. We pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the IMS Radio Network.
In IndyCar racing, it takes a great pit crew to keep the car running at max performance and Firestone tires to get to victory lane. Same holds true for the truck, SUV, or car you drive. You need a great technician to turn to when things ain't running right. And at Firestone Complete Auto Care, you'll find over 4,000 ASC certified technicians ready to help with anything from brakes to oil changes to batteries and more. For maintenance, repairs, and tires, get to Firestone Complete Auto Care today.
The 105th running of the Indianapolis 500 is brought to you by Miller Lite. Taste you can depend on. Miller Lite is proud to be the official beer partner of the Indy 500. It's Miller time.
Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
When the IMS Radio Network needs to hear every word in one of the loudest environments in sports.
Right on the right in front of Simon Pagenaud.
The IMS Radio Network depends on racing electronics.
He just called his team and said, guys, this race car is unbelievable.
When you're at the track and you want to hear what the pros hear, use what the pros use. Racing electronics, scanners, headsets, and more. Online at racingelectronics.com or stop by the Racing Electronics trailer when you get to the track.
Catch the excitement and relive your favorite memories of IndyCar racing.
Joe DeFerrin winds up second, and it looks like we might see a donut or two as the 68. No, he's going to get out on the front straight. Let's see what happens with the 68.
I think he's going to climb
the fence. He is out of the car, and Hélio Castroneves climbs the fence in the front straight.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week on IndyCarRadio.com. Or download the TuneIn app to your phone or tablet and take us with you.
Lap 161 complete at the Indianapolis 500. Updates of pit road with Ryan Marine.
An update on Hélio Castroneves, currently running behind Alex Palou in what is the de facto race for the lead, and he has been told by his team, if you get a run, you can take that lead if you would like. He came back on the radio and said, I think the two of us are about the same speed, and if we work together, we might be able to pull a gap on Pato O'Ward. That's exactly what they've done.
Rob Blackman.
Don't look now, but the rookie Scott McLaughlin is awfully racy today. He started P17 a moment ago. When he came to pit road, he was running in fourth position. 6.7 seconds on the stop from McLaughlin with fresh Firestone Firehawks and fuel. No changes to the front wing of that vehicle for Scott McLaughlin in that Pennzoil Team Penske Chevy. McLaughlin, the rookie, looking like a veteran here today.
It's Scott Dixon, last one to come to pit road in this cycle, Davey, and he's going to tumble to 23rd.
Yeah, so we were thinking, can he make it on one more? It'd be highly, highly unlikely. He needs to make it over 42 or 43 laps. I don't think that's gonna happen, but a good try for that team, doing all they can to try to cut a pit stop out, but not going to make it.
162 laps complete. This leaderboard update is brought to you by On Location. Experience the biggest moments in sports, entertainment, and music with On Location, the official fan travel partner of the Indy 500. Alex Palou is your leader. Hélio Castroneves is second. Pato O'Ward is third. Ryan Hunter-Reay is fourth. Rinus VeeKay is fifth. Colton Herta is sixth. Simon Pagenaud is seventh. Sato is eighth. Newgarden is ninth. Ed Carpenter is 10th. Connor Daly 11th. Sage Karam is 12th. Juan Montoya is 13th. 14th Gadan. 15th Ericsson. 16th Ferrucci. 17th Rosenqvist. 18th Andretti. 19th, Hinchcliffe. 20th, Jack Harvey. 21st, Hildebrand. 22nd, DeSilvestro. 23rd, Fittipaldi. 24th, Dixon. Kellett, 25th. 26th, McLaughlin. 27th, Chilton. 28th, Ed Jones. 29th, a lap down, Sebastian Bourdais. 30th, a lap down is Will Power. 31st, a lap down, Alexander Rossi. 32nd, Graham Rahal out of the race. Steph Wilson, 33rd, out of the race. 10 leaders, 26 lead changes, 2 cautions for 18 laps. Daly has led 40 laps, VK 32, Palou 27, Award 17, Castro Neves 13, Pagenaud, Karen plus 19 on the day, Newgarden plus 13, Montoya plus 11, Simona Di Silvestro plus 11. Visit On Location, EXP.com to learn more and secure your experience today. Again, that's On Location, EXP.com, bringing you this leaderboard update on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network.
The Chevy Silverado Trail Boss is designed to stand out. Because when you have a 2-inch lift, Goodyear Duratrack tires, and an integrated dual exhaust, the last thing you'll need is a road. The Chevy Silverado Trail Boss, ready to off-road, right from the factory. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
Racing Optics is the official aero screen and helmet protective solution partner of Indycar and NTT Indycar Series. Racing Optics is a Wilson family-owned business with deep motorsport roots. Dempsey Wilson competed as a rookie in the 1958 Indy 500 with A.J. Foyt. Racing Optics is proud to continue the family legacy of participating in and working with Indycar for 60-plus years. Visit racingoptics.com to learn more about the windshield protection and helmet tear-offs featured on every IndyCar.
This is the 2013 Indy 500 winner, Tony Kanaan. Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first-class tickets.
855-325-1821. 855-325-1821. That's 855-325-1821.
This is Dalton Keller. On this Memorial Day weekend, the NTT IndyCar Series salutes the men and women serving in the United States Army National Guard. Thank you for your service.
Just about to complete 169 laps below Castro Neves, O'Ward, Hunter Ray, and BK, the top 5. All eyes starting to focus on the driver running in the 23rd position, Ryan Marine. That's Scott Dixon.
Exactly so. When he came to make his pit stop a few moments ago, there were 38 laps remaining, and Mike Cole and the rest of the Brain Trust hope that was the final stop they make today. Now, that's a monumental task to save enough fuel to make it the distance from here, and the team communication to Scott a moment ago was it could work, but we need some help. Remember, they fell off the lead lap early. They've been scrambling to get back on the right foot ever since. This is their last play to try and get to victory lane.
Alex Wolff.
And we have another spin at the north end of the pits as Simona Di Silvestro coming in spins. I think might have hit the inside wall, dejectedly hitting the steering wheel. Quickjack has come back on the Beretta Auto Sports Chevrolet. So our third mishap on the north end of the pits today.
I have never seen anything like it. That is the third spin coming onto pit road, and the pit window has opened for the front runners. Let's go to Scott Sander.
And trying to get fresh Firestones on the tire without any incident. Earlier in the race, a left rear slowdown really slowed things down. Shorter load of fuel, and he's off.
On and off for Connor Daly as Scott Sander gave us that update, and we see just in front of him Colton Herta in contention early, Davey. He's been kind of mired around 5th or 6th the last quarter of the race.
He really has. I've been keeping an eye on him, obviously, but his teammate, Ryan Hunter-Reay, seems to have more speed than he does right now. Just doesn't have what he had early.
Rob Blackman.
Well, Colton Herta just made what we believe will be his final pit stop of the day just a seconds ago in front of me. Fresh windshield tear off. Speedway Fuel 4, new Firestone Firehawks, no changes to the front wing. Sub 7 seconds for Colton Herta. Again, with what we believe will be his final pit stop of the day. Is it going to be good enough?
Lengthy issues for the car of Simona Di Silvestro, Davey. It continues to sit on pit road.
Yeah, she must have had contact. I didn't see a replay other than her spinning coming on pit lane. But, man, you have to be so careful. You have to get heat in these brakes before they work, and it's so difficult when you don't have that many chances coming in off turn 4 to try to make that happen.
A couple of pit boxes just in front of her. Dalton Kellett, we see him coming onto pit road. We also see the 06 of Hélio Castroneves. What a day it's been for Hélio. He comes to Ryan Marine.
Pits from second on the road. This should be the final stop for Hélio. The Meyer-Shank Racing crew. This is their secondary crew. First time this team has run a second car in the NTT IndyCar Series. No changes for Hélio Castroneves. He is down the way.
They've done a great job all year long, Dave. All race long, Davey.
Yeah, they sure have. Another great stop by that team. Right now, we'll see if he cycles out. For example, in front of Scott Dixon, the guy that's made his final stop, has to save fuel. Got a lot of smoke coming to pit lane. Ryan Hunter-Reay comes blasting. He definitely sped in pit lane, guys. Definitely sped in pit lane. He's going to get a penalty for that.
Rob Blackman.
And here he comes, Ryan Hunter-Reay. We are awaiting his arrival here to his pit stall. The team is over the wall, and they are ready. Firestone Firehawks, sticker Firehawks, ready for the arrival of the number 28 DHL Honda, Ryan Hunter-Reay. Here they go. Firehawks on. Windshield tear off away. Fuel down and away goes Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Scott Sander.
Chest bumps and high fives all around for the Arrow McLaren team from Pato O'Ward. They got him out and down quick. Didn't need quite as much fuel this time.
Ryan Marine.
It was a short fuel just to get to the end, plus 4 Firestone tires for Alex Palou. 6.4 seconds. Greatest VK has also made his final stop.
And a promising day for Ryan Hunter-Reay is going to be ruined, Davey. He's going to get a drive through some race control.
Pretty sure. I mean, it looked like, I didn't see the timeline, but I seen smoke on his tires, and he passing too many guys. I'm pretty sure he's going to get a speeding penalty for pit speed.
Yep. So Ryan Hunter-Reay, again, had been running in the top 10 all day long.
Just a heartbreaker.
Yep, for sure. So we've got Simon Pagenaud now is in the lead, but Pagenaud, Karam, Montoya, all of those guys, including Tony Kanaan, those among the guys that need to come to pit.
Yeah, they need to come. How about Sage Karam, guys, from that 31st position to P2 right now, but as you said, he's got to come in and pit one more time. It's really looking good for Hélio Castroneves, and Palou finds himself in 10th position ahead of Castroneves, but it should cycle out to where he's in front. By the way, guys, they're ahead of Dixon already as well.
And those guys are in a pretty heated battle, talking about Palou and Castroneves into turn number 3 in front of Jake Query.
Castroneves just shut the door, entering turn number 3. Looked like Palou was going to make the move. Is he going to try again in 4, Chris?
Again, when they all cycle out, it should be Hélio Castroneves with the lead as he exits turn number 4.
And we'll see if he's able to hold on to it. Hélio Castroneves comes off of turn number 4, and he has about a 4-car length advantage into turn number 1.
The bigger concern for Alex Palou is Pato O'Ward, the young Mexican driver. Michael, he's charged right into the rear wing of that 10 car.
Yeah, as soon as Hélio got around Palou, he checked out about 6 car lengths. It is Pato O'Ward that is closing in on that rear wing of Alex Palou. Halfway down the back straightaway, here comes Pato O'Ward.
Pato O'Ward is going to try to get to the inside of Alex Palou, but Palou is trying to draw a beat on Hélio Castroneves. Throw a blanket over him right now.
And now Palou's gained some distance on Castroneves as they go down on the white line. Just about a 3-car length advantage for Hélio Castroneves.
Juan Montoya's had a pretty efficient day. Davey Hamilton, we see him come to pit road. He gets on and off with service. Tell you what, we better go to turn 1. Palou makes a move on Castroneves.
He did. He took a look to the outside, though, Michael. Not able to make the pass of Hélio Castroneves.
Castroneves now checks out about 4 car lengths or so, but this potentially could be the battle at the end of this race. That is Jake Query, unless we don't get a caution.
Again, the situation is this. Castroneves with Alex Palou and Pato O'Ward. We would think they'd be 1, 2, 3 so long as everybody else in front of them has to pit, but Scott Dixon's the one in that regard we keep our eye on.
Castroneves exits turn number 4, center of the track, with about a 3 to 4 car length advantage on Palou.
So the question is, Dixon can't go full bore right now, so he's got to be running back in the 12th position.
Yeah, he's going to be back a ways. He's going to, he can find himself that top 6, 7 in the end of this race, I think, because guys need to pit, like Ferrucci, Karam, Kanaan, those guys. But good strategy, but not enough to win this race.
A quick pit stop call on the car of Sage Karam, Alex Wolf.
Sage Karam in, 4 tires off, 4 tires on, no changes. Waiting on the field, 8.16 seconds.
Tony Kanaan on and off pit road as well. Routine service for TK. He's had a pretty good day all in all, Tony Kanaan, in the 105th Indianapolis 500. The difference between a Hinchman fire suit and others, the difference is safety. All Hinchman fire suits are made with materials that are permanently fire resistant. That's why Nomex remains the standard. The difference is experience and innovation. Hinchman started the racing suit industry over 80 years ago. The difference is quality, value, and customer service. Your suit is an investment in your safety, and Hinchman is committed to giving you the safest and best racing suit along with friendly personal service. Hinchman, why settle for anything less?
At PPG, we work hard every day to develop and deliver the paints and coatings that customers have trusted for over 135 years. We know that paint can do more than just change the color of your walls, because we've built our reputation by solving our customers' biggest challenges. From cars and airplanes to skyscrapers and houses, we protect and beautify the world. Visit ppg.com to find out more. PPG is proud to be the official aero screen of IndyCar.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Hi, I'm Indycar driver Joseph Newgarden with a message from Outrun the Sun. Did you know if you filled the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to capacity 12 times, you'd have the number of Americans diagnosed with skin cancer every year? 12 times. Skin cancer is preventable. Join me in pledging to be sun smart. When you're outdoors, protect your skin by wearing sunscreen, hats, and sunglasses. Learn more at outrunthesun.org.
Race fans, we hope you're enjoying today's action.
As he comes out of turn number 4, you ain't first, you're last.
Make sure you never miss a lap with TuneIn, where you can listen to this and 100,000 more live radio stations on any device, including the world's largest network of local and national sports talk channels and podcasts.
Sometimes you have bad luck, but if you got speed, I'm happy. Right, Lewis?
Absolutely. I mean, if you're slow...
Go to TuneIn.com or download the free TuneIn app to listen.
Commercial free to the end. We're at lap 181. Rosenquist, Hildebrand, Sato run 1, 2, and 3, but Davey, they have to stop.
Yeah, they're going to have to stop. It's going to leave Palou, Castroneves, Pato O'Ward, and how about this? Another Penske car. McLaughlin going to find himself in that 4th position. Simon Pagenaud 5th, and Ed Carpenter climbed his way up right behind Pagenaud.
So it's going to be a mix of youth and experience to decide the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. And again, Rosenquist, Hildebrand, Sato out front, but we're watching the battle for what will be the lead, and Hélio Castroneves would want it into turn number 1.
Fans on their feet, pumping those fists. Hélio Castroneves makes the pass on Alex Palou into turn 1.
To do the wave into turn number 2, waving for Hélio Castroneves, who just got around Alex Palou. Now Pato O'Ward starting to make a move. Scott McLaughlin right there as well.
Nobody started this race for Roger Penske more than Hélio Castroneves. Now his first year driving for another team, and with 18 to go, he leads the Indianapolis 500.
A couple of car lengths over Palou, and then O'Ward is another 10 car lengths back as they exit 4.
130,000 plus strong. They're cheering loudly. Alex Palou to the inside of Hélio Castroneves.
No more saving fuel. We've got a shootout. Alex Palou around Hélio Castroneves. The Spaniard back to P1.
To go, and Palou checks out 6 car lengths over Hélio Castroneves. Then Pato O'Ward, then another 10 car lengths back to Scott McLaughlin.
Buckle in, settle down. The Indianapolis 500 is coming down to the wire with Alex Palou just in front of Hélio Castroneves, Pato O'Ward, Scott McLaughlin, and Simon Pagenaud.
Now on the north side of the track, the short chute, it's Palou, a good 4 to 5 car lengths, though here comes Castroneves out of 4. He's only 3 car lengths behind.
Again, all eyes on Rosenquist, Hildebrand, Sato. They have to stop again. Palou, the leader, into turn number 1.
That's right. It is 4, 5, and 6. Palou, Castroneves, and O'Ward. But Michael, it's just laps away from being for the race lead.
And just about a half a lap ago, we saw Pato O'Ward start to close in on Hélio Castroneves. That advantage kind of slips away as Alex Palou takes him all the way down to the white line. Hélio, Pato O'Ward right there.
De facto leaders we're talking about, and now you can throw a blanket over him. It's Alex Palou with Castroneves just behind. Then Pato O'Ward, and now trying to get up into that fight, Scott McLaughlin.
And then don't count out Simon Pagenaud. He's in fifth in this, the way it's playing out right now.
14 laps to go. This time by side at the start-finish line.
Hélio got him easily. He passed him at the yard of bricks as the fans cheer on the three-time Indy 500 winner.
Through the south end comes Hélio Castroneves. Fans waving their hats. Hélio Castroneves by 3 car lengths, but Alex Palou gets a great run out of turn number 2.
It's 5/8 of a mile away, but when Hélio Castroneves makes noise at the south end, the north end comes to life. Now they watch as Alex Palou takes the lead back into turn number 3. Alex Palou leads Hélio Castroneves.
Through the short chute on the north end of the track, about a 4-car length advantage for Alex Palou. Then it's Castroneves, then it's Pato O'Ward.
Rosenquist, Sato, Hildebrand continue to roll the dice. All last pitted in the lap 150s, although some of them are coming to pit road now.
It'll stay Palou, Castroneves, and Pato O'Ward, but a change for the 4th spot. Simon Pagenaud and Emmett Art's car, Michael, he's in the mix.
Our 2019 champion has now moved around his teammate Scott McLaughlin. Alex Palou takes him down way below the white line on the back straightaway. Hélio Castroneves and Pato O'Ward.
At some point, we're going to reach that point where somebody says, okay, we're no longer doing any sort of fuel issue, letting you get by. Alex Palou leading Hélio Castroneves and Pato O'Ward.
Again, they are 4th, 5th, and 6th right now, but we assume these will be the leaders down the stretch. Palou with the advantage.
Keep an eye on Simon Pagenaud, 4th place running car. He's not that hard to find, Nick Yeoman.
And where did he come from after starting deep in the field? He's 4th in line, and Michael, he's trying to track down those 3 ahead of him.
He was about 10 car lengths behind Pato O'Ward last time by. Simon Pagenaud down 6 car lengths behind Pato O'Ward. Alex Palou works the outside of the back straightaway. Right behind him, Hélio Castroneves.
Castroneves trying to make that move on Palou, but Palou swung just a little bit high, so it's Palou again with Castroneves, and then Pato O'Ward and Pagenaud.
And it's Pagenaud in 4th. He easily got past his teammate McLaughlin. He's trying to dial in Pato O'Ward for 3rd.
Scott McLaughlin doing all he can to keep with that lead pack. They're strung out a bit as they head toward turn number 1.
Pato O'Ward right there in that 3rd position. He sees Hélio Castroneves trying to run down Alex Palou. The Spaniard still leading this train to the short chute.
Everybody trying to see what they have for these last 12 laps. Palou, Hélio Castroneves, Pato O'Ward has dropped back about 8 car lengths. But man, Palou takes him again down to the bottom of the racetrack.
Rosenquist and Sato still yet to pit. They run 1-2, so it's Palou in 3rd, then Castroneves 4th, and then Pato O'Ward. But again, de facto for the lead.
You know, every time Rosenquist passes by, I wait for him to go on the pits. He does not. So we come back, and Palou with a 3-car length advantage on Castroneves.
Any chance at all those guys can go to the finish, Davey? They last pitted on lap 158 and lap 157, Rosenquist and Sato.
I just don't see how they have enough fuel to do it. I'm at this point, can they go that 41 laps? I'm not sure. I don't think they can.
We will see. It unfolds before our very eyes. The attention goes back to 3rd place running Alex Palou into turn number 3.
And Alex Palou has plenty of attention from Hélio Castroneves. Castroneves again trying to draw a beat on that NTT data machine, Chris. 2 car lengths behind him.
Yeah, north end of the track, Castroneves, then O'Ward, then Pagenaud, then McLaughlin. Those are the guys trying to catch up to Palou.
Hélio Castroneves with a strong run up at turn number 4 starts to draw me to the start-finish line.
But Alex Palou is already playing that game, trying to break that air. He's got a 3-car length advantage over Castroneves.
Alex Palou, then Hélio Castroneves, Pato O'Ward, Simon Pagenaud, Scott McLaughlin, and Jake Query. We got another player in the game. Here comes Ed Carpenter in 6th.
It is a 25-mile race at this point. Alex Palou holding off Hélio Castroneves. Then you wait before Pato O'Ward, Simon Pagenaud, Scott McLaughlin, and then Ed Carpenter.
But with 10 laps to go, the Aero McLaren car of Rosenquist, he stayed out on the track. Exiting turn 4, Palou. He has a 3-car length advantage on Castroneves.
Again, Rosenquist, Sato last pitted on lap 158 and lap 157 as Alex Palou goes into turn 1.
And Palou's advantage over Castroneves, 4-car lengths, another 5 over Pato O'Ward.
There comes Alex Palou, midway point of turn number 2, Hélio Castroneves. But Pato O'Ward has really fallen off this time by about 5 car lengths behind.
Boy, Palou was so aggressive to get to the bottom of the racetrack, exiting turn number 2, but Castroneves went right there with him. Pato O'Ward is right there to keep them both in sight. Pagano, they've now pulled away a bit from Carpenter.
Their teams have to be talking to them that they are playing what they think is for the lead. Palou, 3 car lengths over Castroneves.
8 laps to go. Let's get an update from pit road. Scott Sander.
Felix Rosenqvist is setting up. If he pulls in and there's no yellow, then he's not going to win this race.
How about Rob Blackman?
Same can be said for Takuma Sato. They're not going to change tires. They're just going to give them a splash of fuel, but they're setting up to get ready for Takuma to enter pit road with now 8 to go.
So they rolled the dice, Davey.
Oh, hey, you have to do it. I applaud those guys. I mean, they were all running laps of 210 miles an hour, 212 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour off the pace, trying to save fuel, but with a 15-second lead, they could have pulled it off, but Here comes Rosenqvist now.
Yeah, Felix Rosenqvist comes onto pit road to the attention of Scott Sander.
Academic for him at this point. Still wants a good finish, but this should shuffle the leaders out just exactly how you guys predicted. He is not yet down. In fact, he's slow to start and may have been stalled. It'll be a little bit of work here for him, but everybody that passes puts him back farther in the field.
Yep, Felix Rosenqvist stalled the car. They're waiting to get it restarted, and we are waiting for Takuma Sato. Davey?
Hélio Castroneves makes another move, getting by Palou. He leads the Indy 500 with 7 to go, Mark.
7 laps to go now. We'll wait for Takuma Sato. He is indeed coming to pit road, but now let's focus our attention on Hélio Castroneves. Castroneves, Palou, and Pato O'Ward as they work their way off of turn number 4. Alex Palou in pursuit of Hélio Castroneves into turn number 1.
And just 6 laps to go in the Indianapolis 500. Castroneves, Palou, O'Ward. Then it's Pagano and Carpenter. We get a 5-car fist fight for the 500.
4-car length advantage for Hélio Castroneves. Alex Palou hits that white line, wiggles ever so slightly. Hélio Castroneves doesn't take him down as low. Palou gets a nice run out of 2.
Palou now starts to pop to the outside. Alex Palou has the door shut by Hélio Castroneves. Castroneves holds him off out of turn number 3.
They are going to run into traffic here in the short chute as they exit turn number 4. That is Rosenqvist. He's in the way. Castroneves with the lead.
Hélio's been in this position before. A dogfight to the end. Alex Palou works him to the high side of the start-finish line.
They're going to go side by side into turn 1. Alex Palou, too strong. That blue and white car shoots to the race lead to the short chute.
Hélio Castroneves has finished this race 3 times in the second position, 3 times in the lead. This time by, he'll be in second. Alex Palou checks out 8 car lengths over Castroneves.
A year ago, these two both wondered if they'd make it to the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500 mile with a ride. Now it's Alex Palou with the ride of his life. 4 car lengths in front of Castroneves.
Yeah, that continues to grow. It's about 8 car lengths. Again, he has Rosenqvist in his way on the front straightaway.
Sato on and off pit road, fuel only for him. His chance to win is gone. Alex Palou holding on to his chance to win into turn number 1.
And it's like he's found another gear. Michael, he's opened up a 10-car length advantage over Hélio.
But he does have a car in front of him. That's the machine of Felix Rosenqvist, and he will catch him about the midway point of the back straightaway. Palou 8 car lengths over Hélio.
30 years ago, we saw a 4-time winner here. Could history repeat itself? Not if Alex Palou's able to hold off Hélio Castroneves. 5 car length advantage, but Palou's coming up on the slower Rosenqvist.
Alex Palou in his second race. Hélio Castroneves his 21st. Rosenqvist goes to the pits. A clear track now for Alex Palou.
4 mile an hour faster. Alex Palou last time by. 3 laps to go in the 105th Indianapolis 500.
But Hélio Castroneves, the savvy vet, he's not done. Michael, he's already carved it down to 4 car lengths.
Alex Palou enters turn 2, about a 4 car length advantage over Hélio Castroneves. Pato O'Ward about 5 car lengths to the rears. Here comes Pato O'Ward to the middle. Now down low, back to the middle of the back straightaway.
Bob and weave. Palou trying to hold off Castroneves. The fans in turn number 3 are pumping their fists for Alex Palou and Hélio Castroneves.
Hélio Castroneves a couple of car lengths behind Palou. They exit turn number 4. A 2 car length advantage for Palou.
Hélio Castroneves with a strong run off at turn number 4. They are snaking their way down the straightaway. Hélio to the high side in turn number 1.
Voigt, Unser, Mears, and maybe Castroneves. Hélio takes the lead out of turn 1.
We have 2 laps to go in the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500. Hélio Castroneves a 6 car length advantage over Alex Palou. They make their way down the back straightaway. 4 car length advantage.
Get on your feet, turn number 3. Everybody jumping for Hélio Castroneves. The king of the dancing takes his way through turn number 3. throws up some dust. Palou, 2 car lengths behind him.
They're all on their feet, but there's a lot of traffic in front. Hélio Castroneves, the lead out of 4.
And the white flag will fly on the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race, and then turn number 1.
If Alex Palou is going to get Hélio Castroneves, it's not in turn 1. Hélio leads into the short chute.
5 cars ahead of our leader, a new team and a new life for Hélio Castroneves. Ryan Hunter-Reay is in front of Hélio Castroneves. 2 car length advantage down the back straightaway for the final time.
All kinds of traffic now as they work their way into turn number 4. But it's Hélio Castroneves behind Ryan Hunter-Reay, trying to hold up Alex Palou. Castroneves looking for number 4, Chris.
A 2 car length advantage. Hélio Castroneves trying to become a 4-time winner out of turn 4.
Off turn 4 for the final time. Hélio Castroneves comes to the start-finish line. Twin checkers out, and then there were 4. Hélio Castroneves joins the 4-time Winners Club. He wins the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Oh, my God. Unbelievable.
Oh, my goodness.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
awesome.
my goodness.
Wow, what a absolutely Hélio Castroneves to come back, not knowing if he's ever going to drive a car.
No.
Comes back, goes to this team first time and wins. Oh, unbelievable.
Hey, it's a part-time deal too, Davey.
And a new speed record, too. Yeah. Part-time deal. It may be more of a full-time deal now. We'll see. And a new speed record for this race, Donald Davis has just informed me.
Well, I tell you, this is going to be a popular win that will reverberate literally around the world. And, Davey, 135,000 of our closest fans were here to see it.
Oh, unbelievable. I'm so happy that people were here to see this. I'm so happy for Hélio. What a great run for him. And so can't be happier.
Okay, well, guys did a magnificent job as they always do. And, guys, we were a part of history today. Let's get our thoughts and impressions from the turn, starting with Dick Yeoman.
Mark, yesterday at the drivers' meeting, there was a photo with A.J. Foyt, Rick Mears, and Al Unser by the Borg-Warner Trophy. And, my friend, they're going to have to retake that photo. There are now 4 members of the 4-time Winners Club. Mark, what a day, what a historic moment here at the corner of 16th and Georgetown.
Well done, my friend. Michael Young.
You saw him this entire month of May, Mark Jaynes. He was studying. He was trying to learn this new team. He's such a great race car driver. This new life as he climbs out of the cockpit of that 06 Meyershank Racing team. You can't imagine the joy. And you can hear the fans below me. It was one of the most spirited runs I've ever seen here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as Hélio Castroneves climbs the fence.
And we're going to keep it right here, Davey. There he goes, up the fence to the start-finish line.
You know he's going to do it. He had a hard time getting out of the car this time, but, man, he's so excited. All of his team's out there to join him. This story is unbelievable. Him being able to come back and do this, we thought we were done. Hélio always knew he wasn't done. And I'd love to see him back full-time in this series, I'll tell you.
Let's go north 5/8 of a mile. Great call today, Jake Query.
Mark, there are certain people that connect with humanity. And I can't tell you how many times people have asked me if Hélio Castroneves is as genuine as he seems. Selfishly speaking, I'll tell you that in October, I went through a tough time, and Hélio Castroneves was the first and the most genuine to reach out. This merits every drop of emotion from every fan here to take joy in seeing the history of a 4-time winner, of a man who loves this event. In a year when we wanted to return to normalcy, Hélio Castroneves is in the fence at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and that flat out is normal, Mark.
Great job today, Jake, as always. Chris Denary, we saw history made today.
Who says age doesn't matter, Mark? Tom Brady in his 40s won a Super Bowl. Phil Mickelson at 50 won the PGA. And at 46, Hélio Castroneves has won his 4th Indianapolis 500. What a day.
Great job, as always. This leaderboard update is brought to you by On Location. Experience the biggest moments in sports, entertainment, and music with On Location, the official fan travel partner of the Indy 500. Visit OnLocationEXP.com to learn more and secure your experience today. That's OnLocationEXP.com. Hélio Castroneves, Alex Palou, Simon Pagino, Pato O'Ward, and Ed Carpenter, your top 5. Santino Ferrucci, Sage Karam, Ritas VK, Juan Montoya, and Tony Kanaan through 10th. Erickson was 11th, Newgarden 12th today, Connor Daly 13th, Sato 14th, J.R. Hildebrand 15th, Colton Herta 16th, Scott Dixon 17th, Jack Harvey 18th, Marco Andretti 19th, Scott McLaughlin 20th, 21st, Hinchcliffe 22nd, Ryan Hunter-Reay. A lap down in 23rd, Dalton Kellett, 24th, Chilton. 25th, Fittipaldi. 26th, Bourdais. 27th, Rosenquist. 28th, Jones. 2 laps down. And 29th, Alexander Rossi. Will Power at 30th. 3 laps down. Simona Di Silvestro out of the race in 31st. 32nd, Graham Rahal, and 33rd, Wilson. He gave it a valiant run, Rob Blackman, but Alex Palou finishes runner-up today.
And here he is, Alex Palou, joining me here on Indycar Radio. And Alex, talk about that run at the end as you battled the veteran, Hélio Castroneves.
Yeah, man, it hurts. It hurts today. Super proud of the number 10 NTT Data car. Super proud to be part of by Honda as well. Congrats to Honda for winning and to Hélio, all the team. Chip Ganassi had the best cars today. I tried my best. We had a bit of traffic, which helped Hélio having that last lap clean. But, man, I'll come back next year. I learned a lot during this race, and I'm super proud by the team. Bear in mind that this car was crashed less than a week ago, and they were able to put it together, and it's super fast. It was the quickest car today, but I learned from today, and congrats to Hélio. Come on, 4 times? Is it
4 times? With 3 laps to go, Hélio made his move to pass you and move to P1. What were your thoughts at that moment?
I thought that could have another chance. We didn't, but yeah, it is what it is. Racing, he timed it really good. I just wanted to stay on the lead. We had a really good car on the lead, and I just wanted to stay on the lead. But yeah, it wasn't our day today. Super proud of finishing P2. And yeah, we'll move forward. Detroit next, and super happy about that.
Great afternoon for you, Alex. Thanks.
Scott Sander.
Palou Award, your phone is blowing up with congratulations texts. You're getting a lot of high fives and hugs from teammates. What are you feeling right now?
Man, I'm a little bummed. I didn't have enough for him in the end. I was trying really hard in that last lap. You know, if I was going to keep it flat, it was going to be that lap to try and get a run and and try and find a spot anywhere I could. But I just got a huge moment, and I had to get off of it, and Simon got by us. But, man, we ran a good race. We should be really proud of what we accomplished today. I mean, we were in the fight all day. We just weren't as fast as Hélio and Alex. So congratulations to Hélio on his 4th. Alex drove a great race as well. Simon, I mean, we should be very proud of this, but winning is the only thing that matters in Indy. So, you know, we can't be all so happy. We have to be bummed because we're here to win.
Full range of emotions from Palou Award.
Alex Wolf.
Well, Simon Pagenaud saying I got to go see Hélio. Simon, real quick on the IMS Radio Network before you go, greet your former teammate and now 4-time champion of the 500, Hélio Castroneves. Simon, a quiet run up to the top 5, but this team just did not give up all weekend long.
Quiet. I don't know what you watched, but it wasn't quiet at all. We dropped back to the back because of the first yellow. We had to put fuel in the car. We had to go all the way to the back of the field. Team did an amazing job in the pits. The car was phenomenal all day. Man, as we started up front, would have been fighting with Hélio there. We were right there at the end. I just want to congratulate him. What he's doing is awesome.
A fantastic.
26 years old. That gives me another 10 years.
That's exactly right. At least 3 more in it for you, right?
Thank you. Yeah.
That's Simon Pagenaud, another great run here at the Speedway.
It might be a while before he gets to victory lane because he's running up the front stretch. Hélio Castroneves.
He's going to take advantage of this excitement and this energy and all these drivers. There's Marco Andretti, Montoya, everybody going out to congratulate him. Such a great day for him, and just have to soak it in. These days don't happen. Well, it's only happened to 3 other guys that won this race 4 times, so you got to suck it in.
Yep, and again, Juan Montoya and his Jack Harvey's crew member, that team hopping over the wall to congratulate Hélio Castroneves. And boy, how about Meyer Shank Racing? Mike Shank.
Absolutely outstanding. How about Will Power going out? Will had a terrible day, but he's so happy for his ex-teammate Hélio. But Shank Racing, Meyer Shank Racing, 1 car, just part-time, come here, showing that they have the speed, showing they have what it takes. Did a nice alignment with Andretti Autosport, and man, come to win this race with a veteran. There's his teammate giving him congratulations too. Not a great day for Harvey, but he's happy for this team, I'll guarantee you.
We'll continue to celebrate 4-time winner Hélio Castroneves when we come back.
Using the power of technology to make the world a better place every day, leading global technology provider NTT works together with organizations to enhance customer and employee experiences, transform cloud strategy, modernize networks, and strengthen cybersecurity. Visit global.ntt/NTT IndyCar and download the official IndyCar mobile app to discover how NTT is digitally transforming one of the most diverse and challenging series in all of motorsports.
Starting something new can be nerve-wracking. Wouldn't you like to know beforehand whether it's going to work out or not? Credit Karma can give you more confidence before you make a decision. Credit Karma's game-changing technology shows you tailored offers for credit cards and personal loans that you're more likely to be approved for, so you can apply with more confidence. Whether you want cash back, travel rewards, or to consolidate debt, Credit Karma can help you find the offers that fit your goals. Go to creditkarma.com/radio to learn more and find offers tailored just for you. Apply with confidence today. Go to creditkarma.com/radio.
This is 2019 Indy 500 winner, Simon Pagenaud. Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-890-7021. 800-890-7021. 800-890-7021. That's 800-890-7021.
Ed Carpenter finishes fifth in the 105th Indianapolis 500. Rob Blackman.
And Ed is kind enough to join me. We'll talk about Ed first, and then we'll talk about Ed's team second. Ed Carpenter, for you, P5. Individually, your thoughts on your run here today?
At the end of the day, I'm happy with it. I stalled it on my first pit stop, dug ourselves a huge hole, and then really just on strategy, tried to make some passes, stuff out there, but the team pit stop strategy, they did a great job getting us back in the fight. We were in the lead pack at the end, which is where you want to be, but we struggled for speed. The car handled pretty well, but just struggled for speed. It was a little bizarre. We were pretty fast all month, but just couldn't quite have enough to keep attacking those guys once we get towards the front. So given how far we got shuffled back, and to get back up to P5 is not bad.
What about your teammate/employee, Rinus VK? P8 for him today, a top 10 finish.
Yeah, I haven't talked to Rinus yet, but it sounds like they had a pretty good race, maybe deserved more than what he got, but he'll be back and he'll have more opportunities. He'll win one of these. Hopefully we both win one of these.
Yeah, thanks.
Sage Karam, good run for him. He comes home seventh for Dreyer and Reinbold Racing. Alex Wolf.
AES Indiana Chevrolet driver Sage Karam, best finish in the 500, a 7th, started 31st. You were absolutely spent. Air pressure adjustment, front wing adjustment. After that, didn't touch it much.
Yeah, car was pretty good from the beginning. I knew I just had to stay focused. I mean, this race is 500 miles. It's grueling. For me, it's more mentally challenging than it is physically. Today was the most physically demanding 500 I've ever done, even though it was cool out. These cars are just very difficult to drive in traffic, and you really got to wheel them to be quick. And the DRR team did a great job. They were flawless all day in pit road. Dennis spot on with the strategy, and I just had to keep it on the dance floor. I made some passes out there. I got passed a few times, but, I think this was the most patient I ever was behind a wheel of a race car, and I just let the race come to me, I think, was the main thing this time, whereas before I would go out searching for it. I just let it come to me this time, and I'm just so happy. I needed this. The team needed this. We've been struggling the last 2 years, and for this, a one-off team, one car, one race to come and take it to the big dogs, We just got to qualify better, and we're going to be right in the mix.
Great run out there. Hopefully we get to see a lot more with the strength of this run.
Thank you so much.
That's Sage Karam, 7th place finisher in the 500.
Yep, that was a good run for them. Let's go to Scott Sander. Connor Daly led 40 laps today, Scott.
Connor, what a day for you. You finally got those lead laps that you wanted. Then you got some luck you didn't need. Your car's trashed right now. Walk me through a remarkable day.
Yeah, we got a really lucky yellow, obviously, at the beginning. But, it worked out perfectly. And I think, we got to run really where this car deserved. It was a great race car. Such a great race car. And then when Graham crashed, I thought we had avoided everything. I was like, all right, this is great. And literally out of nowhere, it's as if a tire just fell from the sky. And we have that little visor strip, with the aero screen. So, you can't necessarily see all the way up in the sky, but you don't think you really need to see that high. And right at the last second, it was just boom. And I was like, oh, my gosh, well, that's it. So, thankfully, it didn't hit the suspension, right? But our car was ruined from then on. We lost about 2% COP. But it would have taken, way too much time to change the wing. So, Connor Daly luck strikes again, sadly. But I was so fun today. It really was for a long time.
What you needed after 500 miles and that kind of drive was for Hélio Castroneves to jump on you, legs and arms. You ran out there. You're happy for him.
What a cool thing. And to hear the crowd, this incredible crowd, go crazy like that. And, to actually have at least seen him once on track. It was great to race with those guys. Hélio and Jaynes and Pato and guys, guys that we know are good, right? And I love when we get to race up at the front because it's just it's a much more respectful area, and it's just, we led at the Indy 500, so it was really, really cool.
One of the great ambassadors for this place and this race, and now he's got his spot in IndyCar history, a lap leader at the Indianapolis 500. Connor Daly.
Let's go to Ryan Marine in Victory Lane.
I'm joined by the president and CEO of Borg Warner, Fred Lissalde. Fred, welcome back. First of all, I know you couldn't be here to present the Borg Warner Winners Wreath a year ago. What a way to come back. A great crowd and a great winner.
It's great to be back. It's great to see so many people that have come to this race today. It's just great to be back to normal life.
What a thrilling finish to the race. What did you think of that duel between Hélio and Alex?
Maybe experience paid off a little bit, right? It's amazing what Hélio's done. 4 times winner in Indy 500. Really impressive.
Finally, Borg Warner is the official turbocharger provider of the series. Of course, the Borg Warner Trophy as well, and the winner's wreath. How much pride do you take in Borg Warner's connection to the Indianapolis 500?
A lot. The 50,000 employees of Borg Warner around the world are very, very close to this trophy. It's the sign of excellence. It's the sign of competition. And we do that at Borg Warner, too.
I'll let you go hand a wreath to a 4-time winner. That is Fred Lissalde, president and CEO of Borg Warner.
We hope to hear from the winner when we come back to the world's greatest race course.
Download your favorite historical Indy 500 radio broadcast. Go to IMS.com and click on the History tab.
This is Jake Query, Turn 3 announcer of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network, with this Driven to Save Lives Fast Fact brought to you by Indiana Donor Network, official partner of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Did you know that in the time it takes an IndyCar to complete a 2.5-mile lap around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you can do something legendary to save lives? By signing up to be an organ and tissue donor, you can save up to 8 lives and help heal 75 more. Sign up to be an organ donor at driventosavelives.org. That's driven, the number 2, savelives.org.
The 105th running of the Indianapolis 500 is brought to you by Miller Lite. Taste you can depend on. Miller Lite is proud to be the official beer partner of the Indy 500. It's Miller time.
This is NTT IndyCar driver Hélio Castroneves. Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Hi, everyone. This is 1986 Indy 500 winner Bobby Rahal. I'm a board member of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum because I believe the stories and legends of the Brickyard need to be shared. You can join me in supporting the IMS Museum simply by becoming a member. Join the museum today and enjoy free admission all year, plus discounts for events, track tours, and at the gift shop, plus invitations to special members-only events. Learn more at imsmuseum.org.
For nearly 60 years, he's been a fixture in the broadcast booth. He's called play-by-play on radio and television for sporting events around the globe, but his first love has always been the Indy 500. Read all about it in his new autobiography, Hello, I'm Paul Page. It's race day in Indianapolis. Paul recounts his storied career that melded his dedication to broadcast journalism to his passion for motorsports racing. Get your copy now at Amazon or wherever books are sold.
He's a four-time winner of the Indianapolis 500. Hélio Castro-Neves out dueling Alex Palou over the final 5 laps to get to victory lane for the 4th time in his amazing career. And Davey, post-race festivities continue. We look quickly at the battle for the Manufacturers' Championship, and Chevy today closed that gap, taking 6 of the top 10.
Yeah, they sure did. Honda's still strong by winning this race, and that was the most important. But Chevrolet, it's going to be a great battle throughout this year. You know, with the engine manufacturers, they're so close, and man, it's just exciting to see the fans here. Exciting to see our manufacturers like Chevrolet, Dallara, Firestone being a big part of this. But you know what, Mark? The pandemic has been a bummer. We've lived it for over a year now, and this is the kind of thing I think that our world needs, seeing a guy like Hélio Castro-Neves win this race and the excitement it brings and bringing everybody. Nobody's leaving these grandstands. There's not another race coming up. Nobody's leaving these grandstands. The excitement's here, the passion, the energy, and so much excitement. So happy for Hélio.
Well, they have waited so long to be here, and now that they're here, they're not in a hurry to leave, but they're especially not in a hurry to leave because of who won.
That's right. It was painted to be perfect, and this racetrack brings so many special memories and so many special things to everybody in the world, and this is definitely one we'll always remember for sure.
We heard from Sage Karam a few moments ago, a monumental achievement by Brian Reinbold Racing. You know those guys well.
Love Dennis Reinbold. What a class guy. Continues to keep his people employed to come here and run one race a year, and they're behind the 8 ball because they don't get a race every race. They come here just for this one. Sage Karam stepped up, did a great job, but that team is absolutely outstanding. So happy to see them with a top 7 finish.
Yeah, and we hope that the effort is ongoing, obviously, to get them back in this series full time. Another good run. Juan Montoya, Tony Kanaan both finishing the top 10.
Yeah, Kanaan really had a good opportunity this race. Just a little bad luck early with the timing of the pit stops and so forth. And Montoya never talked too much about it, but he climbed his way to top 10, got that 9th position. So, the old guys and the experience seemed to pay off. You got 3 guys that aren't full time in the top 10. Oh, I should say 4 guys counting Ed Carpenter.
Donald, it's been since 2009 that Hélio Castro-Neves went to victory lane in Indianapolis.
Well, that's not the record for the longest span between wins, but I remember at that time thinking within the next year or two, I really thought that Castro-Neves was in an excellent position to become a 5-time winner. And at that time, when I made that statement a few times, I was taken to task by a couple of people. Albuquerque, New Mexico, would probably be a clue that, he hasn't won 4 yet. And I thought, well, can you, is it not inconceivable that he could win 2 in the next 3, 4, 5 years driving for Penske? And it was sort of kind of a surprise that the 4th win did not come, for all this time. And the number of times that he was second, so close. He just lost by an eye blink on more than one occasion.
And he has already gotten that winner's ring in victory lane. Let's go to Ryan Marine.
AJ Foyt, Al Unser, Rick Mears, and now the name Hélio Castro-Neves. Hélio, you are a 4-time winner of the Indianapolis 500.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I can't thank enough the Auto Nation Sirius XM group, Mike Shank, G. Meyer, Liberty Group. They never stopped believing in me, and I can't believe it, man. I still can't believe it. What a great moment towards the end. I'm playing around, make sure that I put my car in the right position, and when I saw the traffic, I was like, that's it. We got to make it happen, and that was experience in talking, I have to say. So I wait for the right time to make a move, and it made it happen.
Since your 3rd win in 2009, you've been in so many of these close duels to the finish with Ryan Hunter-Reay, with Takuma Sato. What did you learn from those that enabled you to come out on top in this duel to the finish today?
Oh, you learn one day, and that's what I did. I the right moment, and I saw it, I took it, and never looked back.
You took a moment, several moments, in fact, to celebrate with this crowd. They've been supporting you since you won your first race as a rookie. What does their presence mean? What did that moment to celebrate with them mean?
I don't know, man. It's an incredible moment. I get emotional because these fans, last year was so tough, and this year we don't have full grandstand, but you got the feeling, and thank you, the fans. I have the best fans in the world, and so an honor to have them.
You talked about the opportunity to drive for the first time in the Indianapolis 500 with the team, not Team Penske, with Meyer-Shank Racing. But all month long, you've been fast. You've been at the top of the speed charts. Did you feel like when you signed on with this team, you would have a chance to do what you did and sit where you're sitting now?
Mike and Jim and the entire group promised me they would give me the car to win. And as soon as I hit the right spot, I said, that's it. We have the car to win. We just got to do our job, make less mistake than others, and we can win this race. And here we are in the victory circle.
Will you be back next year to chase number 5?
Absolutely. Are you kidding me? Now I can't stop. I'm going to be full-time, I'll tell you that.
Breaking news in Victory Lane. Hélio Castroneves, a 4-time winner of the Indianapolis 500.
Well done, Ryan Marine. The thoughts and impressions of the last 200 laps now from Paul Page. Paul?
Well, I'm sure in the 105 runnings we have never seen a ceremony after the win like that. The celebration that we have seen. The fans, they stayed here. Nobody moved. They wanted to see Hélio run up and down the field. And when you talk about what he's just accomplished, it's also the definition of perseverance. I mean, he's remarkable. The way the fans stayed, the way everybody stayed, the way the game played out, all the tactics we started talking about, there were probably 20 different strategies going as we got toward the finish. And what we have actually seen here is youth and exuberance versus old age and experience. And experience and old age won out. Hélio Castroneves is one of the great champions of the Indy 500.
Well said, Paul Page. Thank you very much. Let's go back to Victory Lane and Ryan Marine.
The happy team owner, Mike Shank. And what a journey it has been to be here. You had an aborted attempt at being an IndyCar owner several years ago. You've been in ownership in sports car racing for a long time, but all along your eyes were on this race. And now you're standing in Victory Lane at Indy.
I'm in total shock. I just, before I forget everything, Hélio Castroneves, GOAT, 46 years old, just beat all these people. Great drivers. The team, AutoNation, SiriusXM, and Honda. These folks and Liberty Media, all my Liberty people that helped us out. There's no way this happens without them. But I just, the team is not a full-time team. There's one full-time guy or two on the team. That's it. Otherwise, we do 6 races, and we win the freaking race to the GOAT right there at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, in my opinion.
And that's why you hired him, right?
It is exactly why we hired him. And we hoped for this. We kind of knew we had something good. He's been telling me he's good. The last 2 practice sessions were good. Leave it alone. And you know what? They made it simple, very simple, and they won the freaking race.
I was listening to his team radio, and there was a lot of talk for most of that race about fuel mileage. And it sounded like he had to be very patient. We'll let Mike get in for the picture here real quick. In fact, we'll let Mike go. Why not? Let him celebrate. It's going to be a big party. There's no question about it. Meyer-Shank Racing in Victory Lane at the Indianapolis 500.
Our post-race continues here at the world's greatest race course.
At Firestone, we build tires for getting you out there. Durable tires for ticking off mile markers and for getting to your seats on time.
Start your engines.
Dependable tires for kicking up dirt or for passing on the outside. Hard-working tires for racing 500 miles and the side hustle that affords you first row. But don't take our word for it. Try them for yourself with the 90-day buy-and-try guarantee. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone. Conditions apply. See firestonetire.com/warranty for details.
You went online to switch your car insurance to Progressive so you could save money. But then you saw a friend request from an old summer camp buddy. And now here you are, clicking through photos of his kickball team from 2011. Looks like they won the championship that year. Then he moved to Tulsa. Oh, a new tattoo. Yes, they said it was easy to save hundreds on car insurance with Progressive, but they forgot about the rest of the internet. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. National average savings by new customer surveyed who saved in 2019.
This is 2018 Indy 500 winner Will Power. Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called, and for $99, I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-932-2613. 800-932-2613. That's 800-932-2613.
This is Colton Herta. On this Memorial Day weekend, the NTT IndyCar Series salutes the men and women serving in the United States Marines. Thank you for your service.
The Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network would like to thank these stations for carrying the Indianapolis 500 today. KNEB in Scottsbluff, Nebraska, WJCW in Johnson City, Tennessee, and WBRG in Lynchburg, Virginia. Well, no sooner will the dust settle on the 105th Indianapolis 500-mile race than we will be off to beautiful Belle Isle for the doubleheader, the Raceway at Belle Isle. And Bud Denker joins us now to talk about that fabulous event. And, Bud, first of all, welcome to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I'm sure you spent a fair amount of time here over the past couple of years especially, huh?
Yeah, we've been here about once a week, and with Roger, if not twice a week, since January 6th and on. So we're proud of what's happened here. We're excited about putting on this amazing event this weekend, and proud to have fans back in the seats, most importantly.
Well, let's focus on Belle Isle, and I think in a relatively short amount of time, it became one of the favorite stops on the NTT IndyCar Series circuit, and each and every year we go back there, the improvements that you continue to make to that island are just phenomenal.
Well, thanks. It's a labor of love. It's something that we started in 2006 after the Super Bowl when Roger was the commissioner then, and we wanted to give something back to the city and leave a legacy, and that was to bring racing back to the Motor City. And we had it there 07 and 08, little pause with the recession, and then brought it back since 2012 on, thanks to the support of General Motors and Lear Corporation and many other partners. And it's all about Belle Isle. We've put $13.5 million of investments in this state park since that time, and another $4 or $5 million given to a ladies' auxiliary called the Belle Isle Conservancy with a fundraiser we do. So almost $17 million we've raised in those years to get back to Belle Isle.
Well, fan-wise, I know you can't be at capacity, but you are happy to welcome fans back to Belle Isle.
We are. It's been tough in Michigan, as you people know. Everybody knows we've been very restrictive there for a while. And now, fortunately, we're going to be able to open it up the paddock to everybody. No vaccination required, no mask required in the entire facility. The grandstands will now be full, albeit about 6,000 people versus 24,000 people. And then we'll have some general admission people there every day, too. So we're excited to bring people back to Belle Isle. We're excited to continue to make improvements to Belle Isle Park. And importantly, for the state of Michigan, this is probably one of our biggest events since March of 2020. That means a lot to our city, so we're happy about that, too.
From a scheduling standpoint, let folks all the forms of racing that'll be at Belle Isle. Going to be a busy weekend.
Yeah, it will be. We're going to have, first time since 2012, Indy Lights there. They'll race on Saturday and Sunday, practice on Friday. Free day on Friday called Co-America Pre-Day. And then we'll have the two IndyCar Series of doubleheaders we've had continuously, competing on both Saturday and Sunday. A bit earlier, it's got the 2 o'clock start on Saturday and a 12:30 start on Sunday. And then, of course, the IMSA WeatherTech Series will be there also on Saturday, competing with the Corvettes, who have not been there since 2008. So we're excited to have the hometown Corvettes back in town for people to watch as well.
I know that, again, the restrictions in terms of fans, but are there tickets available?
Yes, they are. They can go to DetroitGP.com. We sold out immediately when we had an initial 800 seats available, and they're selling fast if they're not sold out already. But DetroitGP.com and get tickets for both days.
Thank you. Continued success.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you for all you do here for the series. As the stewards now and the owners of this great place, we just are amazed by it every time we come back here, Roger and myself, and we always find more to do. and that won't stop. And we're going to continue to invest in here because this is the holy grail of racing, and we're so proud of that.
Well said. Thank you. And we are awfully proud of being a part of that family for sure, and look forward to the event 2 weeks from now at Detroit. It's a beautiful Belle Isle. It improves each and every year. Congratulations to Bud Denker and his crew for all that they have done for the city of Detroit. Well, plenty of racing left yet this evening. It's the 600, the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we are going to get a preview now from a good friend of the Performance Racing Network, Doug Rice.
The field is set for the 62nd running of the Coca-Cola 600 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and taking the pole with a speed of 180.282 miles per hour was Kyle Larson.
Didn't know if we were going to have pole-winning speed. Cliff didn't seem too optimistic about it, so a little bit surprising, but happy anyways. And a long race, tough place to pass, it seemed like last year watching the race over. So, starting from the front, hopefully we can stay up there all night.
Joining Larson on the outside of row 1 will be Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the rest of the top 10, Chase Elliott, William Byron, Kevin Harvick, Austin Dillon, Alex Bowman, Martin Truex Jr., Daniel Suarez, and Ross Chastain. One of the biggest stories heading into NASCAR's longest race is the fact that the 2 biggest winners from last year have yet to take a checkered flag. Kevin Harvick and Denny Hamlin winless coming into this event. Can they get off the snide and get back to victory lane? Or can Chase Elliott build off of his first victory of the season and back it up with a win in the Coca-Cola 600? Brad Keselowski rolls into this race as the defending champion of NASCAR's longest event. The green flag drops at 6:23 today at Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina, expecting beautiful weather conditions with a daytime high of 73 degrees. For the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network, I'm Doug Rice.
Thank you, Doug. Good luck on the call. Can't wait to see you all a little bit later on this year for the Brickyard Weekend, most assuredly. Let's pause for station identification. This is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network.
Check out the new and improved IndyCar Radio website at IndycarRadio.com.
The Chevy Silverado Trail Boss is designed to stand out. Because when you have a 2-inch lift, Goodyear Duratrack tires, and an integrated dual exhaust, the last thing you'll need is a road. The Chevy Silverado Trail Boss, ready to off-road, right from the factory. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
This is NTT IndyCar driver Hélio Castroneves. Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Brickyard, Brickyard 400, Gasoline Alley, the greatest spectacle in racing, racing capital of the world, Indy, Indy 500, Indianapolis 500, IndyCar, Indy Lights, and Indy Racing League are trademarks owned and or licensed by Brickyard Trademarks. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the information, descriptions, and content of this broadcast without the prior written consent of the IMS Radio Network is strictly prohibited. This broadcast is a copyrighted presentation of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network. Tune in to IndyCar Radio all season long for live flag-to-flag coverage of every lap.
They're going to go 3 wide into turn 1, and Stephen Wilson's going to take the lead.
Choice of Newgarden aggressive, 2 passes in 1.
Every race.
When checkers are out, and Alexander Rossi wins here at Pocono Raceway.
For the final time out of turn 4, it's Will Power.
Will Power's going to win the Indianapolis 500-mile
The NTT IndyCar Series on IndyCarRadio.com and the TuneIn app.
Welcome back to the world's greatest race course, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Donald Davison, your thoughts and impressions on this historic day.
Well, Davey Hamilton just got something that he said that somebody's suggesting that this is the first time that there was only one car out by the halfway mark. That's not true. 1954, Bill Homeyer did 74 laps and was the only person out in the first half. Anyway,
why would somebody send you that when they know you're sitting next to him?
Well, anyway.
Actually, they did tell me to ask Don.
Okay. There's so much to pack in here, and if I don't get a chance, thank you, Sid Collins. Thank you, Mark Jaynes, for inviting me back, and thank you, Sid Collins, for everything. golly, so many things. We really I thought Scott Dixon would lead a bunch of laps today and had a very good chance to go out of here as the all-time lap leader. He led 7 laps. Who led the most laps today with 40? Connor Daly led the most laps. And the fastest lap turn during the race was Santino Ferrucci. Did Ed Carpenter manage to reach 180 laps to go from 10th to 6th in the all-time laps completed? Yes, as a matter of fact, he did 200 laps. And so a number of people and Hélio Castroneves, this is amazing. With 21 starts now, he has an average finishing position. I think it was 8.32, which he obviously improved by today. Wow. And then the other one is Juan Pablo Montoya. Now has an average in his 6 starts, I believe it is 9.17, and that includes a 33rd. He was one of a number of winners who have had first and 33rd. There's so much more. I need to just get my thoughts together here. The average speed was 190.690 miles an hour. That's the all-time speed record. Why a lot of the people here, I think they didn't leave because I thought, well, it should be longer than this, shouldn't it? No, what a wonderful story here. I can't think of a better welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway than to have the very, very popular Hélio Castroneves. It's just been just an amazing day. I need to go and just regroup and collect my thoughts. And can we do another show tomorrow? And I'll tell you what I came up overnight.
We'll see if we can get the whole gang together. And I can't thank you enough for coming back and joining us this year. And as I told you, my friend, that door is open to you for as long as you want to walk in it, for sure.
Oh, thank you. I love it. And again, thank you, Sid Collins, and thank you, everybody, for all of the kind things that you've been saying. Thank you, all of you.
Donald Davidson. So, Davey, your final thoughts and impressions. We were a part of history today, my friend.
Absolutely, part of history, and just so excited to see, we talked about the 4 guys in this race that only were doing the Indy 500 or hadn't run a race or not full-time, and just to be able to see those guys all finish where they did. One of them in first place, obviously, with Hélio, then Carpenter, a nice top 5 finish. Montoya and Kanaan all in the top 10. Great run by those guys. And then, we have 22 guys on the lead lap. 22 guys fight for this win, and they were all in the big string. And one guy that, I feel a little bad for. He's had a tough time. Ryan Hunter-Reay was in contention. He was in contention for this race. Yep. Had that pit speed. He came in just a little bit too hot. Had to go back. He finds himself in that 22nd position. I'm sorry, 28. Yeah, 22nd position. So, anyways, great day, man. I'm so excited for Hélio. I mean, this is what our world needs, excitement like this, man. I'm happy to be here with you, Mark. It's been a lot of fun with the radio guys. Been too short of a month for me, to be honest with you. I hate to see it being over, but I'm looking forward to Detroit in a couple weeks.
Well, and you say that now, the focus shifts from simply winning the Indy 500 back to winning the championship, and we have a new points leader, Alex Palou.
Back doing great. Scott Dixon, as we thought, everybody just kind of had him going to win this race, and then you never know. This is the Indy 500. Things happen, and found himself deep in the field and 17th and new points leader now. Kid's great. Finished his second here. Could have won it very easily. And I see Pagano, to finish third. We didn't talk about him today. He was just kind of back there, started deep in the field, worked his way up. But, man, that last stint, he turned it on and even passed Pato Ward on the very last lap to get on that the third step on the podium.
Well done, as always. We'll see you in Detroit.
Oh, perfect.
Leaderboard update. The final one brought to you by On Location. Experience the biggest moments in sports, entertainment, and music with On Location, the official fan travel partner of the Indy 500. Visit OnLocationEXP.com to learn more and secure your experience today. That's OnLocationEXP.com. Hélio Castroneves wins it for the 4th time. Alex Palou is 2nd. Simon Pagano is 3rd. Pato Ward is 4th. Ed Carpenter is 5th. Santino Ferrucci is 6th. Sage Karam is 7th. Rinus VeeKay is 8th. Juan Montoya is 9th. Sage Karam is, Tony Kanaan, we should say, is 10th. Marcus Ericsson is 11th. Joseph Newgarden 12th. Connor Daly 13th. Takuma Sato 14th. J.R. Hildebrand 15th. Colton Herta 16th. Scott Dixon 17th. Jack Harvey 18th. 19th. Marco Andretti. 20th. Scott McLaughlin. James Hinchcliffe 21st, 22nd to Ryan Hunter-Reay. 23rd, a lap down, Dalton Kellett. Max Chilton 24th. Pietro Fittipaldi 25th, 26th, Sebastian Bourdais. Felix Rosenquist 27th, 28th, Ed Jones. 2 laps down, Alexander Rossi in 29th. 3 laps down, Will Power 30th. Out of the race, 31st, Simona Di Silvestro. 32nd, Graham Rahal. Stephen Wilson, 33rd. Connor Daly led twice for 40 laps. Alex Palou led 6 times for 35 laps. Ritas VK led 3 times for 32 laps. Hélio Castroneves led 7 times for 20 laps. Pato Award led 4 times for 17. Biggest gainers on the day, Sage Karam plus 24, Pagano plus 23, Santino Ferrucci plus 17, Juan Montoya plus 15, Joseph Newgarden plus 9. There were 13 leaders, 36 lead changes, just 2 cautions for 18 laps. And as we head to Detroit in a couple of weeks, Alex Palou has a lead of second place Scott Dixon of 36 points, and Pato Award is 37 points back. Simon Pagano has crawled into contention now. He is 47 points back. Congrats to our winner, Hélio Castroneves, a most deserving 4-time champion. For 32 others, the 364-day wait begins physically, but mentally the pursuit begins immediately. Thanks to all who provided us with access to their incredible talents today. All are deserving of your accolades and are humbled by them. My thanks to my family for their unwavering support throughout this journey. Thanks to Monrovia High School for the support as well. You're where this journey began. Lastly, thanks to Sid Collins, Lou Palmer, Paul Page, Mike King, and Bob Jenkins for creating this tradition of unparalleled broadcasting excellence. We hope we continue that today. The 105th running of the Indianapolis 500 was brought to you by Firestone, the official tire of the NTT IndyCar Series for driving IndyCar legends. American Medical Response, official partner of the NTT IndyCar Series and the AMR IndyCar Safety Team. Racing Electronics, in-car race communications provided by Racing Electronics. The Children's Foundation, proud sponsor of Racing for Kids. The Indy Racing Experience, the fastest seat in sports. Henchman Racing Uniforms, nothing fits like a henchman. By Speedway, official fuel and convenience store of the Indianapolis 500. Miller Lite, taste you can depend on. Miller Lite is proud to be the official beer partner of the Indy 500. It's Miller time. Safety Clean, official environmental service partner of the NTT IndyCar Series. Racing Optics, the official aero screen and helmet tear-off of the NTT IndyCar Series. Borg Warner, official turbochargers of the NTT IndyCar Series. By Owens Corning, official safer barrier provider of the NTT IndyCar Series. Progressive Insurance, you can save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit